make the opponent move from his position. But the way you do, you only get to move your palms.
All right.
Buddy cut here, okay? Okay, Uba.
Uba has to go twice.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go! Go! 3, 2, 1, go!
I committed.
It ended so fast. Okay, the second player from Face Scanner. Who's the second one?
I'll take.
Okay, Gustav. And the second player from SDK?
Luke, you got him. He's your size.
And Luke.
You just went for attack and you
Are you scared or?
Move the away.
Oh, that was great. I feel some rivalry between you guys. Do you want to have anything to say on your opponent?
No, it's fine. We will see what happens.
Oh, okay. And what about you? You just walked in. What do you
Should
want
have
to
done
say?
this.
Okay, this is your fault. Let's see what happens. On my count. 3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah.
Oh. Whoa, well balanced, well balanced. Okay, they're thinking really hard. Okay, they're thinking really hard. Thinking really hard. We saw a little bromance at the end of the game.
He cannot just keep his arms out like this. He was like, if he dies, he dies.
Okay. I love it. So far it's 1-on-1. Okay, who's the third player from each team? Okay, look at the third player.
Push the body.
Okay,
I'll go.
Okay.
Oh boy.
1, 2, 3, go!
Relax, feet. Relax, feet.
Oh, okay, okay.
Relax, feet.
Okay.
Bro, you cannot push this. Fucking useless.
Okay. You did a great job. And we need the fourth player for the game.
Let's
go, Elo.
Elo's come out. First faces come out. Okay, two giants. Do you have anything to say?
You shook him. I will revenge.
Yeah, good luck, man.
Elo, he asked you how much the chain was. Don't let him win.
Okay, don't let him in. Okay. The teams are supporting you. On my count.
Don't have too much forward. Wait, put him
3,
back.
2, 1, go! That was great. Elo's play was way more creative than I thought. He actually walked forward. Wow. Again, the winner is FaZe Clan. Congratulations.
Sweet last. I'm disappointed.
Finally, the prize for the second round is here. So, the last person to win the game,
Yeah.
would you open?
Should I unwheel
You
them?
open the chicken?
Bum bum.
Bum, bum, bum.
What is this? Bum bum.
Bum, bum, bum. It's a chicken snack. Every Korean kids love growing it.
Oh. So it's not actually chicken.
Do you like it?
Yeah.
Thank you
I
for
don't
the
know, it's
honesty.
Try one more.
Right.
And chips.
Best for last. Best for last.
Okay.
Do you wanna share some? Director and writer just came to me and tell me, we made this program to be fun. It's not about serious competition. So we really want STK win a game, at least once. That's what she just told me. We'll film the program until STK won at least one game. We're gonna play a Korean-style charade here. So basically, you know the charade, right? Where one person explain the word with word, and the others just guess the word. You guys will write 5 keywords for STK, and you guys come up with a word for FaZe Clan.
Should I rewrite it again?
How are you gonna explain?
Can you read what it says? My writing is not this.
What's taking so long?
Yeah, what's taking so long?
Don't say that.
Why not?
You're showing them the like this? Yes, for the word or?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Square.
Cinema.
Watching a movie.
Movie theater?
It's really hard. It's quite hard.
Watching. Eating, watching. Net.
Oh.
Correct. Wow, how did you get it?
It was a pretty good
Oh, yes,
explainer.
okay.
Explainer.
Yeah, that's good.
I would never do that. I don't know what it means.
Yeah. You can pass it.
I'll pass it.
Okay.
No, actually, I'll try it.
Okay, okay.
Do you know what it is actually?
No.
Okay, you try. Just pass it and come back to that.
Oh, okay.
We have 2 minutes left.
Touching?
Dog.
Crying. He was acting like a dog.
Bone,
Bone is correct. 1 minute left.
pot,
A cake.
pizza, baking,
Pizza is correct.
pyramid.
Skyscraper?
15 seconds.
Wait, that's insane.
Look at the last.
6, 5.
Which one was that one?
FaZe Clan got 4 out of 5. You have to get at least 5 out of 5 to win this game. At least 5 out of 5.
Airplane.
Cross.
Scarecrow.
Scarecrow is right.
Monkey.
Correct.
Holy sh**.
What was that?
Oh,
Firefighter?
fireman, firefighter. Okay.
Good enough. Walk.
Oh,
Walking.
Walking. STK. Shoot to kill. I don't know. Vent to sub.
oh, oh.
You. I'm not sexist. It's pedestrian.
Correct. Pedestrian is correct. Okay, the last word. Last word. We're almost done. Almost done. You can do it.
Bird. Fly.
America.
Eagle.
Eagle is correct. And you can win the game.
Good job, Penta.
Good job. Good job. What a happy ending. Okay.
What I have.
Personally, I like this episode so much because I enjoyed so much. What about you guys? Did you guys enjoy today's episode?
It was awesome.
What about you guys?
I mean, it went as expected, like we won really hard, so yeah.
Is there anything you want to say to FaZe Clan?
something?
Oh, no, not really.
Don't do that. We'll not do that. We have to do the happy ending.
Yeah, best of luck. I hope you guys do a bit better. And like, we'll see you in the finals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching today's episode of Winner Chicken Dinner. It's been FaZe Clan and STK. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Well, that was something special. FaZe Clan and STK holding each other back the same way they hold the other teams back in the reseeding matches here this week. So good stuff by them so far. Shame we won't get to see them in the finals, but you know what, boys? Just win a damn chicken dinner. And that would be very, very nice. I got Poro and Clover here joining me. And Poro, that was interesting.
Something, man. I gotta start hitting leg day a little harder. Apparently, that looked way harder than I think they were giving credit for.
I mean, Gustav's right, Clover. Defense is OP. It's so much harder to spread, like, in that situation. It's really difficult.
I mean, if anything, we know that they're
I'm
keeping
leaving
in
it
shape
alone.
at this event.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Oh.
and that is that. More of that, please. That's fantastic, especially since FaZe and STK are, you know.
Yeah, they got time.
Hey, buddies. Yeah, they got some time
you
as
can
well.
tell.
That's for sure. So, of course, those guys are not going to be in our finals here coming up, but we will be seeing a lot more teams in the finals in a little bit's time. And I think that, looking forwards into this actual finals, teams like Gen G, for example, that are atop the Pick'em Challenge right now, Poro, I think it's very, very merited. They've done really, really well so far here throughout our previous weeks and coming in. I think they're a lot of people's favorites.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can't take anything away from the performance, Gen G. I mean, they started off week 1 looking a little bit shaky, and I think that kind of gave a lot of people the wrong impression about this team. But you look at their performance since then, it's been nothing but just superstar. I mean, they barely play any of the weekly survival tournaments because they win so fast. They get into the finals every single time, and it's looking really, really nice.
Well, for the 16 teams coming in especially, let's run the numbers. Let's find out here as we take a look at the Pick'em Challenge.
Hey guys, the event match is finished, and the Week 4 weekly series has finally begun. So let's make sure you succeed in the Pick'em Challenge this week and win lots of EP. Get ready to pay attention. Wow, the total prize money is over $5 million. Who's gonna take home these stacks of prize money? After the dust has settled from the Week 4 weekly survival, the prize rankings have totally changed again. The team who placed first in the prize rankings in Week 3, 4 Angry Men, didn't make it to the weekly final. In the Week 3 weekly final, FaZe Clan took home $100,000 with an amazing performance. So, FaZe Clan is currently at number 1 in the standings with $229,534. Second is Gen G. Third is 4 Angry Men. And fourth is Virtus Pro. But something weird is going on here. Excluding Gen G in second place, the first, third, and fourth place teams have all failed to advance to the Week 4 weekly final. Besides that, this week's weekly final prize money is $150,000. Now that a lot of high-ranking teams are gone, the prize rankings will be completely flipped depending on who comes out on top. So who's going to take home that $150,000? Don't you want to find out? Now, let's get back on track and check out the current status of the Pick'em Challenge. The first Pick'em Challenge is the weekly chicken winners. As of midnight on March 12th, KST, over 243,000 of you have participated in the weekly chicken winners. First is 4 Angry Men. Second is Gen G. Third is FaZe Clan. And fourth is Shoot to Kill. Sadly, Gen G is the only team on that list to make it to the finals. If the weekly chicken winners Pick'em Challenge sounds a little too hard, why don't you just go for a team that has advanced to 4 out of 4 weekly finals? There are 4 teams who have made it to the weekly final 4 times in a row. Gen G, Afrika Freaks, Team Liquid, and Oath. And have you made up your mind? There's 25,000 EP coming your way every time you get it right, so good luck. Next, let's check out the voting status for the weekly final Top 4 Pick'em Challenge. As of midnight on March 12th KST, over 657,000 of you have participated in the Week 4 weekly final Top 4 Pick'em Challenge. Coming in at first place is Gen G with 264,129 votes, which is 40% of the total votes. Second is 4 Angry Men with 136,223 votes. Third is FaZe Clan with 68,604 votes. Fourth is Infantry with a total of 55,939 votes. But sadly, in the weekly final Top 4 Pick'em Challenge, 4 Angry Men and FaZe Clan, who placed second and third respectively, didn't move on to the Week 4 weekly final. 4 Angry Men, who came in second with 136,223 votes, which is 20.7% of the total votes, couldn't make it to the weekly final even though Godby, their anchor, returned this week. The third place FaZe Clan picked up 68,604 votes, which is 10.4% of the total votes. However, they kept letting chicken dinners slip through their fingers. Anyway, the Week 4 weekly survival was a roller coaster. And in this week's weekly final, the prize pool is $150,000. So who knows what's going to happen? Are you excited yet? And just in case you haven't made up your mind yet for the Pick'em Challenge, let me introduce you to 6 teams you should keep an eye on. They've advanced to the weekly final 4 consecutive times. Gen G, the undefeated legends, were the first team to advance to the Week 4 weekly final following the Week 3 weekly survival. Week 4, Match 1 really showed the strength of Gen G, its marksmanship. Pio went head-to-head with Tianba Esports and effortlessly wiped out M200 and Mings without breaking a sweat. Daytrade Gaming had to exit their building due to the circle changes, so Gen G kept the pressure up on Daytrade Gaming and sent them to the next lobby the hard way. Genji was waiting patiently for the opportune moment after safely getting into the top 3, and took their chance when Triumphant Song Gaming wiped out Ode. They clinically took out Peng EGM and IMCA from Triumphant Song Gaming and won the chicken dinner. The Hawkeye, Pio, scored 7 kills and put up 704 damage, leading Genji to the win. I can't wait to see Genji's reign continue in the Week 4 weekly final. Based on their decisive attacks, Daytrade Gaming has made it to the weekly final 3 consecutive times. Match 5 in Week 4 weekly survival really showed us what Daytrade Gaming was really made of. All 4 teams in the top 4 were at full health, so anyone could have won the chicken dinner. Daytrade Gaming occupied the high ground and wiped out Virtus Pro in just 12 seconds, which really showed off their deadly firepower. At the end, when 8C and Fuzzface from FaZe Clan got knocked, the situation kept getting more and more favorable for Daytrade Gaming. Thanks to their high ground position, they took home the chicken dinner by eliminating the FaZe Clan's Gustav, who was the last man standing. Daytrade Gaming advanced to the weekly final with the most kills in Match 5, so doesn't that make you even more excited to watch them? Sonics were in first place in the Week 2 Pick'em Challenge, but they remained at the bottom of the standings in the Week 2 weekly survival. And in the end, they failed to advance to the weekly final. What's worse is that their Pick'em Challenge ranking took a nosedive, and they weren't able to escape from the bottom in the Week 3 weekly survival. But we were able to witness Sonic's awakening in Week 4 Match 6. They took over the battlefield with relentless shots and decisive moves and won the chicken dinner with 14 kills. They advanced to the weekly final and are back to looking good, so let's see if Sonics can make it to the weekly final top 4. A Freak of Freaks punched the last ticket to the weekly final in the Week 4 weekly survival, and also made it to the weekly final 4 consecutive times. On the last day of Week 4, they lost their chance at getting to the weekly final by coming in second in Match 12 and Match 14. With only 2 tickets to the weekly final remaining, Match 15 began. They met 4 Angry Men, a strong team from China, very early on. But thanks to their quick thinking and coordinated team play, they handed 4 Angry Men the 15th place L in just 20 seconds. A Freak of Freaks came in top 2 by sweeping their enemies without hesitation. They wiped out the dominant FaZe Clan with unrelenting pressure, and finally won the chicken dinner which they'd been longing for. Although they had to wait in line for a ticket to the weekly final for 15 games, I'm sure you'll be able to see their true power in this week's weekly final. Perpetually at the bottom of the standings, during the Week 4 weekly survival, Petrichor Road dramatically made it to the weekly final after 69 matches. In Match 7, they came into the top 4 with a full squad after gatekeeping every team who tried to break into the circle. However, they lost half their power when Uba from FaZe Clan knocked XLeft and Long. In the final engagement with Shoot to Kill, Mamu wasn't even able to cross the road because he was afraid he'd get spotted. It seemed like they were going to lose the chicken dinner to Shoot to Kill, who had the numbers advantage and better positioning. MYL knocked Purdy Curdy from Shoot to Kill and turned things into a 1v1. With the momentum on their side, they took the high ground and finished off Pentalol from Shoot to Kill. Since it was their first chicken dinner in PGI.S, I wonder if they can show up again in this weekly final. There's another team like Petrichor Road who won a monumental chicken dinner. Digital Athletics' highest ranking capped out at 2nd place throughout their first 4 weeks of PGI.S. Instead of their team's firepower, they're most famous for contesting 4 Angry Men over their landmark. But I think we should definitely keep an eye on their performances now, because in Week 4, Match 14, they finally won their long-awaited chicken dinner after beating the Freak of Freaks. So, have you made up your mind yet? I hope you get all the top 4 correct. It's 187,500 EP. Hopefully you get it right so that you can get all the EP possible. Voting closes at 7 p.m. on Saturday KST, so don't forget to get your votes in on time. Hold on to your EP with diamond hands, and I'll see you next week.
And there you have it. That is what the roundup here is for the Pick'em Challenge to get things going for week number 4. And of course, we kind of talk about Genji. We think that, they're going to do pretty good. Everyone thinks they're going to do pretty good. Look at Daytrade. Look at Daytrade getting themselves a good spot here, Clover. I think it's great to see, considering they had a bit of a rough start in the tournament, and now they're on the up.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely on the up. I don't know if they got confidence from the survival tournament because they looked fairly good through most of that tournament, but whatever it was, they looked fantastic this week. Van Nautica absolutely owning it for his team.
Yeah, definitely so. Poro, you think Day Trade can make something happen here?
I think it's possible. I think anything's possible. I mean, I think we've got a number of new teams in this lobby in this finals thing that we haven't seen before. A lot of question marks going into this about how well those teams are going to perform, and I've got a huge question mark over the name of Meta.
Yeah. Oh, that is true. That is true. They're going to have to make something happen here. I mean, for them, Clover looking at it, I think it's their first weekly final, right? They're going to be coming in hoping for some action here.
Yeah, I mean, we've been really talking about Meta's performance in the bottom 16s, how they've come on top of the bottom 16 week after week, and they weren't getting those finals placements. So to finally see them in here to see how they're going to perform in a final is fantastic, especially in the growth that Stills and Sparking have had, along with the inclusion of Wicked. You know, that roster's had time to settle. I think this might be their time to shine.
Yeah, Sparkin was popping this week, so very excited to see him here in the weekly final. And another team that I'm excited to see here is Petrica Road, considering that for me, they were one of my dark horses coming into the tournament. I don't think a lot of people, especially when it comes to the Chinese region, we're talking about them that much. There's some big powerhouses in that region, Poro, but they're here to play. Let's see if Ikeslef can be unleashed.
And I mean, that's the big thing, isn't it? It's got to be Ikeslef. I mean, Mamu has shown up at times, but Ikeslef really the driving power behind that whole squad. So if he can come in and he's feeling himself today, they could find themselves making some waves early on.
Yeah, I think the surprise for me actually on that roster was Mill as well, through especially like week 1, week 2, putting in a lot of work for them. But let's take a look now at our top plays here from the week and figure out how this is gonna break down. So it is time, top plays. We've got number 5 coming on up here. So Paro, why don't you take it away for our first play?
Oh, we do so love these top plays, don't we? The first one is gonna be Turtle. LG Divine in rotation. Tiamba decides to take a few shots. That's going to be nothing but trouble, as that's going to open up Turtle to say, you know what? Watch him on the north side there. His whole team is going down. He's going to come right back around, and he is just going to destroy the entirety of Tiamba. Sometimes you don't want to go for those dips that early, boys and girls.
No, you do not. Where's the run over? It's coming in, surely. Oh, no, we didn't get it. They all got run over. But anyway, play 2, Clover coming in, LG Divine on the receiving end of the bombardment, as Sims would say.
I mean, they can't catch a break. Obviously, we saw at the very end of that last one, Turtle kind of falling down here. But this time, Tank had been living up to his name all week, just bringing down the fire in terms of throwables. And we see him get it one knock just about there. There it is. Second nade finds that knock, and all it takes is this last one. I mean, throwables have been so fun to watch in this tournament, but for moments like these, that's got to feel so good.
Good old Ling Do, there ain't nothing you can't do. Get on to number 3, I Am Sia decides he's becoming the Terminator, Poro.
Yeah, man, this game was rough all the way around for Oath. I remember them trying to fight out of that quarry position, and TSG had just fantastic spots over the top, overlooking everything. Meanwhile, Gen G was just kind of vibing on the side, and you know, in the end, Gen G just had to sit there and wait it out because I Am Sia decides to run up on them, works the edge of the smoke line to absolute perfection, and you can see him just ripping Oath to shreds.
Very nice start to the week for TSG. One didn't materialize in a chicken dinner, but on to number 2, Virtus Prone, ambushing the Africa Freaks here, Clover.
Giving their best shots. Again, we're seeing kind of a release of throwables there, at least an attempt by Spyro. And Afrika, I think, is getting a little bit bold and overconfident on this position to see Akkad is actually going to attempt a drive-by. Akkad had a decent week. You know, he had 14 kills. That was not one of them. Oh, gosh.
Poor Virtus
Easy.
Prone.
First place, Clib's masterful attack on towards Africa Freaks. Poro, this was beautiful.
I mean, the amount of guts that it takes to make that wide open push across that road in this circle. I mean, all it would have taken was one opportunity for Africa Freaks to break themselves out of that smoke, see him running up and mow him down. But Clib just running up there with absolute brass ones and tries to take out the whole team. But of course, you know, James couldn't let him do it by himself.
Damn it, James. You couldn't just let him have the 4-piece, could you? Clover, me and you were watching that in the back. We were like, oh, Clip, you're blasting. And then all of a sudden, James comes in and ruins the fun, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Clip was blasting that whole match, but yeah, I mean, you want the bragging rights. You want that.
Yeah.
Clip didn't need help. He had that one in the bag.
Yeah, amazing stuff. I mean, that fight in essence led them onto the victory. Everything about it was just brilliant, brilliant PUBG. But anyway, that's that. We're going to move on now to something a little bit different. We're going to change gears here and see how flexible our PUBG players are.
Hello, this is Elizabeth Sohyung Wang, coach for today, you guys. I hear that you're players, right? Do you know each other or hear about it? Yeah, little bit.
Are we doing pictures? Are we doing like pictures?
Kind of.
We are okay. You wanna try? Oh no.
First, it is neck. Okay, and then hamstring stretch. Let's go it down. Oh. Try it, just try it. Okay, just try it.
Is it stretching already?
Okay. We will do plank.
Oh no.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. Okay, let's go.
Oh my god.
7, 8, 9. You have to go more down. More down.
My arm is broken.
No. Last 10 seconds. Is it side plank? Go on.
I can't.
1 second. Okay. Next step is gonna be up, 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 and hold this leg, and then do it like this. Oh my hair. Rusty is good. Rusty was good. Show them. Yeah. Show them. See? Rusty was good. Whoa.
What the?
This is easy, right?
I can't.
Open your shirt. Open it. Okay.
I can't.
Sit.
I can't.
Why? This is fast? Okay.
like 50 kilos before. I'm 70 now.
I was 130 and now I'm 95.
Okay, now warm up is over. It's gonna be real exercise time. Like this, one by one. Oh, right. He was right. And we are gonna do first is gonna be inner thigh exercise. Do you know, guys, crunch? Down and up. Up, 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 down. Okay. Let's go. Okay.
You lose Pachinki if you don't do it.
I'd say Pachinki's home.
See, you can do it. Okay. You're really good. Really good. Is arm and shoulder exercise. Don't use your arms, use your shoulder. Push down, and up. Okay, let's do battle. See? Who's gonna be winner? One, two, three, push. Winner, sit down, and loser, stand up. Okay. One, two, three, go. Winner is zero. And winner was James. You can pick your partner, and the other's partner also you can pick.
Besto and Rusty. Long play and Adler. I take Tigoton.
Okay. Today exercise is done. How was it today?
It was awesome. I worked my butt off.
It's really good. I feel loose.
It was really fun. It was really good experience. It was fun. Really fun.
I'm so good. Is my friend not so good?
It's nice, but this guy is so good. Nice, so good experience. Yeah.
So thank you guys. Good luck for you. Thank you. Bye bye.
I'm almost jealous. I'm watching these guys get this like life-changing 2-month experience where they get to do all these cool things. I'm like, I'm just sat at home right now. Poro, Clover joining me as well. Poro, that was fantastic. I bet you could do that.
They even got to keep the rings. They even got no. I couldn't do it. I'm James. I'm old. I try to do that, and just dust would just come out of my joints. From
I'm sure you do fine.
Clover, have you ever done any yoga? Actually, I think I should get into it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of look like that Ring Fit adventure a little bit, right? We just, the frequency of which I do it, probably not as much as I should.
Corpse
I should get that Ring
all
Fit
day.
adventure
That's
thing.
me.
That was really good. All right, well, before we actually get into our actual games, though, of course, we've got to do a breakdown as Virtus Pro will analyze themselves here on the Battleground. Let's see.
Согласен. Так, Дип, бери красную ручку.
Ну дай, ну дай.
Мы обязательно зайдем в...
Подготовились морально.
Меня зовут Кирилл, никнейм Амлу.
Я Хакаги, Хирузен.
Я Александр Алексеевич Батурин.
А меня зовут Ярослав, игровая роль Рифлер.
Сейчас у вас будет время заполнять ваши файлы. Ребята, вы знаете, как в Корее вас называют?
Virtus.Pro?
У нас есть слово из глаголов «подтяги». «Подтяги про» мы говорим.
Ну, я тебе говорил отключить клавиатуру и мышку, чтобы ты не двигался.
А, да. Мы лежим, я двигаюсь, у меня моделька, короче, в разные стороны двигается.
Так он специально нажимал кнопки и двигался.
И Ярик мне говорит, отключи клавиатуру с мышкой. Я, отключил, и нормально.
Combat Power. Ну, в игре чувствую себя уверенно, как соло-игрок. А вот следующий лидершип не чувствую себя уверенно, как ингейм лидер. Я лучше в комбате, чем мои тиммейты. Подожди, кто тебя на общагах убивал? Да я это только исправлю. Да и это, блин, топ-4 максимум. Ладно, топ-3.
Я тут даже, наверное, не буду спорить. То есть тут с таким человеком спорить вообще не стоит, в принципе.
Ну, в принципе, по стрельбе я лучше в ковок, лучше в PUBG получает.
Сразу отменно, сразу.
Пока никто об этом не знает.
Сразу отменно. Иди сюда. Ну дай, ну дай.
По факту надо выделить, если неправду говоришь.
Большой человек, большой человек.
Ну, давай. 0. Это 0. Пообщайтесь с ним 10 минут хотя бы, сразу все поймете, инстантно.
Ну, насчет юмора, я клоун, меня так мама называет.
Я не согласен. Юмор умножается на разум, а если разум 0, то и юмор 0.
Не знаю, мне...
0. Не важно, 0.
Ставь 3.
Мне смешно, я на 50 оцениваю вот эту ситуацию между Батурином и...
А есть какие-то правила, что больше 3 зачеркиваний там нельзя больше делать?
под power. Но тут соточка.
Не согласен.
Он не согласен, он мне 200 поставил. Ну, то есть я еще себя недооцениваю, на самом деле.
Так, Дип, бери красную ручку. Не согласен.
Ты эту футболку поправь.
Подготовились морально. Всем привет.
А кто там на фотке?
Это я в лучшей своей форме. Дальше объясняю. Battlegrounds. Это мой никнейм. Все меня в мире знают как Батулин.
А зачем S?
Потому что так круче. Marksmanship 90. Почему 90? Потому что, то есть, я обычно не сильно много убиваю, да? Но если ситуация вынудит, я убью всех, кого надо.
Меньше, чем меня, я согласен.
Ладно, согласимся пока что.
Окей. Mistakes. 30, 30. Если надо, у меня будет вообще 0.
Не согласен. Ну тут, короче, вот горочка вот. Горочка вот, да? Вот тут мотоцикл. И парень на мотоцикле такой поднимается. И он как бы должен встать такой, посмотреть вокруг. Сейчас все почекаю. Но нокет. Ну, это плюс 20 от себя накидываю чисто. 20 секунд, потому что осталось.
Мы потратили больше времени, чтобы команды успели проротироваться, освободили нам место. Это просто гениальный мув, который он сам не понимает.
Спасибо. Ну, 100, ну, вообще больше, но тут 100 максимально написать можно. Не советую брать дип. Оставь это у себя в голове, пожалуйста.
Саня гений, я говорил уже это, да? Он гений. Ну, 20 тысяч приблизительно. Ну, Саня лучше просто, ну.
True, it's true.
Я тоже не согласен. Но тут будет 60 тысяч. И, в принципе, вот так как график выглядит.
Не переусердствуйте, все хорошо шло.
Очень увлекательный контент. Мы рассказали всю правду о нас.
Лично мне понравилось, что мы узнали о своем нераскрытом потенциале, поэтому дальше будет жестче.
Навели тут немного кринжа, в принципе, да, нормально. Всем комсами, да. Мы обязательно зайдем в топ-4 в следующей неделе.
Мы каждый раз работаем над ошибками. И я уверен, что мы стрельнем еще. Я надеюсь, что мы вас еще осчастливим.
Told me to gamble, I wanna check. Climbing and climbing, I humble ya. I'm in my squad, feeling like I know I'm the greatest, I crumble ya. Made it from the bottom to the top, I did it there. Some of players never fighting, breathing for air. Aiming to lock it. Shoot. Winner takes it all. Taking it all. No more breaking in his mind, boy. Are you ready? Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aim it and lock it. Shoot. The winner takes it all. Taking it all. Shoot. Aim it and lock it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster when I'm stronger. You can have me, let me guarantee this. The winner takes it all. You ready?
사실 1, 2주차 때 돈 얼마 안 되거든요. 그거 그냥 아프리카 먹고 이거 폐지 그래 오케이. 이제 4주차부터 이유는 그냥 저희가 그냥 다
킬 아무 의미 없습니다.
이러면 마무리. 캔디. 첫 번째 치킨의 주인공 3주차에도 4주차에도 연집이다.
이번 PGI 대회 되게 재밌게 하고 있고 이번 4주차 파이널 누가 올라오든 상관없을 것 같아요. 결국 우승은 저희니까요.
We haven't played to our expectations, but the goal for this week's final will be to win because I know we're the best team here and we're going to dominate and show that we're the best team in North America.
이제 저희가 1주차에 우승을 한 팀이기도 하고 또 1등 해본 느낌 아니까 남은 주차들 그리고 이번 위클리 파이널에서 좋은 성적 내서 상금 저희가 다 먹도록 하겠습니다.
Мы готовы показать наш характер в финале, показать уверенную игру, зайти в топ-4 и удивить наших соперников.
Shots being traded. They see each other now. They know about it. Let's see if Pentalog can cut it out. No! No, it's not! It is going to be Pentracore.
因为没有吃鸡，到目前都还没有进过周决赛，所以这周会尽全力打好比赛，进前4吧，目标。
当时太激动了，都快哭出来了，太辛苦了，太辛苦了，真的。还好这一周也弥补回来了，我觉得还是可以的吧。IFTY， 我们来啦！
On our best day, I think we're about above average. I think we've shown that we're the only team here that holds a world record for most kills in a survival tournament. And we're done settling for anything less than first, and we're ready to make sure we win this weekly final.
깊은 물로 대한짐승이 내려온다. 몸은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 핫팔이 넘고 그의 머리 흔들며 전동 같은 앞다리 도가 같은 깃발 양기 찌우지고 새낫 같은 발톱으로 잔디뿌리 왕모래를 차르르르 흩치며 종종 버리고 허리랑 하는 소리 하늘이 묻어지고 땅이 톡 떠진 한듯 차례 정신없이 목으로 움츠리고 가만히 엎젖거다. 봄 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 송림 깊은 물로 한짐승이 내려온다. 누의 머리를 흔들며 양이 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 얼숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩
봄 내려온다
동해 같은 앞다리 전용한
깊은 물로
해랑 같은 발톱으로 엉덩 사람을 생겨은 잔디 쪼리 왕모래 쫄쫄쫄 꼬리다 얼리고 잘 앞에가 뚝성에 하는 소리 산천이 뒤덮고 땅도 터진 않고 자랑 앞장 내고 치고 차르르 흩치고 봄 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 송이 깊은 물로 한천이 내려온다. 누의 머리를 흔들며 양이 찢어지고 몸은 얼쑥덜쑥거리는 찬스 봄 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 봄 내려온다 봄 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 봄 내려온다 봄 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 머리를 흔들며 향기 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 얼숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 내려온다 동해 같은 앞다리 전동 같은 뒷다리 새나 같은 발톱으로 온몸 사람 뱃살 껴고 잔입 뿌리와 물에 벌리고 자라 배가 뚝성에 거는 소리 산천에 뒤덮고 장수고지난 자라가 깜짝 놀래 목을 욱시고 이어졌지 봄 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 송이 깊은 물로 한천에 내렸고 너의 머리를 흔들며 양이 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 얼숭덜숭 거린다 봄 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 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 항상 밝은 모친 조석 공대를 못 잊어요 군신유의 장한 충성 조정 사직을 못 잊어요 규중 젊은 난의 절행치사를 못 잊어요 항상 밝은 모친 조석 공대를 못 잊어요 규중 젊은 난의 절행치사를 못 잊어요 여보나리 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 세상 간단 말이 웬 말이요
펼쳐본 부인 말을 듣고 성은 되어 나오는 이 노기가 등등하고 살기가 중천 눈살이 꼿꼿 아장아장 나오더니만 여보나리 여보나리
세상 간단 말이 웬 말이요 일수파광 깊은 물에 양주 서로 마주 떠서 밧줄을 흥이 보던 이들 이제는 다 버리고 빨리 청산 가신다니 여보나리 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 여보나리
내가 집에 없으면 내 집을 종종 찾아다니는 것이 금이란 말이오. 그러나 그놈은 어두운 밤중이라도 노란 내가 힘이 나고 내 몸에 사는 무슨 내가 나니 자네는 꼭 여러분과는
항상 흑발은 모진 조석 공대를 못 잊어요. 혼신유의 장한 충성 부정 사직을 못 잊어요. 교주 젊은 나의 절행지사를 못 잊어요. 항상 흑발은 모진 조석 공대를 못 잊어요. 교주 젊은 나의 절행지사를 못 잊어요. 항상 흑발 너무나 너무나를 너무나리 너무나리
장한 충성
너무나리 너무나리 교주 젊은이
나의 절행지사를
너무나요 너무나리 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 너무나요 너무나리 너무나리
나의 절행지사를 못 잊어요.
혈주부가 울며여 짜오대 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 토끼란 놈분씩 한사하오 일로 충성을 다하오하 산에 홀라 잡은 토끼 뱃속에 달린 간 안내 보면 초복수라도 비소할 일이여 혈주부가 울며여 짜오대 혈주부가 울며여 짜오대 혈주부가 울며여 짜오대 혈주부가 울며여 짜오대 혈주부가 울며여 짜오대
냉회전 칠종 칠검만원 제갈량의 제주환이거든. 한번 나와 보낸 토끼를 언제나 신우허니까.
혈주부가 울며여 짜오대 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 당당은 배를 따보아 간이 들었으면 조련이와 만일에 간이 없고 보면 소신은 구족을 멸하여 주옵고소 신을 능지 처참 하늘에도 여한이 없사오니 당장은 배를 따보옵소서. 어따 이놈 벨주부야 어따 이놈 벨주부야
아 이놈 못쓸놈아 왕명이 지중하던 내가 어찌 긴망하랴. 옛말을 네가 못 들었느냐 하고리 악장을 하여 마음을 살을 곰이구에 방북이 되었으니 너도 이놈 내 배를 따보아 하원 들었으면 조련이와.
어따 이놈 벨주부야
어따 이놈 벨주부야 만일에 간이 아니 들었으면 온통한 나의 혼백 나라원이 되어 너희 용한 백년 살기 나도 못할 때요. 나의 소금만 오백만 한나라 시보다 못살 시키리라.
아나였다 배갈나라 아나였다 배갈나라 아나였다 배갈나라
똥밖에는 드는 것 없다. 내 배를 갈라 대구하라. 벨주부가 울며 여자오네 벨주부가 울며 여자오네 벨주부가 울며 여자오네 벨주부가 울며 여자오네 벨주부가 울며 여자오네.
Don't leave me all alone. This battle's a lonely one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PGI.S. You've had thrills, you've had spills, you've had amazing music as we now get down to the weekly final here for week number 4. A warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyle Laris. What a pre-show we've had. We've had everything. I've loved it. And now we're getting into the games. We have 16 teams vying for that $150,000 for first place. We have Poro. We have Clover. We have those fantastic teams going to battle in just a few minutes time. Poro, our top 16 is great for this week.
It's fantastic. It's different. It's new. It's a shuffle from things that we've seen in the past, and it's no matter what. At the end of this thing, I think we're going to see some shuffling at the top of that leaderboard when it turns in terms of overall money won. So that's going to make things interesting going into these final weeks.
Hell, a guarantee, Clover. FaZe is not here to defend their #1 spot right now, so whoever actually comes out on top here, or maybe even gets second place if they've already got prize pool on the board, are going to be able to jump ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there's, like I said, a lot of money on the board this week, and of our top 5 money winners thus far, 4 of them aren't here this weekend, so a ton of shuffling, as you said, indeed.
Definitely so. All right, well, let's take a look at the schedule. We have plenty to come on today as we have 5 games to start things off. It is Miramar, and then 3 Erangels afterwards. So you got to start on the desert and then end strong when it comes to the grassy pastures here, Poro. It's a little bit different from a constant switch up every single game, but this means now that people can really focus down here and adapt just purely from game to game based on what they see in this lobby of only constant top 16.
Exactly, and I think I think we're going to see some good play because of it. I mean, as we said, the shuffling is taking some big names out of that lobby, so a lot of these big areas that maybe people would try to avoid, like the FaZe area, the 4 a.m. area, the SDK area, those are now open. Those are now available for rotations. So, I mean, hopefully these teams have been doing their homework. DA doesn't have to fight anybody. They get the J compound. We're going to get to see what it's all about.
Just gets it. They better drop their Erangel, like, otherwise.
Can you imagine? They're just like, well, Rossock stars, that's fine. Let's chill, boys. But I think coming in, of course, your big favorites we're looking forwards. We've already spoken quite a bit about Gen G coming in the pre-show. I think everybody's eyes are really on them to do well. Poro, who else are you looking at beyond Gen G here to start things off hot for our top 16?
I mean, it's got to be Liquid, all right? I mean, Gen G, as great as their stats have been, Liquid has been right there with them the entire way. And I don't think anybody was really expecting that. I mean, I know coming out of Europe, everybody had their eyes on FaZe, obviously, and VP was kind of looking pretty hot coming in as well. But Liquid has always kind of been that team that's like, yeah, we think they'll do well, but we don't think that they'll take the whole thing, maybe. Who knows? But they're one of the teams that has just improved every single week in my eyes, and they just keep looking better and better. And I would not be at all surprised to see Liquid just absolutely pop off this weekend.
How about yourself, Clover?
I mean, I have to agree with Poro there. Liquids looked fantastic this week. We saw some clips earlier of performances that Clips put on, and we know that he's looking hot right now. Additionally, I think some of the bad performances that we saw from Team Liquid came from clashes that they had with teams that are not in this lobby this week. So it's going to give them some breathing room that they need to make it up to the late game and frag out.
And here are the teams getting ready and good to go. Clib is always looking hot. He is one of the most handsome guys in this entire lobby. Let me tell you that. Damn, that guy looks good. But here is Petrica Road as well, joining us. And this is their first ever weekly final. They don't have much money on the board here, Poro. Likewise, Meta, no money on the board. One of their first weekly finals as well.
Nothing. And I mean, that's the other part that I think makes this lobby so exciting, right? Is that we have these new coming wild cards that we don't really know how they're going to perform. Like, look, Meta has absolutely dominated the reseeding tournaments every single week. Now, is that a big result of survival tournament, just having that super settings back? I don't know. We'll see what Meta can bring in together. And then you also have that additional wild card factor of DA and Petrichor Road. I don't know what to expect out of those teams. I really don't.
Yeah, some other big names going to be entering the lobby as well. I want to see what Multi-Circle Gaming can put up alongside Infantry. There's too many names to talk about, but it's time. We are going to the desert to start things off. A huge thank you to Toomey, Perrier, Zowie, and especially Intel for joining us here at the PGI.S. We got experimental before with the music. It's time to get experimental now as we get into Week 4 final. It is the top 16, $150,000 for first place.
Thank you very much, Kay Laris. Yes, indeed, the mad scientist, the paper thin, and Toby coming at you once again for the PGI.S Week 4 Finals. Guys, PGI.S presented by Intel, where the gaming happens. And welcome aboard to Miramar as we get ready to kick this off. 10 games, Toby, to see who's going to come away with that top prize of $150,000 plus the crowdfunding money.
Yep, 10 games to see who's going to win, and for 3 teams, the first chance to get on board, you could say. Meta, Petrichor, and DA haven't had the pleasure of being in the weekly finals up until now, so my eyes are going to be peeled and seeing how they will go out and perform come this tournament. It's gonna be good fun to watch, and also there are some teams that I'm kind of curious to see where it's gonna drop. We'll see now. Liquid, they are jumping out late. Maybe they'll take over Faces Montenuevo, and seems to me like that's gonna be the case. No wonder why they wouldn't do that. They're still close enough to Picado to make similar rotation paths from where they normally would go, and yeah, everything should be good and dandy for them. In the meantime, though, as I say that meta, Ragnar, that's not your vehicle to take, is it? I guess I got away with it.
He took it anyway. May not have been, but yeah, he's going to run away with it, and Meta's going to kind of split out to the west and the north of El Azahar there in a 2-2 split. So quite an interesting start for the team the first time they're in here. And hey, that circle
it's finals.
Right up, yeah, right up in their wheelhouse there, up in the north. So that's looking pretty nice to start here for Meta and Peril. Like you mentioned, 2 of the teams that are along for the ride first time around. I mean, that is a rough circle. I mean, that's about as north as you could get off that plane path. So that is going to be quite interesting. Genji way over on the opposite side, but heading a little bit northerly at least. Nobody's quite into El Pozo, but for Genji, it's time to grab vehicles, loot along the road, and then see how they're going to go from there. And this is quite interesting, you know, for this team. They've qualified for the weekly finals pretty quickly. Both, you know, the last couple times, Toby. They seem to have a really good vibe on how to get it done.
Yeah, it's been a good showing for sure. This circle, I mean, it's a final circle, isn't it? Can we call it that? A final circle. This will be the This will be the canvas for what's to come, and it will only get more chaotic from here. If that's the case, I'm all for it. I know you will be as well. I mean, with the power within both of us, I'm sure we can hopefully go out and get some pretty fun and weird circles coming our way. And first one for sure, an interesting one, to say at the very least. Many teams have to rotate up towards the northeast, and for the teams already there, I mean, right now it's a Meta. First time they get to weekly finals, they have one thrown straight in their face, and we'll see now if they can make the most of it. I mean, they have 2 players down towards the south, Sills and Sparking, and Wicked and Ragnar up towards the center of the circle right now. They have, well, all the space in the world to take the compounds that they want to. So we'll see if they get to capitalize on that, or if shifts will go to the very edges and force them to rotate with it.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what they're going to do for sure. They definitely, early on, they'll split out a bit, and they'll kind of bide their time, see what they can, you know, keep a hold of, and then try to work their way together as time goes on, as a lot of teams do, of course. But yeah, for them, definitely very curious. It seems like they're really starting to figure it out as time goes on. Their communication clearly getting better. And if you talk to any, you know, PUBG player or pro, communication is oftentimes one of those things that makes the difference between a good and a great team. So for Meta to be able to compete still at this level, bringing in Wicked and all changing the language that they're talking in is highly impressive.
Yeah, and it's one of the regions, right? I mean, LATAM is one of the regions that have for a very long time been, I mean, just very, very locally communicative. Every time when we've had, like, it's just not the region, and I don't mean to sound rude to anyone, where English is is a first language. So forcing teams to, for some players, maybe not learn English, because they do speak some, but getting used to not only trying to communicate in English, but do it in game where there's so much info that has to come across incredibly quickly. I'm sure over the course of this tournament alone, where the meta players has had Wicked on board, their English has all improved massively.
Oh God, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm sure it's kind of, you know, trial by fire there. You have to get better fast, or else you're just going to fall apart. And for Meta, all the credit in the world has to go to them for their ability to step up and do really well in this. Gen.G looting a bit around the crater fields with Esther. The rest of them on the road heading through La Cobreria. ENCE, here again, it seems a little interesting. We haven't talked much about ENCE. They qualified pretty early on as well, and they're always seem to be around, Toby. Honestly, I like the way ENCE plays, but when it comes, I think their ability to get into the weekly survival, like their style benefits that quite well. But in the point gathering round, sometimes things can get a little bit tricky for them, as there are a lot of teams that are very aggressive when it comes to the our normal super settings points.
And that's the thing, right? Because ENCE, I think they're not flow, but they fit well with having other teams be the aggressors, because that gives space for ENCE to be the more passive ones, especially in the early game. Saying that, here's Tixu shooting at people at the 6-minute mark from a shack, but also Wicked getting himself first kill of the game. Two teams who got their first presence. One will be happy with a kill, the other one, Mill, not so much. Went for a vehicle, not getting one, and Mao now taken down as well. Something's going on up here towards the north. Petrichor, they had a good spot in the circle, but they're starting to fall apart now. 2 down early. Ragnar finds 1-1. They're dialed in.
Yeah, I mean, this is just 2 members of Meta up on their own, and they are really taking it to Petrichor Road right now. And in fact, Wicked looks to be driving out towards Mamu. They haven't seen any other members of Pero there yet, so they're going to see if they can get there to try to flush that. But meantime, it is Aches left, who has decided to try in, so that's going to send Wicked off. They're not going to overcommit to try to just get that point, and I think that at that point, the wise decision there for the Korean player filling in for Meta. Now, Ragnar seeing if he can maybe find another one, and Wicked just driving around, gonna grab a crate, and then head on back to regroup with his teammate.
Welcome to the weekly finals. There you go. There's your first kill, and with that, a crate. That's also their sitting center circle. I mean, that's the way you want to be introduced to the weekly finals, right? If everyone could have it go that way, then I'm sure that you're very pleased with it. Let's see this.
Oh, no way. Oh, my
Ragnar's
God.
on fire. He's feeling it. I like it. I like it. More of that, Ragnar. More of that indeed. Let's see Anonix. Oh, there's a Tianba player coming through the city. Did he hear that? Oh, yes, he just exactly heard it. I thought maybe the audio was going to muffle it up, but he's going back inside the building, giving himself some cover. One shot connected. Not a whole lot with it. Ming's allowed to drive through, but the remaining Tianba players are coming from the outside. Now they're going to have to turn around. You can see Liquid players over there as well, so a little bit of a hurdle, a little bit of a roadblock inside La Copraria will force the remaining Tianba players, and I would assume Liquid players, to wrap around the city.
Well, this is kind of a secondary loot spot for Gen.G. They looted a bit on the road in between Valle del Mar and El Pozo, and then they got here and looted up a bit more, and they were probably planning on eating some blue. Maybe there'd be one team that came through, but 2 is going to be potentially a bit tricky. PO watches Mings, not able to connect with that spray just yet. Mings is going to try to drive around. He's got a few hills just in. Oh my goodness, the headshot comes through. Mings going to get taken out. And I don't know that there's anything Tianba can do to help him.
Nope, double headshot connected. That's brutal. That is. It feels bad for Mings, right? It's one of those where you go, oh, great, he stopped shooting, and then you go, great, he didn't hit me with any of the barrel spray bullets. I should be safe. And then you see the first headshot connect, and you don't even have time to react to it before the second one's there as well. Great tax there from Pion to get himself the first kill for Gen.G. Great thing. But just to finish up the thought, if we go back a little to ENCE, and it kind of sits with other teams as well because of the way that the weekly survival works. When you're a more passive team in general, you rely on other teams to be the aggressors to grant you the space that you want on the edge of the circle. But because we then force teams to play more passive in the weekly survival format, going back to ENCE here, many of the teams that usually play aggressive, your FaZe Clan, your other teams like that, we've seen they just play passive. They sit and wait for the circles, and understandably so, because, again, you don't need to get kills, you just have to get wins. When more teams start doing what you do, it becomes more tricky to be the one doing that, you know? So I think that's, I mean, to go with what you were saying, where sometimes during the weekly survivals, they've looked a little off. Not that I think it's a lot. I think ENCE has been one of the more consistent teams in this tournament so far in terms of how they've been playing. But just weekly survival, I can see what you're saying, and I think that's got to do with ENCE not being not only, but one of the few passive teams, but everyone trying to do that. And that's maybe making their plans of approach or their plans of play a little more hard to do.
Yeah, if everybody's doing the same thing, it can make it a little tricky, but they do it extremely well, and that's why, you're kind of saying, they do tend to find ways in, for sure. And for Gen G, they're going to be finding their way in around Torre Ahumada, but there is a lot of blue and a lot of damage that they've been taking. Speaking of another team that likes to kind of play it a bit safe, that's Day Trade, is joining us yet again. Just doing a fantastic job getting those wins during the weekly survival, and you guys at home doing a fantastic job helping us out with this event, helping the players out, getting some extra money in their pockets. 5.6 million. Oh, James. Oh, noes. I'm sorry, James, but yeah, you drove at Roth, and Roth probably landed some pretty nice shots. And there you go. Oh, Senya, you can't drive into. Oh boy. He goes down the hill, and the rest of Navi is above him, and Longskirt just. How far away is that? I mean, Longskirt got that knock.
We talk about drive-by meta. This is the opposite. This is the kryptonite. Everyone is popping people out of vehicles today. We've only seen people getting knocked in vehicles. Maybe we'll see something else now. Yep, there you go, PU again with the double headshot. Vanotti got nothing he can do. Instantly down on his knees he goes and flushed immediately after. PU finds kill number 2, and I know this circle is tricky. A lot of people had to rotate far, but losing 5 players this early on only on rotation kills, that's unusual.
It is quite unusual, but it is a hard shifted circle, and sometimes we see hard shifted circles be relatively quiet, and today that's not the case. A lot of teams kind of having that same idea to want to go around that northern road. It is quite popular because it's fast, and typically a lot of teams don't camp around it very often, but let's see this shot from Roth. I am just very curious. Oh my god. Oh my god. Still, I mean, that's ridiculous. That's just fantastic shooting from him. Everybody's come to play today, Toby. They are fired up. I tell you what, that opening band we had must have really got them going. I was really vibing to that, but I kind of know a little bit more about them.
I agree with you completely, and while I don't know anything about the band, and for sure don't know anything about what they were singing about, it did seem to me, and I am by no means a knower of Korean music, but it did seem more local, and I like that. I like that about it, that the country representing the tournament goes out and says, okay, we know we have some bands that might be globally super famous, and we could just bring them on and play songs that you all know, but this seemed, to me, correct me if I'm wrong, seemed to me like a more local band that had a little more of a local vibe to it than the more global style music, and I thought that was great.
Yeah, they're called Lee Nalchi, Leenalchi, and they're kind of they combine like traditional Korean singing with kind of more of like an indie kind of, I don't know, hipster is not the right word, but or maybe it is, but that kind of like vibe with it. So personally, I find them quite interesting, and yeah, I like that they're more of a actual Korea flavor. They're not, K-pop is great, don't get me wrong, that's wonderful stuff, but I really appreciate putting a band like that on the center stage there, and hope you guys enjoyed it, and if you didn't, well, that's okay too, but it's not everybody's cup of tea. I get it is quite a unique singing style for sure, but it is very definitely traditional based.
Oh yeah, for sure, and I think it's great. It's one of those, that our country can deliver this, but we can also do that. I think it's great space for everyone to go out and show. And also with this circle, there is, well, in theory, space for everyone if they stand side by side. But in terms of playable terrain where you want to go, there's really not a whole lot of that space. So we'll see. Circle does go down towards the south. Next circle will shift away from some of these mountains. So I'm assuming to see a north side shift with the next to come. And while we've already lost 5 players, that just doesn't change a whole lot in terms of where you can go here. The mountains, the high ground positions are already under control for the most part. There is one compound open on the north side of the South Mountain. Other than that, there's a lot of lowland plateaus, low fields that you just cannot utilize as long as those hills are still in. The vehicles will get popped. You have to prone down, and even with that, you can be seen. Danche has eyes on long now. Petrichor, tough time today already, and they're going to lose one at least. Danche's going to find the Nux, going to throw the nade forward, try and see if he can get the flush with it. You can see the Steel's trying to come in from the side. Will he get to the confirm? No! He goes down, but Adder, fortunately, this is a teammate, gets the flush on in, and here comes Oath. Maybe you want to get away from this one now, Danche.
Yeah, he's got to drive pretty quick. Adder should be on the cover fire position, indeed. Going to be popping a few shots with his mini, but he doesn't like it too much either. He doesn't want to expose himself too long to Oath's sightlines, so he's going to send himself back over towards the other side of that hill with the rest of his team. Starlord out in front, so a 1-3 split for T1. Ents trying to rotate north around infantry, and Navi successfully able to find this small shack compound and trying to keep their vehicles somewhat safe. Zenith out to the north of them, but Zenith outside of this next circle. So it's Zenith's turn to get in their vehicles and try to make some kind of rotation happen. And like you mentioned, there's not a lot going on the inside of this circle because, yeah, there's a lot of really tall mountains to the outside of Cruz de Valle and Tierra Blanca. And so that makes things a little bit tricky, but Snaker's going to find Mamu and Petrichor Road to start out their first game. Having a lot of trouble. Akeslef trying to come up over the hill, seeing if he can get something done. Takes a whole bunch of damage in return, and he does end up getting taken down by the grenade. For Pet Caps, out go Pero.
Yeah, Petrichor out early. Unfortunate start today for them. But of course, still 9 games to play, and we know they can bring out a win in any game played. So we'll have to see what's going to happen with that. Sonics, in the meantime, once again, NA on NA action. They take the fight to Zenith. We have already lost H-Win. There are knocks on the Zenith side of things as well. Roth has gone down. They are trying to commit to the rest. Nate's thrown over, but look towards the east. Ends are starting to creep on in. Rustamar, you can see him on your minimap there, is closing forward with more players in the other vicinity. Ooh, we shift to the west. This is a brutal one. Hilltop in the center. Cruz del Valle is up for grabs as well, and this fight continues with people now constantly starting to fall down to blue.
Yeah, Gen G, for all their hard work to get a couple points early on, has been out in the blue for some time. Sonic's really getting torn apart here. Tickleton flushed and knocked out. Only kickstart knocked for Zenith. This is going to be Shinboy swinging around trying to see if he can find whoever's in here, but no mime. It's actually going to get Punich.
Wait,
finally, Shinboy able to just spray through the smoke and get that, but here comes Rustenmar and Ents. Roth is going to be shot and taken down, and you can see Zenith and Sonics for all this hard work they put into this fight, and nobody's gonna come out of this with anything worth talking about. As Shinboy, last one alive for the squad from NA.
Yep, Shinboy was so eager to flush his opponents that he accidentally also flushed Punich. That's that's unfortunate, but battles are a tough one, and unfortunately, the casualties will fall on both sides. That one even more unfortunate, of course, after the game or after the fight was technically already over. Boliang will do a little bit of damage towards Navi. Will manage to get away there. Orange and tapped down to low HP, but do manage to survive. Circle, as we said, over towards the west we headed, and it's just tricky. For everyone out towards the east, you can see Oath right now. They'll have to go through T1 first, but they also have to, go for everything on the inside of it, and there's just, it's so open. You can see this field they have to traverse through. It's going to be incredibly hard for them to get on the inside of this circle.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a real challenge. And there's Starlord, as I mentioned earlier, out on the 1 position for T1. And going to be watching Oath, who is now going to have to make a send. There's no choice. Circle's here. It's time to go. In the vehicles they load, and that's an open top Murado to make everything worse. Not ideal. For sure, you'd rather have the closed top one, definitely. But Starlord actually moves out away from this position, so doesn't want to be sitting there, doesn't want to be getting caught in one of those drive-bys that we do see. Gen G lost Esther to the blue earlier on, just didn't have enough health and other things, because Gen G just kind of got caught up in Cobreria trying to loot it, and too many teams were rotating through it. Dengche sees a pretty good angle on it to Relo. Relo pops out, that sends Dengche back around the corner, isn't able to find another shot just yet, so Relo at half damage.
This is absolutely terrible timing too. Starlord just ran over Adder, but believe that's the same thing we saw them do in the game that got them through here to the weekly finals, where Starlord in the very end of it ran over a teammate. They did end up winning anyway, but that is just not good timing. Meta now in the meantime taking the fight to Infantry. That's a tall order team to go up against here. We'll see if they can succeed up close. Xiaoyang goes down instantly. Ragnar finds one, Silson finds the other. Silson then goes down in return with Sparking out as well. They should have just 2 left alive. Yes, Wicked and Ragnar trying to bound, trying to get inside the circle. It is phase 4. It is starting to hurt, and now T1 taking the fight to Oath as well after the rest came back up.
Yeah, they're looking for the last member of Oath here. Adder going to be peeking out over that hill. Circle just continues to head towards that Cruz de Valle Church way up on the hill, so that's going to be an interesting one to finish this out. Wicked trying to win this battle against Infantry. Nope, it's going to be knocked by 9. Ragnar able to get 1, but Longsker on the hunt, tries to come over, doesn't need to get there. It's going to be bullying in time to finish the job. Team Liquid trying to third party this fight a bit, but Ibiza from the back. Rustenmar once again finding a good angle to get into another team's fight here and finds himself another knock.
Yeah, Rustenmar has kind of been doing a lone survivor thing where he's a little isolated from the teammates, but finding good angles, finding good ways to approach for the rest of the guys to make their way forward towards the circle. I kind of like it. And T1, fortunately for them, they get the elimination onto Oath. I mean, as much as I like a good disengage, because they can be more difficult sometimes than just saying, you know what, let's just take the fight. You can also only do it for so long, and I saw T1 kind of keep on backing off and making space for Oath, and they were getting closer and closer to Gen G. I was thinking, oh no, this might go bad. Should they back off for too long, they might be running into other opponents and third party themselves, but fortunately they did manage to stop there, put on the brakes and hold them off. Now Clip over the top, looks for 9, but he says no, not gonna happen. He's gonna peek for one more, only 8 bullets in the chamber. We'll see if that's gonna be enough to find knock number 2.
Mexi really trying to get that cross angle on to the members of Infantry, but they spot him out, and my word, 9 is dialed in right now. Those are a couple filthy shots that he's landed here on the members of Team Liquid. I mean, that is as fast as is humanly possible, I feel like, from 9 there with those shots. Just ADSs, it gets right on it, so it's going to be up to Ibiza. 3 frag grenades here for Ibiza. See if he can find some luck with them. Going to get a little bit of damage into 9. Going to go for another one over the hill. Cook it up nice and juicy. Will it land? Nope, Infantry hasn't gone quite that far ahead yet. Probably bounces a little bit further than he'd like off the side of that hill. 1 more grenade here for Ibby. Stun up in his face. Blue as well is trailing behind him. Now it's T1 showed up to the party. Okay, Ibby down, but Adder over the top starts spraying into Infantry. Gets 1 down. Dankche here being shot by Ents once again.
If you want to take down Infantry, you gotta commit 4 teams to it, and down they do go in the end of it. Nice double coming in from out of there, taking down Longsker and Bowling. So Infantry will fall in 10th, but as you said, great hold from them. Infantry, a team that missed out on the last weekly finals. They finally make it here, and they are out there feeling it. A team that's very dangerous to fight up close, and they showed it there how much it took to be taken down. Gen G and D8, neither team's been fighting too much in the early game, but now they are forced to take this fight with one another. No space behind them, and you can see a Freak of Freaks up towards the north might have a third-party opportunity should this not come to a close fast.
All right, Anonix has to put some smokes out. DA, yeah, over on the side to their east. And for Gen G, they had to fight Tianba in there, and I believe they must have won that fight. I'm not sure if they got a ton of help or not. Hard to say for sure. MCG still going to be centered up inside of this Church of Freak of Freaks, taking that position just to the southeast of it. And I gotta be honest, for the Freak of Freaks, this is going to sound a little weird, but they're pretty lucky in a way that Damwon Kia hasn't been in these weekly finals, because Damwon Kia on Miramar drops right next to a Freak of Freaks and has similar rotation ideas. In particular, Damwon Kia would like to take that spot that a Freak of Freaks is in. That is they really, really like this spot in circles that are by Cruz de Valle. They like to get up on this hill because you get a lot of information. It's not too brutal to rotate in and out of, but for a Freak of Freaks, they're going to be the benefactors of that. And I could talk about Damwon Kia all day, but I won't get too into it, Toby.
No, it's that's once you open that box, one of those type of things, right? It's been a weird tournament for them. I think that's the short. We can do the long at another point, but it's been a very strange tournament trying to watch them. We are seeing teams slow it down a little bit. I'm not sure if there were a little tech thing or it was just on the observer side, but we saw them jumping around there a little bit. Things got slowed down for a second. Now we are moving back forward. Seems like teams are back in the action. And this ends fight, again, a fight that you have to expect have to come at some point. Now it does. Diggory initiated with a good nade thrown forward. Danche falls down. Diggory's looking over the top. Can't really find an angle to find down Ada. Alco 5 is down as well, so just one alive right now. 7 kills still. Is a good performance for T1 in here in game number 1. They are one team short of placement points. Yep, there's not going to be any rest on that either.
No way.
Are you denying points at her this early? That's commitment. That's commitment.
Yeah, he just can't. You just can't do it. It just isn't going to happen. I think you're right. I think he is just going to deny the points. Indeed, T1 realizes there's not much left to do. ENCE wasn't going to have any reason to let them in, and had they gotten around to ENCE by some chance, DA's right there waiting. So honestly, I think that makes some sense. And smashing in to Tixu, but Tixu turns pretty quick there with some help from Diggory, but it's going to be Metrelius getting the first knock here. So some smokes coming out from Tixu trying to obscure the angles of DA, but Diggory flushed out by Smash. There's another night trading between Squeaky and Code Marco for each side respectively. Code Marco down to a sliver of health.
Yeah, we saw them qualify yesterday. Such a tough one against the Freak of Freaks. We'll see now if they can find the same success that they did against them in a 4v4. Coming up against ENCE, one is flushed already, one is knocked on the other side, and we'll see if Tixu can hold off while the rest is coming in. The push does continue forward. I think DA knows they need to wrap around here in order to make space for themselves, but Tixu finds the first one. Code Marco goes down, but he's going to get traded instantly. In return, nice shooting from Smash takes down Tixu. Rust and Squeaky are both alive on the backside, and you can see here DA, they might want to try and focus the rest. No, not going to happen. Marco falls down. Tixu does as well. And for Gen G on the south side, they might have a chance to wrap here because the Freak of Freaks, again, not really seeming to want to get a piece of the action.
Yeah, Afrika is playing very, very quiet in this one. The circle's been in the favor of them. MCG comes alive, sitting in that church for quite some time, really feeling like, hey, maybe we should get some points in this. ENCE going to go out in 8th place, but a pretty decent round for ENCE. They had to fight a lot. They third-partied some stuff. I can't take too much away from them in that. DA in trouble here, and here comes Afrika. They also are saying, hey, maybe we should get some points with these center circle positions. Going to reach out into the front lines of DA. Merritt taking some damage from Hikari. Going to be packing it back. And Ansi over the side, out-dueled by Smash. Smash is freaking rocking and rolling right now. Loki going to come up and steal that kill, though.
He is a terrifying, terrifying player up close, and he shows it time and time again. I'm surprised to see, other than a little third-party steal, that Gen G didn't do more to try and force the fight to Freak of Freaks in that situation. I thought they were gonna, I mean, when they heard the action on the other side, maybe go out and aggress. But then again, as you can see here, it is a tricky play, and if they look to get down the hill in any way, either you have to clear this entire hilltop, or as they do now, start wrapping towards the west. The only issue is, where do you go from here? Smokes are being thrown. Day Trade is straight below them, and they do have multi-circle gaming inside the church area too. In the meantime, Day Trade and DA both pushing towards that limp there. Day Trade now finally does find one. That vehicle's gonna be low on HP, bangs into the wall. Both get out. Fortunately for Loki and PO, they're both alive. Vehicle almost on fire, but Gen G stays alive for now.
Yeah, I mean, that's about all Gen G could do in that position at that moment. Akkad gonna try a drive-by, does get smashed there. With that, gonna get the follow-up from his teammate Hikari over the fence. Nice little push, but Akkad gonna pay the price for it. It's Shinboy! We forgot about Shinboy. He's still alive, Toby. All that time ago, Zenith got taken down, and here he is staking it out. Oh my god, Evil Lee, fantastic shooting, and Shinboy isn't able to steal that. Evil Lee able to clean up his own. Now it's Shinboy under fire himself. EJ, the only one alive for a Freak of Freaks, dives behind the wall, gets there just in time. Tank gonna go down to the combined fire of Loki and PO. Meanwhile, Shinboy has fallen as well for Zenith, but I mean, hey, Shinboy, those are placeable points, and he got that kill in there.
You cannot complain about that at all. When you lose all your teammates that early in the game and you still manage to find top 6 with kills to it as well, that is a very, very good start to the game for sure. EJ, looking over towards the side. He is a solo player, so he needs to try and hold off Navi as best as he can, and maybe, if fortunate, force them to take the fight towards multi-circle gaming. With this circle, of course, no one's really forced to do anything. So for EJ, I wouldn't expect to see him push forward, but as I say that, he's going aggressive on this. A little surprising to me. He was inside the circle up where he was sitting before. Of course, not really able to dictate much from that position, but up to back off down the hill. Oh, that nade just a bit too far. Orange throws some Flashbang as well. EJ wants to get back up the hill, but I'm not sure they'll allow it. Nope, not gonna happen. Tap finds him, so one more kill going in the favor of Na'Vi, and every team now 3 players up and alive other than Gen G, just down to 2. The plateau is in, the plateau is the dot. We're finishing inside the church for the first game. The game might actually end inside a building. That is a rarity. That is not something we see too often.
I think it's inside the church. I think you're absolutely right.
It's inside the building.
Yeah, I think this is pretty interesting because you can stay on top of this roof, and that means that you can try to farm the kills as people come in, and then when you're on, if somehow someone gets in underneath you, and it comes down to that weird healing battle, we'll get into it if it comes to that. So there's some odd things that could happen when circles finish inside of buildings. Puchil's mountain goating his way up. Na'Vi over on the northern side of the wall, waiting patiently as they are inside the circle. They don't have to move. They don't have anywhere to go. They got to position themselves for that Phase 9 situation. Puchil's is up, but now Flash and Nurens have to do the same because they're stuck down. Circle's going to be pushing in their back. Meanwhile, Gen G does have a couple compounds in front of them that they can move to, and then they're going to have to move into, I don't know what to call this outside area by the church, and I don't really have a good one, a fountain area or whatever it may be, but they can push forward, and then Pio's going to be the first man to lead the way.
I think I would call it a courtyard.
Sure.
Isn't that kind of what it is, a courtyard? At least that's what I'm going to go with now. It's up to you if you want to use that one as well. The calm before the storm, guys. It's getting quiet for now. And as you can see, the dot is literally inside the church, as holy as it gets. We'll see who's going to be the victor. Right now, it's Multi-Circle Gaming to try and defend the church, with everyone else encroaching from quite literally all angles. We'll see who's going to be the victor once this one comes to an end. And I think, again, this is one of those, once you see the first 1 or 2 knocks come in, all hell will break loose and this will be over. So do not go to the restroom now. Do not go for a drink. This one could be over in a matter of less than just 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, hold tight. It might go explosive, or people might, oddly enough, get inside the building and be able to just kind of wait each other out. We'll see. Daytrade committing a ton of utility to the bell tower. They want to make sure that no one from MCG is able to stay up there. In fact, Lingdu on fire, going to be knocked by the fantastic molly from Nurens. Besto on the side, though, sees Daytrade coming through the smoke, gets the knock on the Flash. Going to try to get the flush with the grenade. Going to be good. Flash down, 2 left for Daytrade here as Na'Vi working the fence line. They're going to have to make their way through in just a second. Circle going to be on their back. Besto going to be on the closest edge to it. Nurens going to get over that wall. Yes, there's enough smoke there to obscure him still from Navi's view.
Yep, that nade, unfortunately, not going as far as he wanted to clips the branch of the tree. Summer Multi-Circle Gaming, defend the church at all costs. They don't want to peek outside anymore. They're saying, you know what, let's just let the guys outside fight. We know it's going to end on the inside, so we'll just sit here, hold tight, and wait for it to come to an end. And as you were saying, if anyone else gets up on the roof now somehow, we might see a heal off in the end of it. Right now, no one seems to want to go inside this church. Multi-Circle Gaming is getting on lockdown. Na'Vi playing one side, Gen G and Daytrade playing the south side. Orange trying to slowly make its way forward. They need to try and wrap around, but here comes the opening. They should be getting into the church at some point soon, but for now, they don't want to.
Yeah, look at this. Evil Lee, so smart, getting up into those rafters. What MCG has done here is taken control of the inside of the church, and they're going to try to lock it down, knowing that the circle's going to end in here, knowing that this is the priority position. Na'Vi on the outside of the walls. Gen G and Daytrade, well, I say that. Loki's going to take Daytrade down. Gen G is having a massive round, start to finish. It has been a lot of fighting for them, and look at Evil Lee.
What is that angle? He's sitting up on the rafters. That is a very, very, very next level position that I don't think many people will be anticipating. I don't think they have a clue that he's up here. We'll see now. Here they go. Na'Vi are inside. Gen G try to make the players feel, but there's nothing they can do when they look up above. 1 player left alive, 2 players left alive for Gen G. They try to make their way inside. 1 goes down, 2 goes down. Lingdu from above finds all of them, and Multi-Circle Gaming stands strong in the church.
Yeah, really good placement there at the end of the game for Multi-Circle Gaming. They get the church early, they lock it down to the very end, and they are going to be your winners here in game number 1 of the weekly finals for week 4 of PGI.S. And this team, they just came up short of the money previously. This time around, they're looking to see if they can get some of that to come home. Gen G, they start out just with such an interesting round here, Toby. Way outside of the circle, go up to La Cobreria, kill 1 member of, I believe it was Tianba, Mings, and then they get that kill. They move over to, I think it was Tierra Branca, or no, it's a Torre Ahumada, and then pick up another one there. Go over to the south side of that church, pick up, they lose Esther to the blue, and that might have been somebody shot him a couple times or whatever, but they come up there, fight a couple other teams. That was a wild round for them.
Yeah, it was a strange one, and there were situations where, at least with what I know of Gen.G, I thought they would have tried to third party. I mean, they had an opportunity to third party T1 when they took the fight to Oath. They kind of held their fire there. Then when Afrika Freaks took the fight up over the hill later on in the game, I thought they were going to try and do something there as well. It didn't really happen. So interesting. I mean, they managed to stay alive. They managed to get all the way to second place. A good game for them, but maybe the loss of Esther early caused them to want to play a little more passive. I do like to see the more aggressive Gen.G. We see, especially like if you give PO a third-party opportunity, if there's a player that tried to capitalize on it, that would be him. But here they played a little more passive. They made their way to the end game, and good game for them overall.
Yeah, absolutely. A really good game for Gen.G there. Really enjoyed watching a lot of those teams. DA in particular had a pretty good round, I thought. So that was a good one, Toby, to start things off.
Oh yeah, tough game all around, crazy circles coming all the way through, but let's hop back to the desk and see what they have to say after that one.
Thank you very much, Clinton. Toby, that's right. We start things off with a fiery end, to say the least. And I have to give kudos. Multi-Circle Gaming holding it down when it could have descended into absolute chaos. Poro, Clover joining me here. Clover, that was brilliant stuff by Multi-Circle Gaming at the end.
Yeah, I mean, when the circle kept shifting towards, you know, the town they were in, they had a lot of opportunities to mess that up, but holding that building strong, that play with Evil in the rafters, chef's kiss. It was great.
Yeah, very, very nice indeed, Poro. What are your thoughts as we take a look at the highlights here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the story's going to be the hold there at the end, but I mean, Multi-Circle Gaming holding down that city from the very beginning. You know, we saw them in the 1-1-1-1 split all the way across the city, preventing so many teams from trying to make their way in. I mean, Day Trade tried to go in. It was only a last-minute decision for them to send it into the actual city. Gen.G was kept from breaching inside the town as well. So Multi-Circle Gaming, obviously, you know, I know chat hates to see the quote-unquote camping team get the win, but that was one hell of a performance for Multi-Circle Gaming.
No, it can be very easy.
I can't really call it a camping team. I feel like because they're the kill leaders for this lobby as well. Oftentimes we'll see those camping teams come through, but there'll be a low kill game. In this case, Multi-Circle really found a way to use it to their advantage through multiple teams. So it was really good to see come from them.
Tara?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, what do you want him to do? It's like, you get a great compound that the circle just keeps falling on top of. You want him to just kind of go outside, run amok, and take sprays at everything that comes in anywhere near him? No, you don't do that. That's not when you're trying to get a win. You know, I gotta, honestly, a lot of credit has to be given to Gen.G here, because we saw, I mean, Clinton even touched on it at the end there, the struggles that Gen.G had just trying to make it into this late game. And, you know, we were all sitting there talking about it in the green room that they had a very legitimate chance at getting that win there at the end had things played out a little bit differently.
Definitely so. Day Trade goes down, and unfortunately for Loki, taking ticks to the blue does not help. But as you pointed out, Clover, Rafters, very good position to be able to hold out from.
You know what? Knowing those trick jumps will come in handy. Sometimes it's good to see the pub fun make its way here into esports. And, you know, to double back onto the highlights just a little bit, I want to point out, we've done a little bit of talking about Day Trade so far today and their growth as far as a team. There were so many instances for us to see the Dave Trade of yesteryear, the Dave Trade that would make blunders. That was a very patient and I think cautious and smart playing Day Trade up until the end. Unfortunately, the circle just was not in their favor when we saw it in the courtyard.
Here are the numbers coming in. Let's see how things have shaped up towards the top. 18 points for Multi-Circle Gaming. Again, gone. It's a far cry away from is the first week of PGI.S for them. A lot of the pundits considering them as one of the better teams here in the tournament. In the first week, it was not materializing, but here so far, looking good. Gen.G, I have to say it again, Poro, I have a lot of chips on them when it comes to even the entire tournament. Never mind here, but after advancing in first in our weekly survival to get second here after a rocky road in this game, playing the way they did, but they make it work through patience.
Absolutely. I mean, if you place your chips on Gen G, despite the fact that they come in second here, I mean, you still got to be feeling really confident because they are playing smart PUBG right now, and we're seeing them play different styles as well, like that one right there, the having to eat a whole lot of blue damage, just knowing that the situation to come in was not really what they were looking for. They were looking to try to get as far into the game as possible. By eating that blue damage, losing 1 to the blue even, that was the best odds for them to win, is how they read it. So you gotta like the way that they're thinking right now.
I liked how Navi were playing things patiently up in the north as well. Clover, of course, we had a lot of NA on NA action in the north, as is kind of tradition at this point when it comes to PUBG, and then Navi played it quietly and then moved into Cruise quite nicely.
You know what, that is a good style for Navi. I think it was even you that we kind of talked about during the break. Navi has very unfortunate vehicle rotations, I think more so probably than most other teams. And there was a good opportunity for them to fudge up sending it, but they managed to work their way into the city pretty carefully, kept 3 up through the late game. And I really liked how they sat north on that church through the end. I know Orange kind of went a little bit wide, but, you know, he's keeping an eye out for Gen G, as one should.
Yeah, no, that was very important to try and make sure that he could keep that angle locked down. So, but of course, you know, trying to breach the position that Multi-Circle Gaming had was difficult. Let's speak about the East as well, though, Poro, coming in there. You had teams like DA, ENTS, I think T1 was over there as well. Infantry was in there. It was a big cluster, and trying to win out those positions was very difficult, which DA, I suppose, eventually won out and got themselves to 7th place.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were talking about it as we were watching. It was the waltz of third parties. Who was going to fight who at what time, and who was going to pull off at what time to save other teams. I mean, DA at multiple times were almost dead to Afrika. They were almost dead to Gen G. They were almost dead to ENTS. They win the fight against ENTS straight up. The third party comes in from Afrika, but Gen G third parties onto Afrika, which pulls Afrika off of them. Gen G pulls on to DA, then Afrika third parties. So it's just this whole weird dance and craziness going in there. And in the end, as you said, DA looking really comfortable in their first weekly finals lobby here, taking fights with brashness from Code Marco especially.
And there is Multi-Circle Gaming getting themselves the first win to start things off. Well, there they aren't. They're playing from China, but, you know, they're there in spirit. So good stuff by them to start things off. And I think, Clover, when you look at how this game played out, of course, yes, they had Cruise. Not a lot of teams really want to crash the town, especially early. Let's talk Cycles 3, 4, 5. So a lot of those teams in the East probably felt quite happy with their position to eventually move up the hill. But I guess they... yeah, everyone was thinking the same way, and there was a lot of teams over there.
Yeah, I mean, Cruise was kind of up, you know, in the corner, right? I think any smart IGL would have looked at that and said the probability it's going to shift towards the city is slim, so no need to crash it just yet. But when the circle started to favor that direction, we started to see a couple of teams inch their way in. And again, teams being a little bit careful, and if anything, you know, kind of doubling back what Poro said, that did stick a lot of teams out on the edge to try to play through. So I'm thoroughly impressed that Gen G was able to make it, because they had to fight so many different teams for that position to keep 2 up. I think even Daytrade took one out on that rotation. Is just so great. It's great to see them, as the situation changes, find ways to come back out on top. And in this case, getting them 2nd place this match, but 7 kills as well, which is what we like to see.
Yeah. Somebody other than me bringing up Gen G. This is going to be, you know, if you want me to gush about them all day long, I can, because they're damn good at this point. Their rotation seems smart, Poro. Even their dive bomb into the church wall, yes, you lose 1 on that move, but if you don't make that happen for Gen G, surely in that spot, then you're a dead duck. It's hard to get down there without that crash.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to lose a little bit in order to gain a lot, and Gen G is one of the best teams in this tournament that to know kind of those stakes and the risks and what risks they're willing to take and what they're willing to give up in order to progress a little bit farther. So I think you hit the nail on the head. That crash into the wall, huge play, and giving up that 1 player to do so, obviously worth it in the end.
Completely. I mean, ultimately, you've got to work with every commodity that you have available to you, and one of those is manpower here when it comes to the tournament. If you sacrifice 1 player and it gets you into a better position later on, good for them. They don't win things out, but they were damn close on being able to do so. The big question is now, coming into our next Miramar game here, Clover, who have you got your eye out for? Because it's our last Miramar.
Ooh, you know, I want to give Team Liquid another chance.
Sure.
I'm thinking maybe. Honestly, though, I do really like Afrika right now, and I think that this could be a good week for them, a good repeat week for them.
A card rolling on in there with their drive-by as well. Brilliant stuff by him. And let's get into it. It's Miramar once again. It's the desert. It's match 2 here for the week 4 final. Let's head over to Paperthin and Toby for all the sandy action once again.
Welcome back to Miramar, everybody. Indeed, it is Paperthin and Toby coming at you again for game number 2 of 5 on the day. MCG, the Holy Divers, are going to take the first game, holding down the church very, very nicely, putting a member up in the rafters. Very smart play to lock down that building. This lane path cutting across the middle pretty decently, a little bit southern heavy, but coming through. Let's see how this next one's going to shape up, Toby.
Yeah, you'd have to think that most people off of this plane path can go essentially where they would want it to. It's similar plane path to last game, just going south to north rather than north to south. But still headed on over towards the west. Liquid back towards Monte they go. Gen G will be out towards the west. Now we should jump in towards Poso. As I say that, are they going Poso? They jumped late for Poso. Seems to me like Navi might be going further north. Gen G got Posos to themselves. Okay. We saw last week Navi jumping into El Poso, but now that Gen G is back here, they get to claim it. Fair enough. And Starlord, are we going to start off the game with a kill? He's going for it, but nope, not going to happen. Away goes the Oath player, and they stay alive for now.
Thoughts on the Scar Iron Sight, Toby? Like it, hate it, don't care?
Oh, it's best.
As far as like
way
relative
to
iron
the game.
sights.
Oh, I mean, are we
Okay,
strictly
relative
speaking
to
the
other
model
iron
of the
sights.
iron sight? Okay.
Correct.
I
Relative
must,
to
okay,
other iron sights.
My die-hard honest opinion is that right off the bat, I don't look at enough guns in the game only with iron sights on that I feel like I have an opinion that is valid. But having said that, having just seen that crosshair, it does seem like it's one of the ones with more like it functions more of a, like you get more vision with it is what I'm trying to say, I guess. So in that respect, I guess the side is good. What are your thoughts since you asked? Because I guess I don't really have a proper one.
Pinpoint. The circle around it I can do without, but the pinpoint, the very thin needle that gives you that shooting point is very, very nice. This one not as good. This one not nearly as good. And like you mentioned, it covers up a lot of the vision that you have when you look down that SKS. I mean, nothing is as bad as the M24, but I'm just curious because we're seeing a few iron sights.
Why do you play so much with iron sights? Do you just not know how to find scopes, or?
I mean, it just, sometimes you don't find them. Sometimes you're playing Erangel and you got to shoot people. I don't know. I'm a very, I don't know how to say this, unique PUBG player. Let's just go with that. All right, speaking of unique PUBG, Dangche is trying to sneak up onto Akkad. He's isolated Akkad out here, and I don't know if Akkad has any clue in heck that the Dangche is over here. Now, he is driving the other way, so he might be able to get out of here without ever even noticing it. Oh, nope, he's just driving a little bit further forward. Dangche going to continue to get his game on, as he really wants to get behind, but I think Akkad's out.
Timing. Akkad gets away from that one, and once he, after today's games, go back in the replay, I think he's gonna realize that he he survived what could potentially have become a very, very free kill for Dangche, because I don't think Akkad had any clue whatsoever that there was an opponent in that compound. So fortunately for Akkad, does manage to get away. Circle, again, pretty center. Fortunately, we're shifting away from the power grid plateau to some extent. We know that to be a hurdle oftentimes in terms of rotations for teams having to maneuver across it. We've seen games end on the plateau itself and on the very edge of it. It's just brutal to having to maneuver around. Sonics had themselves an incredible win that also granted them the spot here in the weekly finals, playing off of it, and we'll see, of course. It could still shift north. There is still a chance they could go up there, but I wouldn't expect that to be the case.
Yeah, this one, it's flirting with being in that dead zone southwest of Picado that just has a lot of difficult areas to play in, a lot of flat terrain. So we'll see where this one wants to go. But yeah, I mean, that win Sonics had along the mountainside north of Picado was fantastic. I mean, you just got to see where the Sonics really excel in those close quarters combats. And now Dang Che is in trouble. He leaves that compound and finds a rock, and he will be able to, I think, just barely get out of bullying's purview. Indeed, he does. So, okay, for now is Dang Che heading back to the Los Leones area where T1 typically makes their drop zone. But yeah, I think for the Sonics, you know, it was a rough, you know, week in the middle there where they weren't able to qualify. They come right back. They said in their interviews that they were just went back to playing their normal game. They didn't try to do anything weird because they said they were trying to really dive center, get in the middle of circles on those weekly survivals. And instead they were just like, let's just do what we normally do and let's see how it goes.
I'm curious if Nine spotted Dangche in that bowl down there, because now Xiaoyang is coming over the top as well with no infantry. I mean, they don't shy away from a fight. If they feel like they have a engagement where they can get the upper hand, they will go for it. Adder, left, right, try and dodge and weave those bullets. Nine is doing everything he can to take you down, and oh, a headshot! You hate to see it. You hate to see it. The bullet to follow could potentially be the knock. One does connect after that. They're both down to under half HP, but somehow, Dangche and Adder, they managed to get away from there alive. That is fortunate, because Starlord nowhere near to help out. So good for them that they managed to get out of there alive.
I mean, Adder's getting a gold star for that one behind enemy lines, coming through and rescuing his teammate. That was risky, but for now it pays off for T1. And again, they bump into Oath. This time it's Starlord, who's out here by himself, and Relo. So the two shot callers for their respective teams kind of having similar ideas on how to approach this circle.
I mean, they are both leaving out of Leonis, right? And we saw early game, I believe it was Snaker stealing a very vehicle from T1, so they had to go a little further to fetch one for themselves. Can't always rely on the random vehicle spawns, and fortunately, it doesn't seem to me like any of the Oath players are opting to go too aggressive, even though they probably know. I mean, Starlord just vaulted through the window there. I assume Relo knows that there are people in the compound below him, which is a little surprising to me that they then still opts to stay up on the hillside. But he does have teammates that could scout out this direction and maybe see if there's someone roaming above him. In the meantime, a team that struggled to find any success in the previous game is Petrichor Road. They're coming in from the very far north right now. They're leaving Campo Militar as we speak, so that's essentially as far away as you could possibly be from this circle. They're making their rotation, and again, not in a hurry whatsoever. No stress. But we'll see. Hopefully for them, they can find some success. I mean, they are an incredibly skilled team when it comes to those close quarter engagements, like so many other teams. But I just feel like when they hit that stride, when they get into the groove, and you see a game where maybe early game they get a good fight going their way, you just know, oh my lord, this could be that 15-kill game that we know they're capable of pulling off.
I fully agree with you on that. I think they are an extremely streaky team, and a lot of it just kind of goes with sometimes if one of their players can get hot early game. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
They can pick up something huge. They tend to just catch fire and are able to ride that through some more fights, and they just seem to become one of those buzzsaws that is just destructive. Will chop you up like you're the softest tree on the planet. they're incredible. When they catch fire. But the problem for Petrichor Road has been consistency, and that's I've seen them for quite some time, and when they're on fire, they're amazing. But it sometimes takes them too long to get to that state.
You need to bring the matches when you get all the wood piled together, And if you don't have the matches, that fire won't really amount to much. That's true. They need the spark. They need...
True.
Whether it's a one-person thing that again, I can't be proud of saying that I speak Chinese, because I don't. And even if I did, there's probably a lot I wouldn't get in like terms of how they play as a team and communicate. But what we've seen from them, the few things we've heard from Petrichor, is that I don't want to say they rely on one person to go out and step up, but they seem like they have a lot of faith in how each other play. Whenever just the way that mechanically what we see them do in the game, they rotate together here, but they do like to spread out. They do like to take control. They do like to go, you know what, I'm going to peek that, but I can only peek this because I have full confidence that you will hold this one angle, whatever it may be, that I believe that you will hit the shot you have to hit in order to keep me safe and hold this angle. And that to me is a clear sign of confidence in one another. And that to me
Oh,
is also
absolutely.
they built it up together. Because you have other teams where they only function if they're quite literally shoulder to shoulder, where it's like we cannot go out and do things on our own. We only work well when we are, I don't want to say on top of each other, because that's not the case, but when they're playing very, very close. And that to me, I'm not going to say they can't still have confidence in one another. It's just whenever you see these teams split out wide, even in engagements, oh my lord, that's a terrible shift. We'll come back to that in a second. Whenever you see teams split out wide like that, even in the mid to late game, it just, to me, boats, they have good communication. They know what to do, and especially when they then pull off good plays off of doing that, that's very impressive to see. And I think PGI.S is one of those type teams.
Yeah, they're really, really good, top to bottom. They really, any one of them can frag out on any given day. We've seen it before, and Long does a good job, kind of shepherding that Chinese squad. A day trade is going to be seeing DA, a lot of the D's, and then an A followed up in the names of these two teams. And they are kind of vying for control of the area to the east of Chumacera. Gen.G, they're going to go south of Chumacera as they were wrapping late from El Pozo, went up to the Monte Nuevo hillside, checked out stuff there. Oh, EJ, the last one alive for Afrika at the end of that one, almost becomes the first one dead. As he drives through, maybe there is death yet to be found as MCG and Daytrade are around, but Team Liquid helping out a little bit, at least keeping Daytrade at bay. Afrika's going to dive right into the middle of Chumacera. In fact, I think MCG is going to do the same.
There are only so many angles of approach when you come into this. We see, no one other than Infantry right now and T1 trying to wrap in from the south, meaning you have to send it up over this hillside. You're running uphill, you don't have the info on what's on the other side, so the only thing you can do, because there's already teams like Daytrade up here, because there's already teams like Sonics trying to prevent you from making that full-on rotation up that hill, you have to just full speed send it forward. Unfortunately, well, there's Chumacera that you can crash into, but then when you get there, you don't know where the opponents are. You don't know if they even are any opponents, and if they're there, you have to really, really quickly pinpoint all the opponents' positions. Are they up the hill? How are they spread? Are they sitting two in the same building? There's so much info you have to try and obtain within a very, very small time frame, because now 1:30, then we're going to see the next circle pop. If this one then goes away from Chuma, how do you leave that city without knowing where your opponents are positioned? So it's just incredibly difficult. Smash continuing to do Smash things. It's going to pop people out. Not sure if it was out of vehicles or what it is, but Daytrade farming the multi-circle gaming players we saw crash just on the northeast side of Chuma just before, and Rustin at the same time. Well, PGI.S finally made their presence known in the circle, and Rustin up close.
Yeah, Rustinmar doesn't seem to have any kind of escape right now. DA finding some good grenades to finish what they started. That's going to be Orange going down to Loki. Gen.G waiting at the other side of this hill for Na'Vi. They heard him coming. They've been waiting. Let's see if they opt to try to fight this. Anonix not really going to be able to help from that position unless Na'Vi comes up and over that hill pretty deep, but in which case that's probably, if the fight happens, then it's gone sideways for Gen.G. But Na'Vi doesn't want to aggress just yet. Pretty typical for Na'Vi. They're not an ultra-aggressive team early game. They'd rather kind of wait you out, try to set up position. Senya's pretty far away from this as well, way over on the western side.
I like how Senya is playing this one, staying out towards the west, getting the vision for his teammates to try and make sure they can wrap further towards the side. And look at this, guys! Look at this, chat! You've all been asking for it, you've all been waiting for it, and there is your code. Get your EP in, your guaranteed EP, because now, of course, it's too late to vote for who's going to win the tournament. This weekly final. Get your points in, and you can get yourself some skins with that. And with that, too, let's see who gets the circle here. Where are we headed? Where are we headed? South is where we go. Tianba, get down to that compound. You know it's a magnet for circles.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw, I believe it was Liquid win one there the other week. So, yep, that one is definitely going to be the looks of where Tianba is going. As you can see, M200 and Lurena coming down the hill, and they are, I think M200's got a control on that vehicle now, and he's going to head on in. T1 settling up to the southwest of them, and they're going to try to lock that down. Ents working their way in from the north with Sonics still waiting. They were in the circle, so Sonics can hang out inside of this U-shape and these warehouses over there. Puchil's a Daytrade still up on the hill to the east of Chumacera after settling up at the church. Early on, kind of jostling for position with Daytrade. This is going to be where they go, but for Ents, so far so good. They might crash this. They have to now. They don't have any choice. I think they have to.
Yeah, and this is a full send if I've seen one, and somehow they haven't lost one yet. As I say, that Diggory does fall initially, will get flushed out as well. Minx committing to the flush shell insurance. A lot of damage done, but there's still 3 up and alive, and this is a full reset. We'll see now if they get the time to get the heals on up, or if they don't. Minx falls down instantly, takes a nice hold there. Let's see, low HP. There's maybe 100 HP spread between all 3 of these players right now as they try to buy time to get healed back on up. M200 on the side he goes. Tigzu can't find him initially, does find him after that. 1 falls, Tigzu goes down and return, and Rena now falls 2. Squeaky trying to stay tight. There's a 2v1 right now with the potential opportunity of a res on towards Tigzu. So somehow, Paper, this has worked out in the favor for ENCE.
Oh, great grenade in there. He sprays through, just not quite a... Okay, no, it's Squeaky's. Oh, no. Squeaky's Molly is going to get the knock on the rest of Mar, but Squeaky's there waiting, getting his teammate revived. And there's some shots now being shot into this compound from other angles. Linshu gonna look around and see what... Oh, God, Star-Lord almost just knocked him there. Just hit him in the head. And here comes T1. T1 would rather have this position or the kills potentially. I'm not sure what the grenade from Squeaky is going to find the annihilation of Tianba. And T1 has now showed up to this party, but they're going to have to be quick because it's not going to be too much longer here before ENCE is back up to 3 with good health.
Knowing T1 and knowing how much time ENCE just got off of this, Star-Lord is off in the other compound. There's no way they're pushing into this. At least not before they all fall together. And even then, I would assume to see T1 play this one and say, you know what? It's really annoying that you're right there, ENCE, but we don't want to push it. We'd rather sit here and hopefully get circles going our way.
Yeah, they could have been a little quicker on the draw with that, I suppose, but it was hard. It all happened pretty fast, and going into that situation, ENCE doing a really nice job there, pushing into a really tough team in Tianba and making it work. Some good shots coming through for them, some good angles being held. Tianba just not able to get their defense set up in time, and wow, more hard shifting, more ping-ponging as we go up to the northeast with this one. So Day Trade, that church up on the hill is gold. Are we going to have another church finish? Is that what's happening?
Oh, that's what we're doing. We're just hunting churches today. That bodes for interesting games. Guaranteed Pachinki and Ruins endings on a Rankle coming up. No, of course, that's not necessarily the truth. We'll see. Maybe it is. We'll have to wait and see. Meta trying to make a rotation forward into an area of the map where there really isn't a whole lot to play. They found the ball here. Good for them is that the mountain on the south side has just been shifted out, and they were rotating from that direction as well. Here comes a Freak of Freaks, though. Why not try and see if we can fit some more teams into this compound? Clip goes down there. It's elsewhere on the map, but Freak of Freaks, they're fully committed to this. All 4 players making the win, but you can see Squeaky. He cannot go out and peek afar because there are players now on the hills looking over the top. One goes down, and Sia instantly out with a nade as well.
Yeah, some really good throwables from Squeaky. Gonna get the knock there. Hansia trying to be res. T1 wrapping around to the side. Aqua 5 not able to get across to the other side behind the safety of the building in time. It's gonna be another knock here for ENCE. And Star-Lord looking to try to cover his teammate, see if he can go for that res motorcycle. Going to be put inside of the building for Afrika. Navi now, hearing all this commotion, I would expect to maybe try to drive by, try to do something else while this is happening. With Meta on the other side, they can just kind of move on for now. Genji's going to opt to push up the hill into Zenith. Zenith entrenched. This is the northern side of Chumacera. There's the Sonics onto the Team Liquid team. So there's a lot of teams playing Ring Around the Rosie here up on the northern side of Chuma.
Yeah, again, as we talked about in the previous circle, this one isn't really a whole lot different. The areas and the angles of approach, because there are compounds on the edge of the circle, it makes it so incredibly difficult to find your way in, especially when there are multiple teams on that side. So Liquid, Gen G, and Sonics all trying to fight their way forward. In the meantime, we saw Na'Vi trying to make their way up towards MCG. That's a good nade through the window. Solid throw by Tap. Gets it in there. Gets the knock on towards Lee as well. But can they get up and get the flush? I'm not sure. Senya falls. Mime now falls down. I'm not sure how he just got knocked there. But unfortunate, of course. In the meantime, over the hill goes Genji, but now DA. They want to chiming on this fight as well.
Well, for Gen G, if they can get Team Liquid and Zenith to start fighting, they might be able to just change directions, go for DA instead. And there's going to be a good grenade to hit Metrelius. That's going to back him off. Healing has to be coming out, and Punij finds just enough of an angle to punish Gen G's rotation. And for them, this is, a moment to stop, regather. And again, this is Sonics Gonna go around the other side of Team Liquid. Genji's Loki catches Poonage out in the open. Says, okay, you want to come out and headshot us? Then I'm gonna come through and get you knocked. Next, Roth, out of bullets, click, click. That SKS is out. And Loki continues to look to barricade Zenith in now.
Yep, compounds continuing to get shifted away from here. Come DA over the top. They don't want to have Genji right next door. Smash finds 1, Smash finds 2. Continuing the onslaught that has already been going its way here today. Finds the 4th kill of the game. I believe Pio will find himself flush with the nade, of course, but the kill is still going to go in favor of DA. Anonix trying to stay alive as a solo player left, but I'm not seeing how that should be possible. In the meantime, Liquid trying to take control with Zenith. Zenith still inside that compound. Ooh, that molly. Was that them who threw it themselves? I believe it was. Liquid down to low HP, but will get healed up.
Yeah, that one almost disastrous for Liquid. Code Marco gets Summer Multi-Circle Gaming, your winners. Game number 1 out. Loki falling to Mexi. So still Inonix left alive for Genji. Kickstart down. Roth underneath the stairs trying to find some way out. Does see James looking the other direction along the fence line. Going to take him down. Has to turn and not fast enough. It's going to be Ibiza getting the job done. And Anonix comes out of all of this. Is he going to come over and try to get the last 2 members of Liquid here? I mean, he is really, really damn good, but doesn't matter. Mexi's better in that moment, and he's going to go down. Sonics do find, in the midst of all the chaos, the ability to come into the northern part of the circle.
Let's see, Liquid still alive with 2. Unfortunate the flush came through as Zenith made their way out from the compound. EB not fast enough around the smoke there to try and see if he could take him down before he lost his teammates. Sonics, in the meantime, I should say, they found their way in, but they do not have a whole lot of space to maneuver around up here. Mime, after somehow knocking himself, does manage to get back on his feet, and Liquid are now slowly but steadily making their way down in this direction.
We'll see if they can find some kind of space in this next circle. There isn't a lot to be found, even for DA. They're running out of space as well, and yep, there's Flash. He's going to get that knock, and he does manage to confirm it just before DA's able to track in on the downed player. T1 is doing a good job against Ents in that compound where that fighting began quite some time ago, and Ents is slowly falling apart. Afrika Freak's still in there as well, as that compound still holds on to the southwestern side of the white. Sonics, well, they're going to get underneath that very, very steep hill underneath Day Trade, and maybe they'll be allowed to stay under there. Pero came in late to this party, and it is going to be Aches left, getting a grenade from Snakers from Oath. Oath pretty close in that compound just to their south, and Mamu has snuck his way up inside here. The solo mission for Mamu is going to have to work pretty soon because the rest of Pero is falling apart.
I was just gonna say, Mamu, you need to do something here, buddy. Your team is dying by the second, and he's not going to be able to do anything. He reveals his position, shoots at a player with his back turned, can't find the knock, and now he's going to go down and turn after that. The circle, well, we talked about the church magnets. It's coming in once more. Up towards the north we go. They trade sitting center. We'll see if they can do what Multi-Circle Gaming did last game with multiple opponents around. Not sure, of course, if it's going to end inside the church, but in the nearby vicinity, that is by this point guaranteed. Hikari is going to be the first one to try and leave that south side compound as the circle shifts away. Infantry now closing in on towards the compound towards the north. Oath has 2 knocked players. I'm sure infantry saw and heard that, and they're going to try and see if they can make a play on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, this is classic infantry. They feel like they have a good chance to get into that fight. They absolutely will take it. The circle as well, dictating some of that decision making, of course, because they are pretty far outside of it. Hard shifted up to the church. I think it's a little early for Easter here, Circles, but I guess it is what it is. The churches are going to be where we go. T1. Going to see if they can catch Meta sleeping a bit. Meta just going to get into their vehicles right now. T1 trailing behind, no vehicles for them. So instead of shooting, they are just going to continue on foot, keeping themselves out of the vision of any of the other teams. Hikari is right at this spot that Meta is at. This is kind of weird for Afrika because they still have Ents at the other compound, kind of keeping them busy. That fire is going to land right on Hikari. Nothing he can do there, sparking around the corner, but here comes T1, third-partying this fight, getting some good shots in onto Meta's backside. And let's see, T1 has, there isn't a lot of cover. I know that you can see the tires are pretty much done onto that Bronco. Afrika has that Murado at least, so they're going to load up and peace on out.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot you can do with that, that's for sure. I like how that, I mean, Meta's Molly that he wanted to throw through that ended up going off on the wall there actually paid off good for them because he was still outside. So fortunate situation there. T1, as you said, got out there trying to isolate the compound now. Squeaky, last one left alive, 2 smokes left to play around. Still plenty on the ground that he can try and utilize. Run and sneak his way forward. Adder finds Sparking, down for the second time. Freaks in trouble as well. Just 1 kill for them so far and 2 players left alive. There's really only space for 1 team to play on this side of the circle come the closing of this one. And right now it seems to me like T1 will be that team.
I mean, what a move by T1 to come out the side. Great grenade from Aquavive finds Silzen. And it's going to be Oath going down to Day Trade behind the fighting of this battle. Akkad trying to get the last member of ENCE down. Squeaky rides the blue with some smokes along the way. Ragnar still alive, going to be the one to take down Squeaky there. Akkad spraying into T1, but Dangche's shots are good. Sends him packing behind the hill. Hansia alive as well. Basically full health for him. There goes Ragnar to T1, and what a flank here. What a move by T1. They come around the side of a couple different teams and rake in a lot of kills because of it. And now they got to square up against a Freak of Freaks on the edge of this. Oh, good shots. Akkad gets the headshot. Looking to pop some more heads.
Okay, I think... Oh, that's over the top. Oh, that's Manotico. Fine. I was gonna how can they still get ankles on them? But it's from up above. The shots are coming in down towards T1, and now infantry crossing the road in the midst of all of this. They want to take the spot away from a Freak of Freaks. They heard the commotion on that southwest side. They want to try and see if they can steal this spot away. Xiaoyang does go down as they approach here, though. Nades, mollies, everything being thrown forward to try and isolate a Freak of Freaks. At least allow for infantry to get the rest on up towards Xiaoyang. And I like the play, even though T1 did just go down. As you said, smart push from them. Great push around. Great sweep around that side there. Here comes DA as well, though. Just 2 players left alive. They want in on the south side of the road too. Final circle has yet to be shown. Long skirt down to the vehicle explosion. No flushes so far. They did manage to get Xiaoyang up, so they might still be able to get all 4 players up on their feet. 9 solid sprays down, but cannot find the knock on towards Hansia.
Oh, that is so close. Hansia just barely escapes the knock status there. He's going to put on some heals. He does get clipped by that molly, but he's going to be okay. Doesn't find a knock again, so it is razor thin for Hansia right now. The edge of the knife. And there are the stuns. There's gonna be one up the top. Akkad sees Longsker. Longsker did get res. It's gonna force another stun out of his hands. A lot of time being bought here. Hansia is gonna find a double, but he is gonna get finally taken down by Longsker. Akkad, I don't know how many more stuns you have left. He gets into Longsker. There's only one left. Not able to do it. It's gonna be Zhao Yang. Gonna get the last kill onto a Freak of Freaks, but they almost single-handedly take down infantry. Code Marco and DA. It is their turn to try to finish the fight.
You have to try and make a player, and if you're DA, especially have to try and make a player. He saw the one alive now, shots over the top, and there you go, the flushes come through. 2 more kills will be rewarded to a Freak of Freaks, but smart play by DA. was waiting for them to make the play forward, and here's EB. He's been a solo player since there were 40 people alive, and finally, Liquid are eliminated. He did his best. He does manage to make it from 11th place, where Mexi went down, into the top 5, so at least placement points did come to Liquid in this one, but out he goes. Let's see, final circle. Are we going to go inside the church? I almost think it's probably not going to be possible, even with the North hard chip, but we could be very close. And, well, I mean, if there was one more Miramar game to play, I wonder how many people would just instantly try and jump inside the church. It's just because, you know, I mean, it's also superstition, of course, but yeah.
It's what's called the gambler's fallacy if you start doing that. Well, it is outside of the church, but it heads a little bit towards it. And so for Day Trade, is this a Winnie for Flash? This is amazing. I mean, 7 kills for Veronica, by the way. What in the world has he been doing on the backside of all of this? Just raining fire down on other teams, apparently. Tiggleton trying to defy gravity on the steep cliffside behind here. You can see that right on the right-hand side of your screen there. They're trying to work up this hill, and he has managed to get here. For now, I don't think Day Trade very aware of it. The rest of Sonics cleaned up Ibby, and they are looking to flank around, find some way maybe to try to keep Day Trade bottlenecked inside the church if they can get around in front, and also keep the other teams that are underneath that hill from tearing into them.
Oh, one more attack could do it, but no. Code Marco stays alive. And I think Flash has moved along the lines of 20 meters this entire game. So you can't really fault him for not having found the DMR, because he's probably only looted a few buildings that are there. And as far as I know, they landed 2 on that compound at church. So this hasn't really had a chance to go out and find anything else. And maybe if he did, he's run out of ammo and he's now been forced to play the mini or the Winchester. Let's see, Milt across the street he gets. Will he be able to do more than that? I'm not sure. Mithralius with the vehicle as well, trying to find a place to play from. Phase 8 will end outside, and that's what I think the trying to wait for. Just hunker down, prone it out, force these teams to fight, and then maybe if you're lucky, you'll have enough damage been done on both sides that you can take a good end game, maybe 2v3, 2v4, even less than that if even more lucky, fight in the end of the game.
Yeah, there's quite a few dead bodies around the outside of this for DA, so a lot of utility going to be able to be picked up for them potentially. Some smokes and other things that they're desperately going to need for those late game situations. Venotica looking to add to that massive kill count he already has. 7 big ones for him, as he has that SLR up from the bell tower. Sees Metrelius behind the tree. The other members of DA both lined up behind that tree. If he had any frags or anything like that, I think he could get him in there. He had a nice throw. Some good timing on it. Mill is still going to wait up on the side of this hill. Is Mill just out of heals? Is he just completely out of any bandages, first aid kits, anything? He must be, because he hasn't tried to heal. Tickleton, in the meantime, has managed to get his way up onto the side of the church.
I mean, they were getting peppered by Oath for, I want to say, solid 4 or 5 minutes straight, right? Where nades and whatnot just came flying their way, so I wouldn't be surprised if he is quite literally completely out of ammo. Oh, H-Win taken down by Banatico from the roof. 8 kills for Banatico in this game so far. More damage being done. Poojuice finds one as well. Flash thrown downstairs. Poojuice finds the double. Solid play from him. Unfortunately, Banatico manages to flash himself there. Will he jump up? Will he try and get the kill? He spots Tickleton around the side. He goes, and there are the kills confirmed. Day trade. Kill number 12-9. 1 kill from double digits, and here is your final 3 teams. Mill, how much damage can you do? They know that a player crossed, and for Code Margo, no helmet. Actually, no, a broken 3 helmet, and barely a best to play around. Mill finds one, finds the double! That is everything that DA would have hoped for. So much damage being done from the solo player on the other side. Poojuice finds one, Code Margo falls down. Mill 8 HP, and as you can see, 0 mets. Has to play the rest of the game with no more heals left. Poojuice, you're gonna go down to this one, that's for sure. So just one player left, and now it's 1v1v1. Code Margo commits to the rest. Not gonna happen. You have to push for the forward.
All right, Metrelius looking around the sides of the smoke. They're going to be able to keep itching with that knocked player. Flash busy trying to deal with Mill. What a play from Mill to get that double. I mean, that is crazy, crazy bad for Day Trade. And there you go. Going to be finished off by Metrelius. He doesn't even get the kills, really. He only is able to pick up 1. Flash going to watch him. From poor Mill, indeed, no heals available. Flash is just going to try to wait this out, but that's going to allow Metrelius to get up behind Flash. Flash finally finishes the job, looking to outduel Metrelius for this win. DA looking for their first win on a weekly finals in their first appearance here, and they are going to be ringing around this smoke. The Flash is going to see Cone Marco potentially. I think he caught the feet of him in the smoke, or at least thought he might have saw something, so sprayed in there a little, didn't get enough damage to get the finish, but it's going to come through here very, very shortly. Metrelius wrapping around the smoke once again. This is guys in the middle. He finds the angle, and he's going to get the win. DA coming through with a 9-kill chicken dinner.
Exactly what they were hoping for. They were looking for the solo player. I mean, they probably expected it to be Sonics that would do the majority of the damage, but Sonics didn't find anything. In the meantime, Mill did. 8 HP is what he had to work with, and somehow finds 2 knocks, allowing for DA to cross over. And as you said, Digital Athletics' first presence in the weekly finals, and they grabbed themselves a win here in game number 2.
Yeah, it's just really well done, navigating a lot of those fights on the southwestern side of the circle early, having a great third party against Gen G and Zenith as they fight each other to leave, and then they just hold off the teams that are coming out of that compound to their south, you know, whether it be Afrika, who else was down there, a T1 and Infantry, I think, and they're doing a good job holding it off. But I mean, that 9-kill win, very well handled by DA. Day Trade, though, they're going to be kicking themselves about that Mill moment. They cannot afford to lose 2 there.
No, they had a 4v2, like 4v2v1. You have to expect the team with 4 alive to also be the winning team coming out of that. But unfortunately for them, Mill gotta give credit to him. We've talked about Petrichor a long time. We oftentimes talk about Ixlef, but Mill, the one to bring it home. Mill also the player that bested STK in making their way to the weekly final. So clearly a player with a god-tier aim, showing it there as well. Crazy game, and as you said as well, Paper, DA, I mean, they were sitting on that north side. They were waiting for a time to pounce. They're waiting for a chance to push over towards the south. Once the fight escalated between Afrika Freaks, T1, and all the teams on the south side, they said, now let's get across. Then once all of a sudden a card starts just popping up against infantry, they managed to go down and get the kills and clear that entire side. What a hell of a match. Let's hop on over to the desk now and see what more they have to say of that one.
Damn. We get the victory. Oh my days. DA gets themselves the win off the back of that. I thought maybe a guaranteed second if they were just going to sit behind this tree, but no, they managed to go all the way with this one. I've got Poro and Clover here joining me off the back of this. Clover, that was another wild finish to start things off.
You know, it could have been anybody's game there at the end. It was so close and well fought between Day Trade, Petrichor Road, and DA. Everybody wanting kind of their stake in the church there. In fact, I think we even saw a Winchester.
Cheeky winning. Not bad. Poro?
I mean, anytime a Winchester comes into play, I get excited. But we saw so much action going on to the south side here. DA somehow managing to kind of, I think Toby hit the nail on the head. That wrap on infantry was just an absolute thing of beauty, and I think ends up winning them the game there. Had it, as you said, it was a guaranteed at least maybe second place if they play it right. But Mill out of freaking nowhere with the two-piece on the Day Trade. I mean, how does Day Trade wipe the entire Sonic squad without taking any damage, and then Mill just comes out of nowhere and yeets them into third place? That's unbelievable.
Yeah, Mill with a great play, and we said it at the beginning of the day, Clover. For Petrichor Road, they've had a bit of a tough time during this tournament so far, but back to week one, fantastic stuff from him. He only got one kill off that. I'm so sad for him, but Mill making it work for Petrichor.
I mean, and it could be toxic to flush your kills. I know he's being a little bit polite there, but yeah, having that stolen, unfortunately. You can see Day Trade racked it up in terms of kills today. This play with Sonics, which to me, I think was a little bit interesting because there was an opportunity a little bit earlier on for Sonics to take that wrap downhill, play the eastern side of the church a little bit more out of sight from the players of Day Trade up on the roof. But Mill was kind of the presence there as well that I think was really preventing that positioning coming in from the Sonics. And when infantry and DA cleared out that opportunity, they were already kind of committed to playing that position where unfortunately we saw them see their demise.
DA with the second win of the weekly final here. It's great stuff for them. Of course, coming off the back of MCG getting the previous win. I thought MCG was going to have a pretty decent game in this one, but the circles were a hard shift in Poro, really not lending anyone any favors apart from, I suppose, Day Trade in the church.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, our final two, DA and Day Trade, two new, I guess Day Trade's not a new participant here. They've been here a little bit before. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. These hard shifts, especially when you're down in that Chuma area, because every different quadrant there in that Circle 2, Circle 3 plays so dramatically differently. And as you said, Day Trade kind of winning the lottery by getting the top of that church. And I gotta feel like maybe Sonics are going to go back and look at that and think of what could have been, really, as they were doing a damn good job of holding all around that area until they weren't.
Don't worry, Poro. I'm good at DIY. I hit a lot of nails on the head. It's okay. But I tell you who really does. It's Venotica. Jeez Louise, Clover. 9 kills coming in from him.
He's so insane. I've been singing Venotica's praise all week long, and this is why. He's so warmed up right now. He's Frag City for Day Trade. You see with that 1k damage. Oh, you'd love to see it. And Norans as well, really putting the work. Poochie's up here is saying, I mean, we've got pretty much the whole day Trade spot up there.
Even Day Trades here. Brilliant stuff. I mean, the thing is at least, I mean, what was this? Enemy at the gates? Considering these guys up in the tower here, Poro, were able to just blast at everything that they wanted. It was, admittedly, a very strong vantage point for them to be able to work from.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you though, man, Venotica, obviously 9 kills, fantastic performance, 1,000+ damage. But even with all the kills, all the damage he did, the only thing he's going to be thinking about is why couldn't I get those last couple of shots into the DA boys? I mean, it was so close. You saw he had them absolutely pinned down, and DA for their part doing a fantastic job of working that line of sight and staying away.
All right, well, let's take a look at the overall standings then. And off the back of these 2 games on Miramar, Day Trade have been able to seize the top spot so far from them. It goes to show that a lot of work has been put into this, and they've been able to do well from it. Clover, it does feel like, as well, though, that they're very fluid when it comes to these kind of slightly urban, slightly compound-based fights towards the end of the game. They're looking good with it.
I mean, you know, it really aids itself to their more cautious mid-game style where we won't see them take too many risky edge plays. It gives them that comfort to work around and obviously take control there in the end. But that said, I mean, we're going to be switching up maps here in a moment, so I'm going to see if they can take that Miramar magic and move it forward.
Yeah, sometimes that can be a bit difficult on Erangel. Poro, looking at the standings so far, what you thinking?
I am so excited to see DA up there. We were talking about it before the day even started, that we've got some new teams in here, specifically Meta, Petrichor, and DA, and I would love to see, I've been wanting to see how they can perform in these top lobbies, because they do so well in these super format kind of settings, because they are those aggressive teams that kind of go out for kills. So far, Petrichor, Meta hasn't really been going their way, but DA really popping off.
Not too bad at all. I've got to say, Sonics played this positions very, very nicely when it comes to eventually trying to push up this church hill. It can be difficult, I suppose, Clover, to actually get up there, but I think they did pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah, especially considering how many teams were in that area. Sonics held their way through the end, unfortunately, just, you know, lost to roof angle. And so, but I mean, that said, I think we're switching to Erangel. This is Sonic's time to shine.
Yeah, definitely could be. I think Sonics is best, Poro, when you're watching them fighting, not into circles, but fighting from edge through teams, especially through hilly kind of areas. I think that's where they really shine, Poro.
No, absolutely. I mean, they shine best when they're playing that cocky Sonic style that everybody's gotten so to know and love, where they are the ones being the aggressors. They're pushing the fight. They're dictating the action. Now, in the past couple of weeks, it's been a little bit sketchy because we started to see more teams starting to kind of punch them in the mouth, and they've been staggering a little bit. But now we'll see if Sonic can start getting back into that puncher's position where they're taking the action to everybody else.
All right, time for a short break, and when we return, we're shifting gears. We're going to the grassy pastures. It will be Erangel for 3 maps here for a weekly final, day number 1.
When they share it, we like it. Hello and welcome to another episode of Social Club. My name's Hypoc, and we're going to take another sneak peek at some of the posts from Twitter and Instagram from our talents and players throughout PGI.S. First up is Fuzz admiring the trophy. I think what we need to do is get a side-by-side of Wookie Bookie to really appreciate the size of that thing. Next up is Sims' cat looking pretty unimpressed. Just a side note, you better go check your shoes after that one, Rich. Here we have Gustav falling a little short of his teammates on a winner's podium. But don't worry, I'm your biggest fan, mate. Next up, Ibby venting some of his COVID frustrations. I think you should try a mask without the workouts. That tends to feel much better. I'd know a thing or two. Here we have Cammy preaching. And of course, I've got to get a Toffee's joke in here somewhere. Don't be a sinner, aim for the chicken dinner. Next up, Pansy falls victim to the infamous German internet infrastructure. Keine Spieler für dich heute. Here we have Toby paying homage to Mustache Dave with this tweet. I think you could have used a couple more of emojis on that one though. Next up, we have this totally unedited photo from a post-game interview with Liquid. That's it. That's the tweet. And last up, we have Zenith trying out some IRL roleplay strats. Possible teasers? I'm not sure just yet. That's all for now. Thanks for joining me, guys, and make sure you enjoy the rest of the show.
My name is Mime. I go by Mime in game, but my actual name is Austin.
I go by H-Win, short for Hunter Win.
All right, Mime looking to get the finish, but it's going to be H-Win getting the headshot and the win for the Sonics.
We felt relief, I'd say is the best word.
Yeah, I felt good.
Circle 1, we played a very wide 2-2 split to play for the power grid shift and for the east road shift where it ended up going. We ended up grouping Circle 2 because we kind of needed to just pick a side. We gambled it would go east, which it kind of did. It ended near the mountain. After defending the Divine fight 4v4, the Circle definitely wasn't favorable. I think it was phase 4 that kicked us out.
Well, as we were pushing up to the mountain, we knew we needed to play slow. There was a team on the hill, and we couldn't expose ourselves to them, which made it really hard. And also the teams surrounding us. We had to push Na'Vi. We flash pushed them as a team, cleared them, and we knew that we had something in front of us that was playable.
Here comes the push, flashes from forward, the pushes follow. Finds one instantly, finds a second, and that, my friends, is a clean.
We knew we had to hug the cliff face because of the team above us, but because we had to hug the cliff, we were kind of bottlenecked. So we kind of took our time and tried to throw bait flashes to make them peak early, but finally I gave the go call and we pushed and wiped them. I think Shrimzy got knocked to one of them, and then the last Oath solo, who we knew about, naded us, which got Shrimzy flushed, and then Tig ran just a few feet too far out of cover, and the guys above us, MCG, were able to flush Tig. So we were only 2 up after that fight, but the ground was definitely needed.
These teams, so this one could go a bit longer here, Toby. There's actually quite a bit of time on the clock.
I thought the game was winnable pretty much leading up to the Na'Vi push, but I ended up knocking X-Laft on Pero because I had an Om, and that opened it up for us to gain a little ground, and then thankfully X-Laft got rezzed, which you would think is not a good thing, but he ended up kind of being the linchpin and killing most of STK. We actually thought it was a 2v2v2, but it came down to VP and Pero just being solos. We ended up holding our edges, so I kind of spread to the high ground on the left, he spread to the right, and after we knew our edge was okay, we grouped and played to trade.
Game number 1, 14 kills, what a round for the boys from NA. They've been looking to get back.
I think they never doubted us. Like, a lot of the time you're in a bad situation and your teammates will think the game might be over, but they said they thought we could win the whole time because we've done it before here.
Yeah, and I knew playing with H1 and us already winning as a duo together in the past, it was destiny. I felt it. I'd say keep cheering us on. It means a lot to us, fires us up, and it lets us know that they still believe in us.
You know, this format's not easy. It's definitely stressful, but we're learning, we're adapting. So you'll see us in finals more often now, and pick
Vote
Sonics. We said different words. Vote Sonics. We'll say Vote Sonics. Yeah, yeah.
Vote Sonics.
Go vote Sonics. That's right. That's the one. That's the tweet. We have got ourselves Poro and Clovia to break down some games coming up. Of course, we have 3 more Erangels coming up. And actually, you know, to take a step back here for a moment, it's actually really cool to get to see kind of their perspective on how the kind of final circle went down Poro, considering they were in a rough spot going into some of those final moments.
Yeah, I mean, it's always really cool to get to see a little bit of an insight on how these, especially the IGL's thought process kind of work out. And H-Win, obviously one of the bigger brains in North American PUBG, even though they can't really nail down that 2-word Go Sonics teamwork, at least they can find the teamwork in the game sometimes.
I mean, fair play to them. In terms of kind of converting someone, they converted me, Clover. I'm a believer when it comes to H-Win and Mime, especially as a duo. So, I mean, they frame it perfectly.
Believe you. I don't believe you at all.
Are you going to say the word go NA? NA's a great... NA's great? Yeah?
Clover, I'll never say that. But Poro, why don't you believe me?
Sonic's fighting good. Look, because I know that your heart truly lies with Gen G, and you know, to be fair, so far we've seen a good performance out of them. I mean, obviously it hasn't. Game 2 wasn't as interesting or as great as game number 1, but now that we're heading over to Erangel, it's going to be a little bit more exciting because we get to see. Not only I'm curious as to how Liquid and Sonics are gonna do this whole Pachinki thing.
Yeah.
I assume that Sonics is going to leave it, but who knows? Maybe Liquid will leave it.
Yeah, early on in scrims, it was Liquid that I think was looking for alternate drop spots.
Yeah.
But as you say, like, things could have definitely changed up 4 weeks now into the tournament. And just for the record, South Korean overlords, I have been bowing to them for 10 years when it comes to esports, my friends. So, you know, it's very difficult. Up until recently, I suppose, actually. But yeah, I will never doubt our South Korean overlords. Clover, coming in, what do you think when it comes to the Sonics Liquid dynamic? Any thoughts there?
I mean, you know, school J Compound Apartments is open. Anybody want it?
Oh, no.
I think Rozok might be free too.
Maybe.
But no, I definitely think it's a big rivalry. And you've got the 2 of the biggest, most renowned and winning orgs out of each region. And, you know, even if Team Liquid's kind of had their lulls, they are one of the most well-known orgs. And I think with that, you've got a lot of fans behind them, especially with Sonics 2 coming out of their NAPCS season. So that said, you know, they're both teams that drop center. They're both teams that have, you know, similar play structures as well. and they're teams that on all 4 players fight. I mean, we saw that interview with Win and Mime and their ability to frag out. Win, though the IGL of that team, is performing well mechanically and through the meta of the game. So comparatively, those are 2 teams that if they were to happen to hot drop, I think we'd be in for a big show fight.
Yeah, definitely would be. And when you look at the outstanding performances here on Erangel, funny to note here, Poro, that only one of these players is playing here in the weekly final. So maybe it's time for a bit of a shakeup. What do you think?
It might be time. It might be time, but you know, I would not be surprised to see Tig still up there at the damage chart, even if there is a shakeup. That boy can frag out. That boy can put himself in position to just get lines on everybody. Meanwhile, Afrika sitting right in the middle right now. We saw them have a pretty good game with good positioning in game number 1, but they really couldn't really make much of it after, you know, everything from the East finally settled on top of them. So, you know, this is, you see their total prize pool earnings. We expect a lot from them because they are that good of a team. So looking to see if they can turn things around here on Erangel.
Yeah, a shake-up, maybe a rumble down under. It's a team like Infantry that is looking to go for the big fights. We've seen, as Paper put it perfectly in the first game, 9 was dialing it in when it came to some of the fights that he goes for. But this team is powerful. I think they got a little bit unfortunate with the teams that wrapped around on them in this previous game, Clover, to have to go up against that with, which is effectively 3rd, 4th parties in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, you could see as well that, you know, they've done decent for their prize earnings, and that was in earlier weeks. Longsker is a scary, scary player. You know, he's a player that time and time again we've seen leading in damage and kills. When they're in a great position, when they have the room to breathe and to pop off, Infantry will be deadly in this lobby. But as you said, kind of some really awkward and unfortunate wraps for them, especially, you know, in that Miramar game, trying to defend themselves not only against BA, but the high ground up there in the church. So I'm interested to see what they're going to be able to do here on Erangel.
Yeah, there was a time when Mr. Toby did back Infantry to do well in a certain tournament. It didn't quite materialize then, but I would like to see it materialize here throughout the time. Their power, their ability to be able to take these fights is something that's very fun to behold. But anyway, we're going in. Poro, any thoughts before we head on him?
I'm looking to see if Daytrade can keep this good performance they had going on from Miramar. Can they translate it back over to Erangel? We'll see.
Let's do it. It is time. Thank you to Intel for joining us here as we get things going. Game number 3 of our weekly final for week number 4. We head to the grassy pastures. It's Erangel. Paper. Toby, I'm sure you have something to say.
Well, thank you very much, Kalaris, Poro, and Clover, as we get into the 3rd game of the day. About halfway through the day, not even close to halfway through all of the games to be played here at the Week 4 weekly finals for PGI.S. The plane path here, as you can see on your map, pretty steep one heading down to the south towards Primorsk. And if you like what you see on the map, guys, you should definitely be checking out the map that is available for you on Twitter. It is Twitch. It is a live map, PUBG Esports map on twitch.tv. So, Toby, your thoughts on Infantry?
I just want to say quickly so everyone knows, I thought Infantry were cool before anyone else thought they were cool. That's that's the most, I guess that's all I have to say in this game. Back to you.
Back to me. All right, great. We're done. I got this one. The rest of it's just like I'm on my screen or something. All right, so Navi and B and Liquid up in Yasnaya together. There is no shoot to kill. There is no LG Divine here, so Yasnaya is a bit open for a couple different teams. And there's enough room in Yasnaya. We don't need to fight right away. There's plenty of room for 2 teams.
There sure is, and this actually is a little interesting to me because I went to Clip's chat yesterday, Clip from Liquid, and I asked him, other than of course just checking in and wishing good luck for the tournament and all, you know, Danish people gotta unite. I asked him, where are you planning on looting? Because it came to my, I realized, so Sonics are in Pachinki, obviously. We know Liquid don't like to go for that, but with the games that we've seen Liquid and Sonics play, Liquid has usually opted to hop towards the west. But then I came to realize, so DA is there. They could potentially go Rostock. T1 is here. We know they like to pretty wide split around, not necessarily Gatka itself, but wide split around the chopsticks area. Tianba being here as well. I was like, Clip, where are you going on a wrangle tomorrow? And he was like, Toby. He just looked into the camera and said, we have plans. And I was like, damn, okay, so he's not going to tell me. He's not going to tell me. There's going to be something that we haven't seen for a while coming out of Liquid. And, well, if for any OGs out here, seeing Liquid back in this Naya, that's going to bring up some memories.
That's old school Liquid for sure. Western half of Yas Naya is there. Eastern half going to be for Na'Vi. And another interesting drop. DA on the western side of the military base, going to be just inside of the circle. It just kind of covers the northwestern part of Sosnovka Island proper, but that won't last for long. This one certainly heading up to the northern continent, almost definitely, and they are going to start getting in their vehicles, making their way forward. Of course, Oath is over in the military base. Orth.
English.
I like that name for them now. I know.
That's the language we're
casting. I bit my lip really bad. I was just telling you about this. I bit my lip really, really bad during the break. I'm bleeding all over the place in my mouth. I'm not even kidding. So I have my lip is super swollen. I'm not going to show anybody it on camera or anything, but it's pretty bad. So I'm trying to work through that. I got to talk about Gen G's drop, even though we're not seeing them on screen. They are in Milta. They, just so we're clear, that's another place they basically never go because Tianba is up in South George. Again, they no longer fight Tianba for South George. Tianba won it too many times last year during PCS Asia. So for Gen G, with no phase here, TSG isn't here, so nobody's really occupying the farm area. They're kind of spreading around in that part of the map.
Yep, it makes good sense. And also, as you said, I mean, okay, wait, hold that thought for a second. 9, he did find Mithralius. DA, of course, winners of last game, would hate to go out early in this one, but I don't know how that's just like one of the curses. If you win a game, there's oftentimes we see that winning team take immediate 16th in the very next bowl. Yang wants to try and see how he can defend his team. The issue is now if 9 starts pushing around this side of the building, Bolian can't really cover him at all other than holding his back should anyone wrap around the wall. But now he has bought himself time. He got the knock. He wrapped around the building. And here is Infantry. If there are two teams that don't mind taking a fight early, that would be Infantry and DA. So Little Europe versus China as we head to the beginning of this one. It is a compound that could essentially be also magnetized in terms of circles come this area of the map. So we'll see. Will this one escalate? Will it be a full-on team elimination fight? Or will they back off? I would imagine this one going all the way down the wire.
I don't think Infantry is going to let DA hang out here. If I know Infantry, they're going to want to fight this, almost assuredly. And Code Marco is going to have to wait inside of here. 9 is coming. No, what are you doing, 9? 9 doesn't know he's there. He had no clue. And that's an easy pickup for Code Marco. Here's him coming in. Comes around the corner right as he's popping either an energy drink or some pills in his mouth. And that's going to be 1 down for Infantry. Is it going to be second? Smash caught the head. Doesn't find another one on the drag with the M4. Zhao Ying holding an angle through the door. Longsker going to go for the grenade. He knows Smash is on the other side of that building, seeing if he can get one there. That one going to bounce a bit too far. Smash going to take the opportunity with the explosion to get in through the window. Longsker running over to his teammate here. This is dicey.
I thought for a second that was an opponent, then he hopped on top of the head. I thought Poliang was. I don't know what went through my mind there. Both blue colors, I guess. I thought he was vaulting straight on top of a DA player for a second, but not quite the case. We'll see, Mert. As of the M249 in hand, of course, would have wanted to have an extended mag because you wouldn't want to run out of bullets. Not that I think he's going to, with 75 in the chamber there. But these quick peeks, I mean, that's what we saw. We see it so many times. Saw Smash do it now. He barely even gets to lean around the wall before instantly, boom, there's a headshot connected on towards Bowling. It's just, they're so terrifyingly fast. And just like with the initial lean to find the heads of the opponents. And sometimes you go down before you even realize someone peeked around the corner. It's just, it's so incredibly difficult for all these teams. And I think that's why you see both these teams, even though they're both incredibly aggressive and incredibly talented, they're kind of respecting each other by not wanting to be the ones pushing, because both teams know that they're going up against opponents that have, I want to say, pretty equally good aim, and you miss that first bullet, you lose that fight.
Well, yeah, you can see Infantry was pretty keen to start that fight. rushing around the flanks of the compound, and once they lose 9, then all of a sudden they're like, oh, maybe we should wait a bit here and see if we can catch somebody from DA over aggressing. This is pretty well centered in this circle as well, so this one could go on for quite some time. You might see eventually DA just decides the better of this and leaves. I don't know. If I know Infantry, they're here for the long haul. They have a tough time letting go of a fight once it starts.
Paper, did you just say that you might see DA leave a fight?
Well, okay, I don't know.
I
don't think they will.
Have you been paying attention? I'm kidding.
I mean, I think they should. I'm sorry, but
that's true. That is true. I want to say 9 out of the 10 times that I see DA hard commit to in the early game are oftentimes ones where I go, you could also just leave. But that's just not the DA way of doing things.
That's fair. Well, I mean, it is the same with Infantry, more or less. So it is kind of two hard-headed teams butting into each other. So we'll just kind of watch this one as it goes. Merritt's pretty well stuck behind these crates. They throw down a smoke to get Merritt out, and they're going to succeed in that. Although I say that, and then he takes some damage in the back. Really nicely done there by Infantry. There is some good cover fire from his teammates. So Long Skirt taking some damage, has to put out the first aid kit. And yeah, the longer this one goes on, the stranger it will get. I guarantee that. And the more it will pain you and me, Toby, to watch it.
And the issue is for now, I mean, they've committed so hard to it. They've given up with all players. As long as Boliang was still up on the hill, you could argue that at least they have some vision and knowledge of what's going on around. They've both been hard peeking the exact same walls for the last 1.5 minutes, meaning they've given up all chances of knowing what's happening around them. Day Trade are closed down towards the south side. While they are in a two-way split, it's just one of those, if you try and disengage now, you have no clue who's just over on the other side of the next hill. So as long as that compound is still in play, and in such as it is right now, somewhat centered position, they might be better off saying, you know what, we don't want to push you, we'll play the patience game, and if you want to take the fight to us, we'll be ready for it. But you can see they're constantly moving around DA, while Infantry for now a little more stationary. The DA are moving around trying to get angles, but they're also now being visible to teams on the north. I think that's H-Win from way up here. Oh my, H-Win's... They're like 1 pixel opponents, and you're taking shots at them with a 4x. That's just rude.
Yeah, that's 600, 700 meters there, easy for H-Win. So just, he could try to pop a tire maybe even. I think that's what he's lining up for. You can see he's trying to dial in the distance, seeing if he can maybe catch that tire. He's really going to go for it. I can't quite tell how close he's getting on that. There's a grenade off the roof. That's not going to do much of anything as we look towards circle number 2, see exactly where we start to head and find okay, so we do head in this direction to make things more interesting, to help us build the storyline for this one. Toby,
yeah,
they're still in.
They're gonna stay. They're all gonna stay. I would be very surprised to see any of them up to leave. Code Marco taking the vehicle over to the other side of the building. I'm thinking he's expecting the push to be coming in. Like, should anyone else try and third party, they'd most likely be coming in from the west side. It's where the shorter part of the field is in, and also you don't want to, you usually don't send it in from the east in this direction with this type circle. You'll be driving through or past way too many compounds, so he's taking the vehicles over towards that east side of the compound, so that should they leave at some point, they should be safe on that side, at least for now. In the meantime, of course, everyone else having to rotate down. We still got water, and technically we still have a bit of military in, so plenty of space to play around. EJ, mutant in hand. Are you clapping your hands now, Paper? Is that what's going on? Are you loving to see the mutant action?
Whoa! Now let's stop up a little bit here. Now, I'm not saying I like the mutant. I like the mutant skins. The one we got here for PGI.S. I like that skin a lot, and so my thing has been, get that skin, pick up every mutant I see, put that skin on the mutant, and put it right back on the ground. So that way other people can see it. That is, the mutants, you know, obviously not great. It is a little wonky. It is a little tough to use, and that's why you don't see many people. I'm a little surprised for Afrika that that's the best he could find. I mean, they were over in the Milta Power area, so just a little bit unusual, I would say, for sure.
It's trend setting, you know? It's never fun to be the ones that follow the meta. You gotta go out and start the meta on your own. And if he somehow gets a triple kill, believe me, you'll see, like on the statistics of PUBG Corp, all of a sudden, just like when we see the weird spikes and stocks and whatnot, they go, wait, why did people all of a sudden start picking up the mutant? They go, well, because one guy did something phenomenal with it, and now everyone thinks they can do it. So who knows? Maybe we'll see crazy mutant burst action plays coming out, and I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Sometimes it requires that someone is forced to play a gun they don't want to realize that they're actually pretty good.
Bro, put that thing on the burst fire. It's 2 bullets. You aim right at about their neck area, and most of the time that second bullet's going to kick right in their head if you do it right, and if you're at the right distance. So I've seen people that actually like to use the mutant and are pretty nasty with it. But of course, you know, the pros would much prefer a DMR, and there's very good reasons for that. I'm not saying that anyone should ever take the mutant over an SLR or a Mini 14 or whatever. Of course, those are objectively better guns. Now, Shrimzy is going to find a crate for himself, and you guys can find your own promo code over on the left-hand side of your screen. Not quite as good as a crate, but you know what? I'll take it. It's pretty nice to have those EP points as well.
Could be the difference maker of whether you get yourself that cool expensive pan, or if you want 1000 EP, easy obtained by just typing that code into your in-game code typing. I don't even know what the word is for that, but where you type your codes in game. That's what I'm trying to say. Silson popping tires, a few shots fired over towards Multi-Circle Gaming, as well as Multi-Circle Gaming. Maybe, I mean, not only do they realize there's players nearby, but also maybe try and get those vehicles over on the other side of the hill, and you have them safe for the rotation to come, because we'll see now, should they have to rotate on that. Oh, Esther, you might be catching an entire team if you don't try and leave, and he will try and leave. New circle popping up towards the fields. We go once more, and the DA and infantry skirmish off of this circle shift, I would assume, should continue.
Yeah, it lives on. You can start writing fan fiction about this fight here pretty soon, with how long this one's going to go on. Meta sees MCG. MCG took a knock from, I believe it was Starlord or somebody from T1, from quite a ways away across the field. And now they're going to have to rotate out, heading towards that field. Wicked, careful. Okay, no problem. Yep, this is fine. No worries. That's just motorcycle things. And he's going to head around looking for an area to call home for Meta over on the southeastern part of that circle. Taking a whole bunch of damage from Evil Lee. But Evil Lee here under fire as well. So a lot of teams kind of crisscrossing paths.
Very confused. I don't know if your Sparking didn't know that they were knocked just on the other side of that hill. It looked like he was just kind of chilling in the vehicle, waiting for info on where to rotate next, but didn't realize there were opponents just on the other side. At least once he did realize, it seems like he wanted to get out of there in a hurry. Unfortunately for him, even though a headshot came in, does manage to get away. Genji still outside the circle on the east, as we can see right here. Esther looking for somewhere to go, but there really isn't anything up for grabs right now. So I think as much as you want to chill for now, Genji, phase 3 fighting is not something you like to see Genji being forced to do. I think they're in a situation where they don't really have much of a choice here.
Yeah, absolutely. There aren't a lot of great options, no doubt about it. Speaking of bad options, MCG, yeah, they're getting pretty well peppered from a lot of different angles. Zenith is trying to get into the middle of this field, set up around some shacks and everything, see if they can make that work. Tianbo over on the western edge with Na'Vi heading around in their vicinity. Navi's the tab, took about half damage. Gonna look for a frag in Lurena's direction. Oops, that one hit the branch, so that's not going anywhere. Mings took some damage from Orange though, so that knock's gonna happen. Is that grenade gonna finish the job for Na'Vi? It did some damage, didn't finish. Orange looking to see if his grenade can get. Nope, just a bit too far on Mings. Linshu, oh, gonna see Orange coming, gets the headshot. Both of them down to a lot of damage. Ksenia coming around from the side, getting Linshu. M200, Lorena, the only ones left here for Tianba. Now more grenades gonna be traded between these two. There's the finish. Wow, Senyu, you moved right into that grenade.
Somehow manages to stay alive with barely any HP as well. We'll see the push committed to and pushed on over the top now as well. M200 is on his own here. He's a little isolated and he will go down. Fortunately for Na'Vi, they get him down without taking casualties, and now, ooh, okay, so Na'Vi, they realize instantly that ENCE is coming up with this. We talked about Rustenma on the last, or the previous to last game, how he was the one being a little split off, trying to get extra info, and while trying to obtain that info, he goes down. It's very isolated from the ENCE team who are down by the compound, and I don't see how he could ever get rest here. I think that's just Rustenma going down as a result of him maybe getting a little too eager to see what was happening on top of the hill circle. Away from the water we go, straight into the field. Bye-bye compounds. There's 2 left of them. This is going to be a bloody finish.
Yeah, and still the infantry DA dream lives on. Genji, however, has been blockaded by Metagaming, and Wicked, the Korean player, trying to see if he can keep his fellow Koreans inside of this blue area. They're trying to work through on the sides of these hills, and it's going to come down to bandages and first aids for them. Diggory going to get Jeems. Team Liquid has been pushing into ends. That's another reason they're not able to get to Rust and Mars. Still hasn't been flushed, though. Has Rust and Mars, so who knows? Maybe if that fight ends quickly between Team Liquid and the rest of Ents, they might be able to get to him. I highly doubt it, but stranger things have happened, and now Wicked has a pretty decent idea where PO is, based on some of the smokes and other things, and he goes for the grenade, goes fishing, hasn't caught anything just yet. Those grenades aren't catching any luck, so Wicked not going to overstay his welcome. He's going to go ahead and back off. Oh, okay, I said that, and he thought about another one. Okay, no.
It's, I respect Meta's eagerness to get Genji flushed and not having to worry about players behind them, but at the same time, you're playing on the inside here. Just let them come to you. You know they have to move. If they're not, then well, then they're going to be sitting outside. Okay, so much for sitting and healing in the vehicle for a second. The blue fade's just barely away, and Wicked instantly headshots off PO. That's karma, if anything. It will fall down to Genji out in 16th. That's all usually something you see happen. Liquid, they took a long time to get inside this circle, and they're in trouble here as well. Clip trying to stay put, but that ain't gonna happen either. So within 3 seconds, we lose 3 teams. Genji out, Tiamba out, and Liquid now falling 14th as well.
Yeah, EJ spotted by Tiggleton, the Mini 14 that he is so good at using. Sprays some shots down into the smoke, but there's enough there that Afrika able to avoid any serious damage. But Hikari sees Peril as well, so a couple teams hanging around each other. A lot of the blue-colored teams chilling over on this northeastern side. And Sonics, they're going to load up, come down the hill. Peril and Afrika kind of stuck on the side of this hill. The Hikari has a pretty good flank angle. If he can stay alive, it might be okay for Afrika, unless this happens. Unless Sonics, like, dives into Afrika, then they've got real problems. Hansi has to prone. Tiggleton spins out. I don't know if his tire got shot or what, but it doesn't matter. Him and Trimsy are going to finish EJ off. Nice little maneuver, nice recovery here, but now under the firing of Hansia. Hansia going to go out in the blue, where Perro is still trying to edge their way in.
Everyone was waiting for Sonic to just get the hill down the hill so he could start playing the fields, and because they were all sitting and waiting for it, they were forced into one another. Sonic's now really trying to take advantage of just that mime. Down to 3 bullets. Did manage to find one before Ixler finds Trimsy in return now, so damage going in both ways, but at the end of it, Petrico will be the ones eliminated. Hikari from the side, able to get a kill in a situation where there really isn't a whole lot left for them to get. Multi-Circle Gaming now eliminated as well on the south side as this brawl continues. Meta falls to, I believe, in 12th place. So the shack fights on the south side escalated, did come to an end at the end of it, and now T1, they've been quiet on the north side for a little while, but Starlord has managed to find his way over the hilltop, and he takes down Mime.
Looking for some more. He knows where those vehicles are. Now, he's got to be real careful, because Wynn did pick up an AWM along the way. And, of course, Tiggleton, we know, very, very good. He's going to drive forward, seeing if he can get to Mime. Mime in the smoke, at least. So even with that knock coming out, they're pretty ready. Starlord looking to pop a tire. Continues to move his way forward, calling in a reinforcement with Adder. Grenade, though, that's going to go just a bit too far. Hikari still looming on the side. A good grenade from Starlord. Going to get Mime. That's knock number 2. Hikari now going to open up, trying to finish the job here onto Wynn. With that last shot, he's going to get it. He turns over to... Oh my god, Sonic's just gone between T1 and Afrika Freaks. Hikari there picks up 1 to go the way of T1.
Completely blasted. Nothing they could do. That Hikari even tried to go for the flush on the player that Starlord knocked to begin with, but couldn't find it. It bled out just in between the 2 bullets connecting. That nade is going to be close. It's going to be good. It's going to do some damage, but not enough for Tixu to get out of here. I do not see how you get out of here alive. There is a full sea of Russian sharks on the outside waiting for you to leave that building, and some Korean ones as well. We'll see now if he can manage to make the way on out. Nope, Roth actually, as a matter of fact. The Americans charm on in. Roth finds himself a kill, and Tixu ends out 9th as we now find a way into placement points.
Well, there's some good grenades to open up a fight, but it's actually going to be shots from Longsker. Oh no, to Tab. Oh no. Oh my. Well, yeah, you throw the volley into the top of the U.S., and that's what happens, is Na'Vi ends up going down by their own hand. DA, Infantry, yep. That. Nothing has changed. Absolutely nothing has changed there. And I expect some works of fiction to be written about that particular situation. As Code Marco watches Aqua 5 and T1. I like what T1's doing here, being very active in this circle, trying to finish teams off, clear out their sides. That's what I think you have to be pretty good at doing in field circles. You got to be active, you got to be moving. You just can't stay anywhere just because of the lack of cover in particular. And they're going to try to make something work on this north side. Of course, it's hard. Eventually, with teams being able to still be inside of cover, inside of hard, compounds and these kind of things, eventually that does become rather difficult.
Yeah, let's see now if the compound and the hill that Day Trade find themselves on is going to be in for much longer, because of that hill, you can see the little bit of elevation they have over the field, the little bit of eye, like they can see all the way across, and because of that, you can't do a whole lot against it, and it's just only getting worse for the teams in the field. They really are going, can you please, like the same issue that they had with Sonics on the North Hill just before, they're going, can you please just get the hell off of that hillside so we can actually play the field and use this terrain, but Day Trade ain't allowing it. Circle going in their favor once more. And for T1, for Zenith, for Oath might be inside on one of the shacks, but it's just incredibly difficult to play this one on the open. And for now, I mean, this is the first time we see DA and Infantry forced out. So who's going to be the victor of this skirmish? It would have to come to an end within the next minute or two.
Well, Infantry's got priority on the forest side and a little bit towards that end. And for DA, they are closer to the circle, but it's going to be kind of interesting to see who's able to make the first move, who's still got smokes and other things left after the early fights, frags, mollies, all of the very necessary things to get in and out of stuff. Zhao Yang, he's going to be the play caller for Infantry, just kind of looking out what's going on. Day Trade's still up on the hill. Day Trade potentially could find another good finish here, as they did on Miramar, and Oath now making their run right out in the open. Nobody's really watching them. This could be really great timing here for Oath.
Incredibly heads-up play by Oath here. They were looking for people from Day Trade down towards the west side, but they realized with the compound being shifted out now that Day Trade is most likely going to be focusing their fire towards the west. They want to see that fight between D and Infantry escalate, and then maybe get to third party and hold them out completely. And while that's all going on, Oath says, great, that's a chance for us to push forward. Boliang now finds one over the top, but he goes to the flush, and he goes down because of it. Didn't look for the second player over the top, but here comes Long Skirt over the top. He goes down as well. Flash finds his kill number 2, but he will be traded in the end of it. Zhao Yang able to get the knock on 1, knock on 2. Valentika falls down as well, and this just plays so well into Oath's favor, even though they don't have a shack to play around right now. And you can see all the teams in the field, they're running. They know that the team on the hill are under fire, and Oath finally chimes in on it as well. Very, very good situation here for all the teams in the field as the fights on the hill escalate.
Well, what started out as a great position for Day Trade just falls apart, and for DA, now is the time to strike. There's only Zhao Yang left, and it's well done. Metrelius right up and over, but it's going to be smashed, getting taken out of the vehicle by Kickstart. And now Zenith coming alive on the back end of this. They're third-partying the third party. DA getting kicked in the butt is T1. Still has 3 up. They're edging their way towards Oath. They're coming around the side, and Zenith is going to pick up the spoils of their kill here, and they're going to get a lot more utility and other things in their hands. Going for the res out in the open with those smokes. They do get it. Shinboy going to make the move. Adder trying to watch this, lines up some shots, just not able to find much onto Shinboy there. Poonage's turn next after he heals up.
While all the chaos was commencing on the south side, both Zenith and T1 want to try and see if they could get a piece of the action, so ignoring each other for a little second. Oh my lord, Oath, that's a gift. Ignoring everything going on there for a second, and then now realizing, wait, we're running side by side with another team. Let's shoot at them instead, shall we? Oath, you have the only hard cover left in this circle other than where Adder is sitting right now, and well, there's still one more circle to go after this one, but for now, you have a shooting gallery because no one can get within nade distance. No one can really do a whole lot about your position. We'll see if Oath has what it takes to farm some kills here.
Yeah, you did see that Aqua 5 was able to pick up that Mark 14 in that crate on the outside of things. And Zenith here trying to assess the situation, figure out what the heck they're going to do. Aqua 5 going to see him, pops up, and that's going to be Zenith, well aware of his position, putting some shots down. Pat Caps here looking over in that direction, hearing that gun popping off. He wants to get into T1, see if he can knock them out. They have a little bit of the slice of the pie on the northern part of the circle with Adder in. But the rest of T1 has work to do. Puchil's still alive for Day Trade, just waiting on the other side, and he's going to have to see if he can snake something out. The rest of his team falling apart in the crossfire between a couple different other ones. And DA, smokes are going to have to come out. They have to go. A lot of teams have difficult rotations to make, and go Aqua 5 right out of the vehicles by Snakers. Well done.
I don't think DA has any clue whatsoever that Poochers is still up on this hillside. So hopefully for DA, Oath will find him before they get shot in the back by a sneaky snake in that position. Zenith still 4 alive, trying to push over the hillside. Impressive what they've been doing, or been able to do, keeping 4 alive in the field for so long. Poochers does go down, so DA staying alive at least for a little while there. But here comes Zenith over the top. Roth finds the first one. Code Marco falls down. There's still one playing around the smoke. You can see Relo looking for him, but look at Relo and Oath as well. All the fights they've been taking has been at a distance, so they haven't had a chance to upgrade vests, upgrade helmets, upgrade anything. So even though, yes, they have the position for now, helmets gone, vests completely busted, a blaze of glory comes through, and that's going to be DA out in 4th place. Great game for DA, everything considered. Had to fight their way through the hilltop. Out they go in 4th place.
Yeah, they outlast Infantry, and, well, there goes T1, not able to outlast these 2 NA squads. And what a finish we have here. Oath versus Zenith. NA versus NA to finish it. It's not an early battle. They're not destroying each other early on. The meme dies as we get ready to fight in a fair one coming down to the 8th circle. It comes over towards Oath with 9 kills already. They're having a fantastic round, working the angles outside of the shack. Now they're going to send Snakers on the flank. Relo up front. Balefrost and PatCap's going to maintain their position on the backside, and that's going to be Poonage watching them. Not a lot of bullets left there for Poonage in that mini.
Phase 6 allowed just about 50 meters to the east of that shack to be in, and somehow all the way through to Phase 8. It's still there. I like how Oath has managed to wrap out, take the vehicle up the hill, get yourself a little bit of a high ground position, and try and see if you can isolate these Zenith players. Oath, Roth right now is, as you can see, isolated. He needs a good knock. Either he has to find it himself or needs a teammate to do Heaven's work, because he's in trouble here. You can't prone it out and crawl your way forward. That's what Snakers is up on that hill for. You need to find the knock. You need to force them down and heal for you to make a run here, and I just don't see that happening. 1 second to go. There you go. Circle's going to start closing in. Poonage is wrapping forward, so trying to see if he can make a play. There's a headshot connected as Zenith try and push their way further forward and into the circle.
Yeah, he knows where Relo is, and he's waiting for him to come up over the hill. And he gets a little bit of damage into him. PatCap's once again getting shot by Roth. So Roth really able to line up his shots, finding some good luck. PatCaps was winning those exchanges early, but now his turn. Grenades coming out, not anywhere near Relo's. He had to reposition and prone down below. Poonage trying to help his teammate out there, getting a little bit of damage. Bale looking up through the windows of the shack, and Roth trying to make this push forward. He is able just barely to get that rock in the way. The rest of his team not able to get forward, and Shitboy finds a big knock on the Bale.
That is what's going to allow them to push in. They know there's 2 players on that shack that's going to be able, what's going to allow them to wrap their way further forward. I just got to say, I mean, these 2 teams have been fighting in the open for a while. Look at the ammo count. That's 25 bullets behind 2 guns. I haven't seen anyone with more than 60 on one. PatCaps has no reload opportunity left whatsoever. This is incredibly difficult for these teams. They do want to shoot all the time. They do want to pressure, but they simply don't have the ammunition to do so. I don't think I've seen any one player with more than 1 extra magazine of ammo in his gun. So we'll see now. Circle closing further, and we are going to go in the dot, which is, well, right in between everyone. Kickstart, the one currently closest to it. 14 bullets. It all is all that Relo has to work with. 9 behind Balefrost on 2 guns there as well. PatCaps falls once more. This is buying time for Zenith to continue their wrap further forward.
Yeah, they're really doing their best. And I mean, I guess if you run out of bullets, then you have vehicles to run people over as your next best option. So I don't know if it'll come to that. Now Balefrost is back up, and he's trying to get 1. They're going to trade each other out there. Kickstart and Bale each picking up 1 for their respective teams. A bunch of damage, another big knock. Zenith falling apart. Zenith down. Oath is going to get the win there, holding on with the shack. And that one was not easy. And the young guns from NA are going to find a win here in the Week 4 weekly finals.
fight all the way till the very, very, very end. What a crazy one to finish off that one. It was quiet. People were getting shots with all the headshots and all the knocks coming in towards Oath, and Zenith constantly getting trapped just 5 meters forward, 5 meters forward. I thought they were going to have it because they got the dub, but you could see how open it was. They had been using their utility to make the run from the field down towards the compound that DA and infantry fought in, so they just had no utility left by the end of it. Oath, in the meantime, they have had the pleasure of, while not a lot of cover, at least some cover, so a little more utility going their way, and Patcaps finds a quick, very quick triple to finish off that game. Their impressive game in the end of it, everyone down to no ammo, down to no vets, no utility left. That was a brawl all the way till the very end.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a tough one and could have been either team's game, and that's where good shooting, good movement, those kind of things really come into play, and this time it's going to be Oath besting Zenith, but a hell of a round from both of those teams, and you love to see the NA boys finding some good rounds, some good success here throughout this event, consistently making these weekly finals is Oath. They've been really, honestly, really quite good throughout this entire event. Yeah, the weekly finals maybe haven't been as good as they were for STK from their region, but here they're looking to put their mark on this event.
Yeah, I mean, they played extremely well. Two of the teams that were forced into that field with other teams on the top, both of them fighting their way till the very end. But now let's hop back all over to the desk and see what they have to say after that win there.
That's right. Thank you, Paper and Toby. Of course, NA gets themselves the top spot. Clover, damn it. Clover said before to me, are you eventually going to be like, you love NA? I guess I have to eat some receipts, I suppose, because... God damn it. Oh, it tastes awful. Oh.
Tastes great. I don't know what you're talking about.
Tastes like victory.
Yeah, all right. I concede. Clover, you guys did well.
Great. It's like the one time I think I'm happy to see NA on NA action, right? I think that's been like the heartbreaking theme throughout this series is when two NA teams come together. Sparks fly, and Sparks did fly there at the very end, but where Sparks kind of like slowly was this DA infantry fight that went on forever. Ultimately, though, infantry kind of pulled out a little bit early, dealt with day trade, and that allowed DA to backfill that position. Luckily, though, Oath had already moved back away from that position. I mean, Oath had their military drop, and they didn't have to move too far for this game. Playing a shack in a field, a little bit scary situation for them, but it worked out in the end.
Horror?
Yeah, I mean, look, very early on, we saw Zenith take the dip in the middle of the field, and I think at the end, it proved to be their undoing in the fact that usually when you see a team take that dip, they get a lot of people kind of aggressing upon them and you're able to kind of re-up your utility and everything. But Zenith did such a good job of defending their open field position in that dip. Nobody ever came to them, so they were never able to get any more of those smokes, any more of those grenades, all that stuff that you would need for this end game position, this end game fight up against Oath, who still had that hard cover.
Yeah, yeah, very nice indeed. I mean, the fact that a lot of the teams in the south as well killed themselves off in that kind of Longwoods area make their position even more solid to then go up against Oath. However, Oath, with the position that they had, they flexed out of that shack there, Clover, and that was really important for this win.
I mean, to double back even on what Poro said, about people crashing into Zenith's dip, that shack that Oath was in is another crashable spot that sometimes we'll see be a high-value target in circles like these. And so, as you heard Toby and Paperthin say there, they were all out of ammo, and so it was really coming down to the wire for both those teams. But good job on it.
Definitely was. Great stuff. I mean, 13 kills as well as the win here. Let's take a look at those points coming in for them, because they bumped themselves up effectively into the top 4 with this. 23 points go their way. And now Zenith is in position here, Poro, where they can be at striking distance of the top 4 as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was, look, we still got to see consistency from a lot of these teams, right? Like, Oath did not have a great Miramar, and this is a great game, obviously. And kind of touching back to what you were saying, I think that shows great stuff for the future here for Oath. One of the biggest kind of critiques against that team coming into this tournament was how inexperienced they are. Well, the fact that they held that shack but were able to push away from it, send 2 up on that hill, take those other angles, the fact that they made that move, that aggressive move, is showing that they're kind of gaining that lane experience. They're getting this confidence to make these more risky plays that they know that they're going to need in order to fulfill their win condition. So look at the damage, though.
Oof. All 4 of them get in a spot. I love to see it. That is a phrase I will very rarely use because I think it's silly.
You love
but,
to see NA on both of these charts, yeah?
50 on that one. 50 on that one. We'll be fine. Don't worry. Europe will recover sometime down the line. We'll see. Looking at how things have gone for the results so far as a whole, Clover, they're kind of all over the place right now. It's very, very even, I think, across like the top 9 teams or so here throughout these 3 games. Nobody's really massively stood out up at the very top just yet here in the weekly final.
No, I think we've got, some teams kind of setting feelers out. We even saw with this Erangel match, teams were taking questionable drops at the start. We talked about when we were watching, rather, we talked about Na'Vi up and Yaz kind of sharing that area, right? That's not, we don't usually see Yaz in a situation where we know other big areas are open to go to. So I'm curious now if teams have kind of played this one through. Are we going to see a switch up, or we're going to see people play for the School J compound Razak area and some others that were obviously very, very free to move around for?
Yeah, and here are our standings currently so far. And to that point, if it has a cover of the European region, if you'd have told me coming into week 4, we would see Team Liquid and Na'Vi both in Yasnaya to start off a game in Erangel, I would have called you crazy. But here we are. And the long rotation some of these teams had to take because of it, like Na'Vi, for example, it really punishes them. Whereas if you think about Poro, where they previously used to like going a lot in terms of Primorsk, that's not as bad a rotation. So I guess it's the luck of the draw, to be perfectly honest, depending on where the circle is.
Well, and it's what you want to see out of these teams when they're coming into an international tournament like this, right? You don't want to see that hard commitment to playing from the one spot. You like to see that they practice multiple spots and that they feel that confidence to come into the first circle from anywhere on the map, right? Now, the one thing I can say about the fact that this leaderboard is so close, that's kind of, I mean, if you're looking at it in a way for a team like Liquid or for a team like Infantry or Gen G, any of these teams that are at the top, let's not parse this out. This is one of the weaker lobbies that we have seen in a weekly finals. You don't have 4 of the top teams in there. You've got 3 teams that have never even been in a weekly finals, and yet nobody has really taken the reins on this thing and running away with it just yet. So, I mean, obviously we're only 3 games in. We still got a long way to go, but I'm kind of got an eyebrow raised a little bit at these teams that we're looking to maybe dominate here this weekend.
This is actually one of the topics that we kind of brought up at the end of the weekly survival about digital athletics, for example, Clover, whilst you were here, and we take a look at our winners so far. They're a team that obviously has been absent from our weekly finals, but now that they're here, DA in 2020 built a lot of their resurgence off of the back of super settings, of course, because everyone was playing super settings, but they looked so much more comfortable towards the end of 2020, and maybe this is their golden opportunity to really get back on the horse now here on PGI.S.
Definitely think so. I mean, DA especially, I think, maybe took longer than others to figure out the best way to play in this format setting that would be both rewarding, obviously, to come to the weekly final, but kind of match their style of play. I think a lot of the sadness surrounding DA's story has either been, the situation with 4 a.m. on Erangel, trying to play for that position that has just been a constant failure, or coming into the zone on really crowded edges and kind of losing and floundering there in ways that we don't anticipate DA to lose fights. So to see them start to come back into their own to kind of show us, oh, this is the DA of yesteryear, is really exciting.
Yeah, and I mean, it's actually taking a little bit of a deeper dive on them here for a moment here, Poro, because obviously they were kind of locked in horns with Infantry a long time during this game, but Rozhok was open, J Compound was open, School was open, none of this was dropped by DA when they've traditionally favored it a bit more. And it looks like they're pointing at it right now there.
it does seem like they've started favoring that West Coast military drop, and maybe they've just liked the rotations a little bit better than having to fight constantly with 4 a.m. or even better than what they were having to work with coming out of that little area that they're used to dropping in. So maybe this is just them adapting over time, which is also something that you really like to see from a team like DA that's kind of getting that LAN experience now.
And there's also something to be said, I suppose, about adaptive dropping, Clover, right? If you think about where the plane path is going and you know that a circle needs to be touching that down the line, something like dropping on military islands to compensate for where that plane path may have gone just in case you have to move on to Military Island, has a lot of value in it, because it can be difficult to get over there on the other direction.
Yeah, and I think too, you know, sometimes you might psych yourself out. When are we going to get an Erangel? Is this going to be it? The flight path was relatively close to school and J compound, so there still would have been a decent opportunity for DA to have, participated out of that area. But, you know, if the call was made, this could potentially have been a melee circle. I think that would have been the right drop. Unfortunately, you know, we couldn't really see them play out the rest of the game because they spent it the whole time being neighbors with infantry.
They were chilling. They were chilling, is fair to say. And the longer they chill in that spot, I suppose the scarier it kind of gets up against someone like infantry or other teams coming in, especially in a field ending Poro, I think. When things get very open, those walls along that compound are very open. If you're camping, waiting for another team on that position to move away, you could get third party quite easily.
For sure, but I mean, that being said, I mean, it is a walled compound. There are plenty of ways to kind of avoid that third party. The only thing you really got to worry about is maybe a warehouse crash, but I think the DA boys were already kind of set in stone, like, hey, we're going to stay here. We're going to let infantry have the long building. That's fine. We're not going to push into it because we know that is just such a pain in the butt to try to push. It's a very high risk, low reward kind of situation. So let's just be unfriendly neighbors for now, and we'll see if we can make it to the late game and maybe catch them by surprise.
Look. It's Day Trade, and currently they are #1 in the lobby. Clover, they've got to be ecstatic so far with their performance. A 4th place, a 2nd place, 14 kills coming in that one. Even a 5th place in this one. It's not too bad. This average is really working out for them.
Yeah, and this is not a passive average by any means. They've been proactive each and every match. Even if, you know, they're getting a compound favor, they're still utilizing that compound and making, you know, good opportunities for them to score off that with frags as well. But I mean, you know, kind of not to touch too far back, you know, we talked about Primorsk and its openness. Day Trade likes to play around that Primorsk area on Erangel. They like that western highway. We saw them kind of dip a little bit further into the ferry quarry Primorsk spot this time just because Na'Vi wasn't there, and that gave them a lot of area to not only loot but work from in that early game to set them up for those later fights.
All right, we're just 1 minute out here. Poro, before we get in, any other teams you want to touch on before we get into our next Erangel?
I want to see a little bit more out of T1. I feel like we've seen them kind of they put themselves into good positions, but they're also having to kind of fight their way out of it. And now we've seen them have a little bit of success with it, but they had a little bit of a misstep here on Erangel, not as much success as we saw them have on Miramar. So I'm hoping that they don't turn into bad T1. I want to see good T1 coming back, that confident T1 that's willing to push into every fight. You know, it's always a question with them. You never know which T1 you're going to get in a given game.
All right, it is time. Game number 4 of the day. I still have the taste of that receipt in my mouth, but let's hope that some of these teams can cash out as we get into Erangel for the penultimate match of the day. It's week 4, match 4. We head over to Paperthin and Toby.
Thank you very much, Kalaris, and I'm sure these games will not leave a bad taste in our mouths. They have been great here so far today. MCG, DA, and Oath all taking wins. We're going all across the world here so far, showcasing how strong, how great these teams are. And I, for one, love it, love it, love it. This plane path, starting out over at Sosnovka Island, headed up north towards Severny. Toby, what do we got?
It's a pretty straightforward one. There aren't that many Western, like, hard-committed teams in this lobby. So, and even the few teams that do go west, T1 out towards Chopsticks and infantry down towards Ferropier, they should have an easy enough time finding vehicles on like straight western rotations or paths that they should be all right. So pretty fair plane for everyone to go where they want to. We might see a little bit of a fight between Day Trade and infantry, if anything, a little bit of a fight for vehicles. But other than that, it should be a pretty straightforward start to the game. And no, actually, infantry taking the fight to meta instead. As I say that, just a little fun camera angle and no fights whatsoever, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, there have been times where meta skirmishes with various different teams in their area to take control of these quote-unquote trash loot compounds. I say that loosely. In and around the farm area. And okay, looks like we are going to be getting another Sosnovka Island circle here, as the Day Trade is kind of long dropping a bit past infantry, although not too far away from 9. And 9's got a micro Uzi, and he's kind of making a beeline towards Day Trade here. I'm little interested. Did Nine see a vehicle or something, or is he just scouting what's going on? Is he, okay? He's getting picked up. All right.
What are we witnessing
You know what? You
here?
explain this to me, Toby. You explain this because I'm a little interested.
I think they saw them land far. One landed by the compound but then ran off. They don't have a weapon, that's the thing. They do not have any guns. And here, oh my lord, he headshot him off the bike! What?
No! Oh, that's just mean!
What? With an Uzi?
They might pay for this. Oh, they
There's
might pay for this,
what?
Kobe. He has nothing.
What?
Oh my word. This is he actually going to get away with this? I mean, this is just infantry things, folks. They are just completely insane. I mean, oh, okay, and then he doesn't take any damage from that, too. It's just, they have no fear. There is nothing but confidence flowing through the veins of this team. I mean, that's just micro Uzis across the board. And they're just like, yeah, we're just going to hunt them down. They long dropped, we're going to make them pay for it. And they do. And it was not easy, but they get it done. Just infantry things. They're so fascinating to watch play.
That is insane. I saw them on that chase. I was like, well, I mean, it's a US against the bike. It's not like they're gonna catch up to them, but I guess you don't have to. If you can just drive by, double headshot people with the Iron Sights Uzi. That's how it's done. First kill of the game confirmed, and if we get the last game with the Eastern plane as well, I think Daytrade might think twice about making that jump towards the west. I did say that it was going to be easy to get vehicles, and theoretically it would have been had it not been because infantry would have none of Daytrade landing close towards them. I mean, Daytrade did early on in the tournament force infantry away from Ferry Pier, and I think this is maybe infantry going, you know what? Now we have meta close on one side. You have conquered, like, you've taken away Ferry Pier from us. We won't have it anymore. If you want to play this tournament, you're going to give us all of this area that we used to have around.
Yeah, well, now Petrichor Road thinking about doing a little bridge camping here onto Genji, landing a couple of shots with those scars and other guns there. There's a lot of bullets starting to ring out. M4 4 mil, and that's going to send Genji over to their right-hand side. And they will turn in and continue their way. I say that are they going to turn and fight this? No. Okay, they're just stopping up at that compound there. But another thing that Daytrade can do, looking at if they see another plane path like that, and it's a similar situation here in this weekly finals, they can also drop on the northern Sosnovka road and grab their vehicles there and then get up. So they have options. They don't have to, drop over the heads of infantry again. Oh no, Longskirt is now getting more done. He's already made it difficult for Daytrade, now making it difficult for Sonics. That's Mime down and out. And infantry this isn't a full-on bridge camp. This is just more like infantry's kind of getting ready to move on, and Sonics drove right into them. Longskirt gonna wrap around the back of this warehouse, trying to hold on and get the rest of his team in position.
I want to try and remind any infantry players or fans of what happens when you do this to NA players. Oh, Tackleton finds the first out of the vehicle, wants to go for the instant flush, can't find it. 9 with the UMP, gets one in return. But we all remember last time they tried to make this hold or bridge camp against Oath. Oath came right after them and partially took out their chances of winning. And here comes Longskirt around the corner, finds the double, and Sonics full. If Sonics don't make it to the top, we saw it. Oath, they started hot dropping in the final game. They had nothing to win. They started hot dropping, trying to go for it, and it cost infantry in the end of it. Let's see if maybe Sonics will try and get revenge some other way as well. D8, a team that normally doesn't shy away from a fight, I would very much assume that they continue on over here. They saw the fight, they heard the commotion being on the north side of the gas station and said, you know what, this is perfectly timed. That means that we can cross over, and they do. Daytrade is on the other side, but shouldn't be in a position to fight.
Yeah, Daytrade's pretty spread out. If DA goes into Flash, though, he might have a fight on his hands, whether he likes it or not. And there's more congestion at the bridges. This time it's Zenith and Multi-Circle Gaming. Multi-Circle Gaming has the eastern coast there. Veronica is going to get a Groza. So starts out bad for Daytrade, gets a little bit of a recovery there. They get some extra guns, some extra utility, a little bit of reparations for that team. T1 is now making their way in towards all of this, so they have to be careful. And, for T1, with the way the kill feed's been, they have to suspect something is going on here by this bridge, because both Sonics and Infantry have been heavily involved in that kill feed, and that should signal to you that there is definitely something going on around this bridge.
This is wild. I mean, we're 7 minutes in, Infantry already in a 5-kill position. I mean, we talked about we used Petrichor as the example, right? Where when you have a game where one of the guys pop off early, you just know, oh my lord, is this gonna be the 15+ kill game and potentially a win with it? I'm looking at Infantry right now, looking at their 5 kills. It's more kills than some of the other top teams have throughout all the games today. I'm looking at this and going, Paper, are we up for a record game? Is it one of those? Is it one of those record games that the Infantry are going to start pulling off now? Or will this be them over-committing to holding off teams here? Because we do still have 2 or 3 teams potentially going down towards this western bridge, but it does seem to me like Infantry finally opting to cross over.
Yeah, I mean, he has more kills than Tianba has points. So right now, it's going very, very well for Longsker, and we all know that guy's capable of putting up insane rounds, as is Infantry, of course. That 24 kill game they had in PCS2 or PCS1 Asia, PCS2 Asia, PCS2 Asia was insane. I mean, one of the craziest things I've ever witnessed in my life. And I don't think this ever got released, but I actually made a video breaking that down for PUBG. I just never think it was able to be put together in time. But quite an interesting game. If you haven't seen it, go back and watch that. To watch them maneuver that whole game front to back. It has started off with them just destroying, at the time, OG and Entis on their Chumasera Church. Anyway, that's neither here nor now. T1 is here and now with Tianba looming on the western side.
Well, Poro wanted to see the good T1, not the underperforming T1, and I was gonna say if there's a fight brewing here, we might get to see which of the T1s have shown up in this match, but nope, they will get to cross on over. There is Infantry on the other side, though, and they're sitting in a good position to hold off what I will expect to be... Oh, and there's already nades in the hands of Longsker. I'm loving this. There's one nade thrown on the street. Is it going to be too early? I think it might have been. Yep, first 8 knocks too early, but a 9! Instantly finds 1, finds 2! Right back to back, the knocks come in. Aqua 5 does take down 9 in return, but here comes the retaliation. Here comes the after fight. Let's see what's going to happen here. Bol Yang, solid damage done towards Aqua 5, just 1 HP left alive. Xiao Yang finds danger. Just 1 player left from T1. They're going to get to 9 kills at a 9-minute mark. That net is going to be good. Doesn't matter. It's going to be Longsker taking him down. 9 kills already for Infantry, and we've just started the game. In the meantime, now ends, and Liquid starting to fight one another.
All right, Mexi trying to work his way around the flank of Ents. Blue is here to make matters worse for both teams. Mexi sees Squeaky up by the tree. Decent spray, catches the head, but not able to catch anything else, and it's going to be some help from his teammate there. I think that got that knock, actually. Mexi, yep, there you go. Ents falling apart. Rustenmar this time on his own, and he's going to be the one to have to leave. And oh my goodness, that circle way over to the east. That is a shift and a half. Well, I guess it was our turn finally for the crazy circles days, Tobies. I mean, we've had a few that have been crazy, but we haven't had them consistently be insane. And, well, here we are. We're heading over to Novo, it looks like.
What the hell is that shift? I was not ready for that circle at all. Good thing I wasn't taking a sip of water there. That would have been unfortunate. But wow, out towards the east we go. Well, Infantry, you like playing on the edge, so here's an edge game for you. Already 9 kills. As you said, more kills in this game alone than quite a few teams having points in total over the course of the first 3 games played. So we'll see if they can make more of it, or if it's going to be one of those we bit off too much in the early game, and now, of course, with the circle shifting away, it's going to be hard. But now, multi-circle gaming, Gen G, they are close to one another, but I was just going to say, a Freak of Freaks, they are nearby as well, and they found knocks on this side too. Loki, Esther down early.
Yeah, Gen G's just in the middle of something they don't want to be, and there's some grenades popping around them, as well as I think both teams that have gotten those knocks into them are keen to try to finish the job. Particularly Multi-Circle is being very aggressive on this. It's going to be Pio seeing him coming through the window, but they spot him, get a little bit more damage, and he's able to get into them. Afrika popping shots in the backside, grenade out the window, catches some decent damage, but they're going to use that opportunity to vault in. Pio down and flush very, very quickly. Gen G, it is almost all over. It's just Anonix left, and he is beat up. He's upstairs. He's going to try to watch the stairs, And for now, he's just dodging the grenades of MCG. And this one is going to be desperate. He's going to find that DBS, though. Going to switch over to that. That is a fantastic gun to have. You're going to have just about anything. This is one of the best to try to hold down a building by yourself.
Oh, yeah. He's going to sit tied up shop. Maybe fire one bullet now. Just to be like, guys, if you come up these staircases, this is what's waiting for you. 6x DPS, that's a meta I'm not familiar with. I think it's just going to be hip firing for the most of it, though. Let's see. Trying to hold off. Going to back off a little bit. First one comes through. Second one comes through. Oh, there's too many angles from gold. Gets the first. Gets the second as well. Oh, my lord. Nonix. I thought you had that one for a second, but no. Summer says, let's stop. Let's stop there. It's gone up for long enough. And then here are your Navy SEALs. Zenith. They, yeah, how are you enjoying the water, guys?
I mean, just think if we had bicycles in PUBG, you could compete in a triathlon. But that is not the case. You just swimming and running is what you can do in this situation. Driving vehicles, of course, as well. But those aren't pedal-powered vehicles. Rustin Mark has found himself over by the mini pier here, and the boat's going to signal that it's time to go. And Na'Vi is going to pay the fare, take the ferry themselves, and you can get yourself a little bit of extra fare money. Well, he's fine. He's fine. You have over on the left-hand side of your screen, you have a code, and pop that in and get some extra EP points, and I don't think he's going to get there in time at all. Na'Vi, Besto's watching in that direction. The boat, time to leave. The second horn sounds, and that means we are underway. Na'Vi, curious to see how this one's going to pan out for them.
Tianba are driving along the shoreline, and with all the commotion we've heard in this game so far, if they stop to look towards... I mean, okay, so it's a tricky one, because now phase 3 is going to connect. It's not going to be fatal blue zone. What? What? What?
Yes!
What?
Yes! Yes! It's beautiful.
I thought the last circle was the worst one, but the game, it just doubled up. This is beyond what?
No, it's a work of art. Don't you say that. I knew what you're going to finish that sentence with. This is not garbage. This is a work of art. This is a Da Vinci painting of circles right here.
Oh, no.
Absolutely beautiful. Let's watch poor T1 get just wrecked again. I mean, right away, 2 down. They managed to trade 1 to Aqua 5. Does everything he can. Dangche gets sent in a different direction. He's going to get taken out, and Aqua 5, not any health left. And whether it had been this grenade or the shots, he's dead. Huge moment for Infantry, who now finds themselves heading in towards the southwestern side of the circle underneath DA, but a lot of circle in between them and DA, so they don't have to get involved, but maybe they will just because of how good they're playing. Oath going to try to get back up on top of this radar dish tower, but there's already a team here. Petrichor Road set up along the road. Ixlef going to get the first. That's going to be an easy flush as well. More members of Oath now diverting, going off the sides, just yeeting themselves down. This is not going to be available, and they don't want to fight it. They know, once the first team is up there, it's pretty difficult for anybody to do anything about it.
Here comes Na'Vi. They're still on the ferry. I was kind of looking for Chiamba if they were going to stop and look for people on the ferry, and M200, well, they're going to let them sail on past. No worries there. Na'Vi, that's a free ride to the circle. Will it be you surviving? I'm not sure, because now MCG, who currently have control of nowhere, you can see they're sprinting down towards the entrance or the pier that the ferry is going to stop on. They're going down here waiting for them to try and hop off. And Na'Vi, you might be best off jumping into the water now-ish, because if you sit tight on here for too long, Multi-Circle Gaming, they're going to be coming for you. First one is already, I believe, in the water. No, he stayed on. First one stayed on Multi-Circle Gaming. They're looking for them. They're running side by side. Oh! Best of luck. Finds Ling Do. Well, that's a moving target. Nate's now locked across. This game is absolutely chaotic.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Let's go, Na'Vi. Is it time to get off the boat, or are you going to continue to joyride it through? And you can see they're lining up over on the southern tip. Yep, they're going to get off. It is time to move at MCG. With that knock actually opened up a lot of space here for Na'Vi. It makes MCG have to recover. They have to, heal up. So that's effectively 2 members of MCG busy, not able to shoot. Tianba gonna make a move. Really nicely done here by Tianba, at least in terms of cutting across territory where nobody was and making a rotation. We'll see if they're able to hold it down. Now, Infantry been fighting so good into Team Liquid. Team Liquid gonna let loose with some grenades. Clip throwing some over. Second one coming in. Longsker already at half health, but that one came up just short. Longsker a little bit too far behind that rock to take any critical damage. And Infantry is lining up along this hillside like they might want to fight.
I mean, with 9 kills coming into the beginning of the game, I wouldn't see why they wouldn't want to. 9 already peeking on over, trying to do something. I just now realized the reason that Na'Vi were so good there is just because their name is just misspelled Navy, you know? That's what Na'Vi is. They're the Navy team. That's what it is. That's why they got like +1 aim on the ferry. That's what it is. That's what it is. Navy Na'Vi.
Now it all makes sense.
Yeah,
You
that's why
cracked
they're
the
so
code.
good. That's what it is. There's that's what it is.
I mentioned Da Vinci earlier, and you cracked his code, my friend. Well done. Very, very well done. And yeah, they are going to get into the Novo crates very easily. All right. Team Liquid as Petrichor Road still hanging out up on top of the mountain as they begin to make their descent because of the circle heading in that direction. We are starting to leave Novo. We are starting to head into that hill in a pretty similar situation to where we saw that game the other day, Toby, where 4 a.m. tried to win one, couldn't quite get it done. This is going to be really, really fascinating to watch this one play out because there's still a lot of teams up, a lot of players still alive. I mean, 46. Oh, good grenade from Longsker, though. Look out, Team Liquid. Infantry's hungry.
Oh, you don't want to catch that one up the way the clip just did. Phase 4 coming in now as well. Means no resting in the blue unless if you're trying to deny points just to die yourself as well. Infantry still chasing it. 9 finds a piece as well. Just 1 left alive for Liquid. That's Mexi's on his own. You can see these guys. They're swarming around. They want to get these kills. EB gets flushed. 10 kills for Liquid. Make it 11 already. They have yet to lose a single player. Mexi trying to stay alive, but he's completely surrounded. Headshot comes in. Body shot comes in. Down to 1 HP. And there you go. Poliang takes him down. Now they're all on the board. Oh my lord, what a game for Infantry. I know that maybe Calaris tried to just make a joke of it early, but we did maybe that's the buff, the opposite of the curse, coming in there, trying to get them a little more going, and they sure as hell do. A card in the meantime, trying to hold off long. Goes down, a card using the vehicle to full effect, trying to avoid the molly, and does succeed in doing so.
All right, well, Akkad versus, oh, nope, Mill again, winning a one-on-one for Pero. Going to be the last one alive. Going to go and res long. So very well done here by Mill once again. Yeah, man, once Infantry gets rolling, these guys don't know how to stop. They are incredible. The wind gets in their sails, similar to Pero, and there just doesn't seem to be any halting them. They are just absolutely insane. I mean, they're so smart that once they get that knock, it is go. It is just go, go, go on top of Liquid. They swarm and they take them down relatively free, taking a little bit of damage here. Looking into this circle, though, they're going to try to work top to bottom as we do head a little bit more towards the coast. So this one still has some water in it. So this is going to be a pretty close to the beach ending. Maybe not entirely that way, but still has the potential to be relatively eastern heavy. With where it will finish, and Infantry just slowed up for a bit. They're gonna have to make a move here, and it's gonna be Tianba potentially up next.
We'll have to see this circle. I mean, we're shifting out the majority of Novo. That means no safe haven to crash in towards should everything go wrong. It's just an open down slant hill with very little cover. You do have some trees, as you can see here, but that's on the very edge. That little next area we move into is, I believe, a little more scarce in terms of trees and rocks to play around, and even so, that's the only thing you're going to get. So get those vehicles with you in there, grant yourself a little bit of extra cover where there really isn't a whole lot, and see what you can do with it. I like Meta's position down on the shoreline right now. They should have pretty good angles up the hills. But for anyone sitting outside right now, Petrichor, Multi-Circle Gaming, Na'Vi, and Infantry as well, it's going to be a pretty troublesome rotation forward. Because as you can see here, it's so hard getting lines of sight on these players that are waiting on you down the hill.
Yeah, it really, really is. And Tianba trying to take advantage of that, throwing some grenades up on top of the hill into Infantry to soften them up just a bit. Long takes a headshot and a little bit of damage himself on the backside. Mill still working the top of his hill. Ling Du's turn, stepping up into the tree. Gonna maybe try to see if he can catch Mill sleeping a little bit there. MCG making a pretty strong push up that hillside indeed. Mill's gonna get taken down by Evil Lee there with that shot, and the finish comes through as well. Longsker's gonna hear that. He knows something's up on the side. Zenith gonna be getting into MCG. Evil Lee going down, but here comes Na'Vi. Great throwables here, right on top of Shinboy. That is gonna be down and out. Mollies and frags doing the job here. Roth stuck inside one of these little shacks and he has Na'Vi swarming around him. Will they check this? Will they not? Do they know Roth is here is a big question in my mind. Yep, Orange is ready for it. He comes around the corner, but Roth is better. Going to get him. Follow-up is going to be good with Orange. And, it's actually Besto that got knocked by Roth there. Nice try by Roth. Good position. A little cheeky, but isn't not much follow-up. Now Infantry in trouble. Tianba's come alive, and 2 have been knocked.
Yep, 9 and Longsker finding themselves in between multiple teams. Minx finding the flush over excessively with the arm there. Just had to full-on confirm with the headshot. Destroy the helmet completely. Minx looking for more, but 9 doing damage. He's continuing as he's looking for kill number 6 of the game for him. 13 kills for them already, and they get the double on towards them. 15 kills for Tiamba are still there. Longsker, that was on the other side of the circle. 15 kills for them. Longsker is down to low HP, and there ends the adventure for Infantry. But they might find themselves not at the top of the leaderboard, then something close to it, despite falling out in 7th place with 15 kills.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a massive round for them. Longsker, just so strong. An incredibly talented individual player. Now, let's look at Meta. They've been quiet throughout this one, but they've put themselves in a prime position to potentially win this. Kickstart doing a great job. Gets the knock, gets a finish onto Na'Vi. Very well done here by Kickstart. 4 kills, 4 big ones for Zenith, but they do have to leave this compound, and there is not a whole lot to work with. There's a bit of a hill line, and that's about it. You can see Kickstart watching to see what Day Trade is going to do when they have to leave the compound as well. DA situating themselves behind Oath. I mean, the Shacks have been pretty fortunate to Oath so far today. Can they hold off this DA advance? And here goes Punij. All right, out ahead, no problem. This is a nice little maneuver there for Zenith. Punij getting ahead at least gives them maybe some kind of hope to get forward.
Trying to find a way to wrap. And it's funny how 2 teams, I mean, Multi-Circle Gaming and Infantry, they've almost taken out half the teams that have been eliminated so far. So these teams that we have left remaining, they haven't really had that much of a chance. Okay, so Zenith and Tiamba both at 4 kills apiece, but other than that, it's been for DA, for Oath, for Day Trade, for Meta Gaming, it's been very quiet on that southeast side because you've had Multi-Circle Gaming alongside Infantry just kind of harvesting the edges for them. So coming into this one now, there's, in terms of square meters, plenty of space in the circle. It's just, as you can see here, because we're forcing everyone out into this open area, there isn't that much to play around. So this could be a full-on pull-up for DA now. We'll see. They're trying to set the vehicles up by the tree there to grant themselves a little bit of extra cover. I'm pretty sure they're well aware that they have Oath players down in the shack right next to them. If Thralius does fall, Lin Shun able to get a good knock there, but with Cena shooting all the time, that's also going to give the info away to Meta. But they are indeed just over on the other side.
Yeah, I like the 2-2 split here from Meta. They have a pretty good idea of what's going on with Zenith. They've been keeping track of their kill feed well. They know that they've got a couple members down there. Of course, the smokes and the shooting gave it away a long time ago, and they want to watch and get those 2 points. Sparking a little bit too far out, takes some damage. Good grenade, though. Gets Zenith for about half health. Day Trade has vehicles, so they're going to be able to send it on in, and they're looking to go deep center circle, trying to position themselves for that end game. Groza in the hands of Vanatica. He had a big game earlier today, looking to try to pop off once again for the team from Thailand.
I think if you're DA on the south edge at this point, you're trying to somehow force Tiamba to take the fight down the hill on the other side. I mean, for Tiamba right now, the hilltop is a perfect spot, but unless if this circle really hard shifts towards the west, they have to get down at some point, and for DA and for Day Trade, they're going to say, can you please go the other side? Because they would not want to have Tiamba come full speed forward, plowing down towards them. So Day Trade, as expected, looking uphill, and well, that's the opposite of a hard shift going your way. That's for sure, Tiamba. You have to get down this hill, and I think for DA and for Day Trade, they can't really do much to move anywhere before they've done just that.
Yeah, this one moving in Meta's direction back towards that coast. And ooh, Lin Chu gonna find a knock on to Ragnar. Silzen's over there. Let's see if they're able to get that res. Smokes have to come out into the faces towards Day Trade. As you can see, they want to get down this hill, and this is a very exposed, steep hill. That's going to be very difficult. DA has to make the push into Oath. Oath, pack caps down, just Snakers left. Nice little push so far. Metrelius might be going down for this. Snakers one, wants to flush the point, able to get that at least, and well, for DA wasn't as clean as you would have liked to have seen. Tiamba has to fight Day Trade. Just Mings left here. Day Trade doing a good job holding off this push. Mings gonna go down to the spray of flash through the back seat of the buggy, and that's going to be Tianba down and out.
Tried to spray him down on the other side. Does manage to get him out in the end of it. And fortunately, I mean, well timed by DA, even though they, as you said, it wasn't as clean as they would have wanted to. I think they should have just pushed in 2 there in the end rather than send 1 in and allow him to get flushed. That's, of course, unfortunate. But they time it well, knowing that they see the Tianba throw smokes down on the other side, force him down that hill, and now, despite only being 2 alive, they can still try and make a play into the circle. Punich, well, only a tree for cover. Them 2 have somehow managed to make it into this circle as well, with Meta now the only 4-man team left alive. We know that's no means to victory, because we saw Daytrade be the ones with 4 alive when it was just 2 from DA and Mill left alive. So just because you're a 4 meta doesn't mean you get a win. DA has proven it otherwise once today already. We'll see now if the 3 sets of duos can do anything to take down the LATAM team of Meta.
And I got to give Zenith a ton of credit right now, still hanging on that north edge, still both of them up. Kickstart, Punich, working their way forward, able to withstand the pressure from Sparking and the other members of Meta. That's quite impressive, to be completely honest, particularly with Sparking, a very, very good player, as everybody knows. Puchil's Flash, still kind of some vehicles. Oh no, but I say that Flash gets the knock onto Punich there. And now they are in trouble. Zenith down to 1 man standing. Kickstart looking to go for that res, I believe. See if he can get that accomplished. And Flash going to try to use the hood of the cart to watch this fight. Sparking's going to be rotating more center. We do head south, so the bottom edge going to keep DA in. Daytrade on the west, Zenith on the north, but looking pretty darn good for Meta. 4 alive, pretty nice little hill line to work with on the eastern edge.
They need to do everything they can to hold off here. I'm liking the fact that they back off a little, look down towards the south side. Even though DA don't have to move, they shouldn't. I mean, with the fact that they don't have to move, they shouldn't be considered the biggest threat right now. But we all know that DA, I mean, look away for 1 second, they'll come running towards you. So I like the fact that they commit at least 1, now that they have 4 players alive, to looking in that direction. The Zenith and Daytrade teams should be, if not fighting each other, then a somewhat simple is wrong to say, but a very doable hold, whereas opposed to if you start overcommitting towards the north, you could end up giving DA too much space to try and wrap on in towards what will be the final dot in the circle, and then you know everything can happen. So liking the fact that the Meta are splitting out right now the way that they are, constantly keeping Wicked with eyes down towards the south.
Yeah, even though they haven't picked up many kills, they are keeping their space unoccupied, which is a big part of this for them right now. Puchil's looking over that hill line to see if anybody from Zenith is going to make their way over. Zenith right now, though, thinking more towards Meta's direction. I mean, this is the only option they really have. Going the other way, yeah. You can see up that hill, there just isn't a lot, and they might just have to. I don't know. Zenith, I can't imagine that this goes well for them no matter what. I feel for them. It's an insanely difficult position. Yeah, Wicked, and it's going to finish the job there. And down goes Zenith. And now 3 teams alive: Meta, Daytrade, DA.
Yeah, Daytrade still inside the circle, but just for now, it is going to end. The dot is going to be on the road. That vehicle, unfortunately, rolled back down the hill and outside the circle. Not sure if he wanted to have tried to bring that one in for a little extra cover. Pooch, as you can see, looking over the top, trying to get himself a kill here. Unfortunately, can't connect that one. DA still playing it a little quiet, but as I say that, shots are being fired. They're starting to rep forward, and Code Marco finds Sparking last time around. Daytrade fell, and I'm just gonna stop myself talking there. Wicked, what a double nade all the way down from downtown. Finds it over the top of the hill, takes him down. Now 4v2 for Meta.
Look at this, 5 kills for Wicked. He is doing the heavy lifting, but they're gonna lose Sparking. That's a big loss. A nice pickup for Flash on the side of this. So for Meta, they've still got a vehicle. They've got this Dacia. They're gonna pull it up. The center of this circle is right on the road. The star is right on the road in front of you. You can see it kind of in your screen here if you look closely. And now smokes are out for Puchils and Flash, trying to work the edges, trying to keep both sides locked down. The middle not so important in this fight. You need to just really make sure no one's getting on your flanks. The middle you can then keep flanked with one-on-one on each side. This is really a great option for Daytrade, making a lot of a bad situation.
3v2. Meta have the numbers, but Daytrade with Puchus crossing already. They do have the position. They can wait. They can wait for Meta to push on. And this reminds me a lot of the loss we saw FaZe Clan face against Afrika Freaks yesterday, where they just gave up too much ground. It is difficult, though. It is incredibly difficult for Meta to take control of the hill with the smokes and utility that's being put to use by Daytrade. Flash finds the first one. 4 kills in this game already. Does he see Silson on the other side? No, he doesn't immediately. Drones back down. They know with the blue closing in, there shouldn't be a rest possible, so now it's a 2v2.
Yeah, they're looking over for the res, but Poochills and Flash looking really strong, really capable right now. There's Poochills getting the finish on to Wicked. I thought that was going to be a knock, but Silson runs out of bullets. Oh no, he's able to dodge more. There's the trade. It's just Flash alive. It's Silson so hurt, so beat up, has to try to get the reload, runs right into the smoke to try to wait this out. Is he going to be able to get the heal off? Flash trying to win the round for Daytrade. Silson pops out of the north side of the smoke. Flash around the south. Flash gonna see if Flash is gonna get the win. Daytrade able to take it back and get the win. They're able to overcome it. The 3v2 there, and earlier on the day, they kind of threw one at the church at Miramar, but here they're able to make it back and continue to assert their dominance on this lobby.
Any doubts that anyone has had about this team, including myself, have just been put to absolute rest. 4th place, 2nd place, 5th place, and now our 1st. They've been in with the top 5 every single game, and they finally grabbed themselves a win. What a hell of a performance from Daytrade. They were outnumbered there in the end. It was a 2v3. They do get the flush in one, so I mean, it's just the way that they push up, the way they take control, just Poochers and Flash left alive. Very, very impressive play from Daytrade there.
That was such a tough situation they found themselves in due to the cover and the nature of what Meta had to work with, but just better shooting. And a big part of that, we didn't get to see what happened, Toby, but a big part of that had to be Sparking going down. We didn't get to see it on screen, so we're not really sure what that situation was. But had they had Sparking alive, even if he's one of the 3, that could be a very different situation. Having your star player up and running at the end is so important.
Easily. So much to break down in this game. Absurd hardships on towards the middle of the island. Infantry getting kills all over the place. There's so much. So please, take your time. There's a lot to talk about.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no. It happened to James.
Yeah, always. You know what? It happened twice yesterday. Oh, the day before as well. I am off my game. But anyway, I'll tell you who isn't off their game. It's Daytrade. What ridiculousness we are witnessing from them so far here. A 1st, a 2nd, a 4th, a 5th. They just keep going. Bang left, bang right. Clover, Poro joining me here. It's Daytrade all day, Clover. Knew it as well. We are 2 for 2.
All right,
Great
Poro,
death segment, guys.
you.
Good job.
We're killing
Go on,
it.
Clover, answer.
No, I've been singing Daytrade's praise all day long today. It's been really fun to see different players pop off. I know earlier it was Vanotica, but today it's Flash now as we get that final chicken dinner.
And let's take a look at the highlights coming on in. Poro, save us all.
All right, look. I hate to be the bearer of actual real news and not fake news, but that wasn't a Daytrade win. That was Meta. That's inexperience on LAN inexperience from Meta showing in a big way. There's no chance that Meta should ever lose that game. And you could see, I mean, we were talking about it, 2 circles before the final circle there. Meta was spreading out. They were doing so much right stuff, but they never really peaked over the top. They never really tried to lay down pressure on the teams that were on the other side of the road. And in the end, they end up with their backs right up against the wall, and that should never, ever happen in that situation.
Yeah, so as much as, Daytrade gets the win, you have Meta should have got the win. I'll tell you who may have also won the game. Infantry.
Oh, God,
what was I witnessing, Clover, throughout this?
Honestly, I thought you were about to talk about Na'Vi there as we saw them, because real quick before we talk about Street, we have to talk about that boat rotation, that ferry rotation in esports. Na'Vi getting a kill off of it even. so great. But no, Infantry really popping off there. You know, they started off really early on, actually taking a player off of Day Trade in the very beginning. Long score with the micro Uzi. That was so great to see. And then they got a full wipe on Sonics. They got the bridge camp wipe onto T1. And then they got 3 more off Team Liquid. So a really great game for them as well to pick up 15 kills in terms of points.
Yeah, and there's a brilliant nade coming out from Wicked. As you say, Meta, they should have been able to seal the deal here, but they do not. Day Trade here with the final trades across the road, mind you. Not an easy place to actually take those trades here, Poro, but they managed to do it. They've been looking fantastic.
No, they've look. PUBG is such a snowball-y kind of game, right? When you start having success early on, that success just always tends to breed into more success, and that's kind of what we're seeing from Day Trade right now. I mean, every single game just keeps building off the last, and I mean, it was looking great on Miramar. Now it's looking great on Erangel. Now the next question is, all right, can we go from day to day?
Yeah, that is a very good question. And speaking of day to day, from DA, from game to game, they can't catch a break in terms of the drops and the circles that come their way, but they still get themselves a 3rd place with 3 kills, Clover, still situating them in a great spot in 2nd right now.
Yeah, you know, we talked a little bit about Meta's positioning. There was a good positioning from DA as well in that late game that they tried their best to play out of. And, you know, as we take a quick kind of look at the results as well, only 8 points for DA. But again, like, we're seeing them be proactive, and that's just so great to see.
And there you see Infantry with the big spike up, 15 kills. Bear in mind that those 15 kills came around the time when there were still about 30 people left alive, Poro. If they didn't get pinched and in a 3rd, 4th party situation up in that northwest side of that circle, they could have run absolute muck in this game.
No, that's always the kind of thing that Infantry is capable of doing. You never know when they're going to set themselves up to have one of those just real big pop-off games. The problem with Infantry is not their mechanical skill, not their ability to kill anybody. It's the consistency, man. It's trying to find them doing this kind of thing from one game to another. Even not even hitting the highs, but just keeping it at about average would be nice. It's just so up and down with that team. It's hard to really predict what they're going to do next.
And the question is, when do Day Trade slow down right now? Flash sitting atop here with the damage done. Really, I mean, to be fair, it's not, using the term carried doesn't really exist at this level in terms of like, because it's all 4, you know, playing with each other in synergy with one another. People are contributing damage and stuff like that. But Flash kept getting the finishes here, stacking them up a lot, Clover.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw that confident play at the very end of that Miramar match with Flash up till the end. We're seeing that again here, you know, keeping his calm, keeping cool, and making sure to get all of those kills, cleaning it up for the win. And that's a hard thing to do sometimes, especially something that's going to have the chaotic of an ending.
Let's take a look at the overall standings then. And now confirm what we already know, that Day Trade will be at the top with a little bit of a cushion. They have crafted themselves out a nice wall up at the top. 50 points when being 13 ahead of 2nd place, being 17 ahead of 3rd place. Poro, they have got to be so happy with this position. They just got to keep it going, though. There is still 6 games left.
Absolutely, and I think the most impressive thing about Day Trade in this is that it's not they're not getting these good performances all in the same way, right? It's not them finding a compound and just sitting there. Sure, that happened in one game, but look at this last game. They had to do the long rotation down to the south. They lose a guy early to Infantry. They just managed to struggle and scratch and survive to that late game spot and put themselves in the best position they could hope for, which was at the time a 2v4, and they end up bringing it down to a 1v1 and winning it. So, I mean, Day Trade is showing that they have the ability to win multiple different types of ways right now.
Yeah, and we will find out in our next game, as well as a few more upcoming, if they're just a pump and dump or if it's going to the moon. We are going to go to a break, and when we return, it's more PGI.S.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
我来看静音了，四标静音了，还要过来攻啊！
有猫你吗？
没猫没猫，在观察。他在救队友，要撞我，撞了。
走，你快走。打他一下，你有打他吗？
有机会我扫一下。再修我的胎。 烽烟拖。
二楼有一个。
我朝正面扔个雷，我扔个火。哎，这个地方，这个我能用雷炸死。一楼。
二楼倒一个，
最后一个，
最后一个。
我打一下
2楼是吧？
我跳下来。
二楼里屋，
二楼里
老朱
给个雷。
死。
got me like wanna check. Climbing and humble, yeah. I'm in my squad, feeling like I know I'm the greatest, I crumble, yeah. Made it from the bottom to the top, I did it, yeah. Some of the players never fighting, breathing for air. Aiming it like it. Winner takes it all, taking it off. No more breaking in his mind, what? Are you ready? Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aiming it like it. Shoot. The winner takes it all, taking it off. Shoot. Aiming it like it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster when I'm stronger. You can have me, let me guarantee, cause the winner takes it all. You ready?
One more game remaining, then we breach the halfway point here for our weekly final for week 4 of PGI.S. And so far, so good for Day Trade, who sit at the top firmly with not only a cushion, but also some extremely strong results across the entire day so far. We've got Poro and Clover joining me here as well. Poro, it's been brilliant for Day Trade, to be perfectly honest here, throughout the day. Maybe 1 or 2 moments with fortunate play, but overall, they've been able to run with it and make it work to their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, kind of touching back on what we were talking about before the break. I mean, their ability to get to the late game with a couple of guys up and be able to find success even when they have early losses is such a huge thing right now. And the fact that they're able, even, you know, you get 2 down, right? Yeah, that last couple of circles in that last game, you're not thinking that Day Trade is going to be able to make that, right? You're thinking that they're going to get picked off eventually by some well-placed grenade, but they managed to fight everybody off, hold everybody off, pick their battles appropriately, and in the end, do exactly what they needed to do, and that's break it down to a 1v1 in which Flash's mechanical skill stood strong.
And of course here, you know what? I'm going to break convention. Our broadcast is showing Sonics. However, they got 16th with 0 points and haven't really done much so far so I'm not really going to talk about them. We're going to talk about other teams like Meta, who have actually put themselves in a spot where, yeah, in the previous game, it was a winning position, Clover. They just couldn't quite eke it out. Similar in a similar way to how they have been able to in those recent matches.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Poro probably hit the nail on the head. It's that they just don't have that LAN experience yet. But, you know, you get experience by showing up and putting the work in. And that's what Meta is doing right now. So, yeah, I think we're a little bit frustrated that we're not seeing quite as much yet that we'd like to from them. But we're seeing big growth. We're seeing good plays. I mean, that double nade elimination that Wicked pulled off, taking out both Zenith and DA, was so good to see. Something that you really wanted to see rewarded. And you know what? I mean, look at this. Ragnar, you got to have the best morale of any team to have him on yours.
What?
I want those glasses.
Look, man, I'm going to tell you. Look, it's funny. You're laughing at it. It's goofy and everything, but I cannot express how damn important it is to have a guy like Ragnar on a team, especially coming off of a game like they just had, where it would be so easy to tilt and say like, oh, we should have won that. Oh, just to be caught up in thinking about it. But having a guy like Ragnar there to kind of like get everybody squared down again, settled down again, and just flush that away and start thinking about the next game, so important.
I have so many questions. 1, where did he get the glasses? 2, why does he have them with him? 3, he didn't even hook them over his ears. What's going on? No, I love Ragnar. He's made a fan out of me throughout this tournament. I think it's fair to say, Poro. He's been amazing, as you say.
No, absolutely. And I'm excited to get to see more of them in the Americas.
Oh, yes, absolutely. That'll be great here through 2021. Let's get to it, though. It's our final game of the day, match number 5. Right now, Day Trade sits with a 13-point lead. Will anybody challenge them today, or will they go in looking strong tomorrow? Paper, Toby, let's head to the grassy pastures.
Thank you very much. We are in the air, and this is an actual airplane, not an alien spacecraft. Just because we have an alien side of there with Ragnar does not mean that the rest of it is not unoccupied by real humans. And yes, indeed, we are. PGI.S. last game of the night. PGI.S. presented by Intel, where the gaming happens, guys. And as always, last game of the day, so I got to remind you, if you're just tuning in and you want to watch the VODs from earlier, you can here on Twitch or on YouTube, PUBG Esports channel. Give that a subscribe and check out all the video content. You can see a lot of the bumpers and other things from the pre-show content. If you want to see some of the hilarious videos, those kind of things. If you want to see more Ragnar shenanigans, just get back there and just keep rewinding and playing those over. So last one of the day, Toby, playing pretty fair.
Again, very straightforward playing, but we know how how brutal the circles have been in return. So I'm not going to take anything away from this plane being nice. And look at that Liquid. Once again up to change things up. We saw them twice in Yasnaya. This time around, School and Apps is where they're headed. Mex is still splitting up towards the northeast, but now they're in DA territory, and we know everything can happen once you're down there.
Absolutely, DA territory is scary territory, and DA is actually looking like they've got the vehicles around J Compound. Don't have to fight 4 a.m. for it, so they're able to do that. Day Trade did in fact go down to that northern Sosnovka Road. And are going to make their rotations from there, learning their lesson from getting anywhere near infantry. Infantry is not happy with that, although they might. Are they going to try to isolate again? Are they going to chase Puchils down? I really don't think so. There's not much of an opportunity. He's pretty well across. And you see here, Na'Vi now has, Yasnaya all to themselves.
Not gonna complain about that. They were used to splitting out towards the east, but again, with no hard committed Yas team here, they go, you know what? We might as well just loot in the city, get looted up quicker, have a guaranteed vehicle spawn inside, maybe have a spawning garage towards the west, and then get going from there. Instead, no reason to extend further out towards the east when you have a big old city up for grabs like that. So gonna be very satisfied with that, I'm sure. And I have been wondering. I've been wondering something, and I've meant to get like a pro player poll on this, but is anyone...
Where did he get those glasses? Oh, sorry. No.
Oh, that too. You can't just steal my extra question.
Sorry.
Also,
I'm sorry.
Does Bolian get a triple kill here? That's my next question. Does he get 1 kill? Does he get 2? Oh my. That's 1. Will he get the other? They don't have any weapons, I think. I think they rotated instantly. I'm pretty sure Flash doesn't have a gun. He's just sending it. He's escaping. He's getting the hell out of here. And infantry again. If there's a team that knows how to make enemies today, oh my lord, is that Infantry Gaming. They are on a hunt for people not ready to be fought against. And unfortunately for Day Trade, the first place team right now, and the team that had a really good win last game, they lose out on one early. But no, to finish off my thought, I want to know, does anyone actually like the holo over the red dot?
I've met a few people who do, and I actually used to. These days I am now back on the holo, or on the red dot train. I used to like the holo, and I don't know what it is about it that it doesn't... I just found it more manageable, and I don't know why. Maybe it was just a comfort thing. Maybe actually having less vision around it makes you feel like it's easier to control the spray with it. I don't think there's any pros. I can't think of any pros who actually use the holo.
No. I mean, we just saw Boliang do, but I don't think it. I think he would have preferred having the red dot. Not that it made much of a difference. You still got the instant headshot knock with a mini, so pretty good shot after all. Just me being curious, because there are 2 sites and they function very similarly. I've just never seen anyone, at least in competitive PUBG, prioritize the holo over the red dot.
Yeah, I can't think of anybody who I see uses it on a consistent basis. It is. Of course, I think everybody's just going to tell you, well, you can see more with the red dot. That's the biggest difference, right? There's more vision in and around it than with the holo. And so for me, like, I liked the holo because it just kind of, there was only one thing to think about, and that's what was inside of that holo, because you can't see anything else, really. So in that sense, like, I kind of didn't mind it, but now I'm like, no, I'm just like, no, red dot's far superior. There's no longer any discussion. Well, Durans has Longsker coming up to him. Can they get some revenge? He gets a pretty decent shot. There it is. That's going to be long skirt down. Fantastic shooting with the AK for Nurens. The revenge comes through. I mean, frankly, they got revenge by winning the round. It's like how you know, like everybody says, like getting revenge on someone who's wronged you is just living a better life, and that's what Day Trade did in that last one, right? And here this time they're getting a little more, you know, a little more instant action on that.
Oh yeah, for sure. They might have won the little battle there, but in the end it was Day Trade, at least for the last game, that won that war. Interesting thing is, though, for anyone who have the map up, and for those of you guys who don't, I strongly advise that you do, twitch.tv/PUBG esports map. If you look at where Nurens got that knock on the west coast and look at where the rest of the infantry players are, I am very surprised that infantry even had a player out there. I know that they land down on the south side, but why would he want to wrap up the way like that without the rest of the team there? Maybe to get additional info. Maybe they didn't expect Day Trade to wrap that far towards the west when they crossed over. I'm not sure.
He was going to. I would 95% guarantee he's going over to Everest, to the mountains south of George. I would almost bet money that that's eventually where he's looking at going. I think he's making, because infantry really likes to get up on top of that mountain.
True.
And I would bet money that they were trying to make their way there. Like that's the first step in getting there. Maybe getting a little extra loot along the way. But yeah, it turns out Nurens went there and gets a free point off of Longsker out in the open. That should be, Win just not able to get that knock. He had a pretty good opportunity there, just not quite able to get those shots to connect to the more damaging parts of the body. And so the smokes are going to be down, and now they're going to try to heal this out. Mime prepping that gas can for an explosion.
I like it. And we're seeing a lot of commitment from Meta right now. It's, what was that, 3 nades and at least 2 smokes being utilized, that they, if they don't get a chance to loot more this game, would probably want it to be able to bring later on into the game, should we go back into these fields and end the game there. Oh, in the meantime, drive by Meta is where we're at, so why not see it being put to full effect. Bolyank trying to get some kills. He's very low on gas, so that could be an issue. And you hunt one, the rest come after you. Let's see if it paid off for him trying to do this. Bolyank, he's being hunted. Gen.G won't have none of it. Fortunately for him, the US, the vehicle that he has, the level 3 US, if you so too want to call it, does grant him a little bit of extra cover, but not enough. Loki will get the revenge. You don't go for us, we go for you. And there you go. The kill comes in. Infantry lose one more.
Yeah. Those trees are solid, Pio. I can't drive through that.
Don't map and drive.
For a second. Well, that might have been it too. Yeah. Those ones, you can't drive through them there. Some of those trees you actually can drive through, of course, but the single ones are actually not drivable in that situation. So you can see circle is going to be a half-half, north-south, and a lot of teams going north because even though they tend to be looking like they might go south, well, this one's pretty well 50-50. It seems like they want to go in the direction you don't think they're going to go in this tournament. So some players going up there. Oath, well, the north side of Sosnovka, just going to keep looting up as they get ready to come into this one late. Of course, an edge playing team, that's the way they like it. They're a team that likes to farm, and they've got a win on the day, doing pretty decent in 5th place at 32 points. And there's a lot of teams hovering around that 30-point mark. And then there's Day Trade, who's averaging, no matter what happens here today, they're going to average 10 points around at least. And that is a great day, no matter how you slice it.
Oh, phenomenal. They've been playing very, very incredible. And I mean, even with the kills, if you take that away, their placements alone have been absolutely insane. Non-stop top finishes is not something you could expect from any team out of this lobby, out of any lobby, in all honesty, with the level of play that we see here. Gen.G, well, they chased down an infantry player. Now it seems like it's Flash who's being hunted, but no. Loki realizes it's a bit too much of a commitment to try and chase him all the way up towards George Pole, so he opts to hop off, wrap around the other way, and sit that one out. Makes pretty good sense to me as well. It's this next shift is gonna, I think we can see phase 2 chaos already with the next shift, should it be hard enough to either the north or the south side, because now that we shift out of Yasnaya, even though it is only phase 1 coming into 2 and you can still go out back into the blue and rotate, we are forcing everyone that want to maintain their vehicles to cross over bridges, and that alone could cause for some pretty interesting engagements.
Absolutely, but I really like Gen.G's position on this, because whether this goes top or bottom, they have the ability to get to either side, because the western side of Georgia is completely open. So Africa's okay, but for Gen G, if this goes top, they can go up that. Okay, well, all right. Well, we're going top most likely, I think. It still could go south, my word. We're still not quite 50-50 on that, but for Gen G, like, this is a good situation now because they have that far western bridge completely under their purview. No one else is there, and they have a good rotation up into the north if they want to make it. T1's going to get up onto the mountain and just get some information on what's going on around them.
Yeah, let's sit on the east side, try and see if they can scout their way further forward. I would have expected them to maybe try and make a play, because the longer they sit here, the more the teams that are still in the south will get to wrap underneath and maybe take away a position that could have been theirs to take. The thing is, as you said, while there's a pretty good chance it could go north with the absurd shifts we've seen today already, and the tournament overall has kind of provided for us, there's really no saying what's going to happen. Liquid, 2 on a vehicle, Summer taken down instantly. EV tries to go for one, but no, it's not going to happen. James is going to be the second one, actually, to be taken down, and Liquid take casualties again. And this is so interesting with the drive-by meta that has become a thing, that bikes, everyone always went, oh my god, if you have a bike, you're in a perfect situation. If you have a bike, you're so lucky, you can rotate so fast. But bikes have now, for some, becomes the least favorite vehicle. Some would arguably take buggies over bikes just because of the drive-by potential of cars.
Yeah, you are so exposed on those bikes now. Afrika trying to do to Zenith what we just saw Multi-Circle Gaming do to Liquid, but it looks like Zenith's going to get away. Afrika just not quite as on the ball with their drive-by shooting. And I got to say, that's one thing I've been really impressed with the Chinese teams in particular. They have really practiced these drive-by abilities, and they seem to shine in those moments. EJ trying to drive away from that grenade, just able to get rolling down the hill fast enough so he doesn't take any more damage. Able to get behind the shelter, the Faw shelter entrance. That one you can't actually go inside of, but I believe that's, yeah, that one. Can you go inside of this one? Oh, you can. No, I'm wrong. Yes. It's not. Okay. Wrong one. Thinking of a different one there. That's up on the northern side.
That one you can very easily make your way down inside. And, well, Liquid, we just saw them get themselves eliminated. Clip tried to back off late and go further towards the east. That didn't really help them a whole lot because Petrico and Meta were all out there. And speaking of them, here they are fighting each other once again. They have been running into each other quite a bit today. Two teams that are having their first presence in the weekly finals, and they have been running into each other all day long. We saw them fight early, very, very early on the very first game, and that's kind of set the tone for them, like touching shoulders in the early game ever since. In the meantime, promo code on your screen, get your 1000 EP if you write your code in fast enough, and let's move on.
Indeed. DA, Meta's still driving around trying to find some way into this circle after skirmishing it. Oh my word, sparking with some good shots. Gets Code Marco knocked, but he's going to get back in his vehicle. I think just trying to maybe buy some time and space for his team. And Silzen, from bad to worse, finds Tank from Multi-Circle Gaming. 1 hit point left. Any grenade within any distance. Well, it's going to be the shooting is good enough. And that's going to be Silzen gone. It's actually going to be Mill stealing that point for Petrichor Road, and in return, MCG's Evil Lee is going to get long knocked. And oh my word, we're still at 50-50.
Where does this circle go?
I don't know. Apparently we just found the crazy circle day, Toby. This is it. I drank a lot of coffee. I'm not going to lie, but this is absolutely insane.
Yeah. If anything, it's like a 53-47 split in terms of landmass. There's a little more on the north side, but I still see a scenario where this one goes to the south. It still could. It still could, and I think for teams you cannot hot bank too much on the north side. The thing is, the north side is so open. Look at this. This is where they're going to be fighting. This is where teams are going to have to stop in the forest, use their vehicles for cover, because there are no compounds. You have one compound up here on the north, and it's already taken by the Tiamba. Tiamba, as a matter of fact, right now have control of both that north side compound and Cube. And no one's opted to pull up on them yet. The fact that they haven't tried to get back together, seeing this circle, is very surprising to me. And somehow they're being allowed to keep the split.
Well, I just don't think they can decide which compound's better. This is going to be better in the long run in this circle. It's a tough choice. You know, if you go down to Cube, yeah, you might have a little more control over that bridge, but the circle's not as likely to go there. But if you go up to the north one and it goes south, you're pretty well in trouble. And that more northern compound That one's a difficult one to hold on to. It's in kind of an odd space where a lot of teams can maybe punish you as you come in and out of it. So, yeah, I feel you, but I think Tampa's just in a weird situation with that split that they're trying to hold down. And let's watch Na'Vi on top of a Freaka, northern side of the circle. And you can hear some vehicles driving around. Besto just looking at Senya on that motorcycle behind him. And we'll see. I see DA on the move on the bottom right-hand corner there as well. So a lot of teams trying to nestle themselves in up here.
I know I've seen the Freaks play passive before, but have 3 people play spoiler, all thrown by each their kind of object. That's a next level passive play in the early game for me. Oh my lord, that vehicle just flew over his face, Squeaky! He almost got his head popped off. Nerd and DA, they're in trouble right off the bat here, and Marco, out of nowhere, is the only one left alive. Somehow, oh my lord, as I say that, Marco, you might be a solo, but you are doing damage. Still 2 nades, a 1 nade make them come over, taking down 2 players, Rust and Ma. Solo player left alive. Whichever these 2 solos get to stay alive might get reses up onto a lot of players. Nate once again comes in, and that's going to be Punich with 1 code. Marco finds the last, the treble comes through, and ends falling 15th.
Well, in case you weren't sure, Code Marco is one of the best players in this lobby, and showing you why. I have been loving watching him play for DA. Na'Vi now up on top of Freaka, taking a couple of casualties as well. Proning on the side of that hill, not paying off too much. EJ trying to get the spray, but it's going to be the tab from the vehicle, out-dueling him there. EJ knocked Hansia, the last hope for the Freaks, up on the hill, but nope. He is going to go down. Great work here by Na'Vi, even though Besto last one. Okay, well, Kickstart says goodbye to Besto, and Na'Vi gets a few points at least to end the day, and Freaka goes down in the meantime as well.
Yeah, they're all getting butchered, trying to make their path down that north side. Here comes infantry, full speed forward. Only 2 players left alive, losing the first 2 very early on in the game. Oh, Snakers gets to continue driving, and this is a nice read. They saw Tianba back off and go back to the other compound. And Oath, they get themselves a free one off of that great read, solid spot from the hilltop. They are still in a 2-way split, and only 2 have made it down towards the cube area. But Patcaps and Balefrost from all the way down to on Everest. That was a very, very good read by them, and they got at least 2 players for now into safety.
EI, here goes Gen G trying to make their attempt to push through Zenith territory. Zenith pretty well fired up, and there's the knock for Roth on to Anonix, just barely able to outdo him. Good headshot in there, I believe, as well. Esther and Loki now trying to back their teammate up. There's more shots being peppered into them. I believe that's Daytrade that was getting some shots in the Gen G. Pio on the long-distance shooting, gets the knock finally on it to Roth. So, for now, 1 knock apiece for Zenith and Gen G, and you can see Daytrade has just a little bit of an angle on to Gen G's southern flank there, but enough of that hill juts out to go for the res onto Anonic. And here you can see they're getting involved on Zenith as well. So Daytrade looking to rack up some more kills.
Yep, Loki trying to force his way forward here, as well as Zenith, as you said, kind of pinned in here. That 1 nade could be good if it goes on, and it sure does. Punich catches it with his teeth, goes down, and Nunix does get traded down. Return to Shimboy now, finds from Pio as well. So just 2 left alive from Gen G. Phase 4 is closing in. They have the blue right on their back, Gen G. They have to push forward here. Esther, damage done towards Roth, but not enough to get the knock.
Hey, Zhao Ying helping out a bit on the side. Gets a knock into them, and you can see 9 as well, but Gen G is going to get down. Good hold by Shinboy and Zenith. Really well done there. And Shinboy is going to pick up a lot of kills in the mix. Roth going to get picked off by 9 from afar, and he's trying to see if there's any hope for him. He is dancing around this Dacia, going to get inside of it for a second. Curious to see what Shinboy can do. He's actually not going to take the vehicle. He's going to opt to go on foot from there. Sonics, it's their turn for the bridge trolling. So SDK tried this the other day. Now Sonic's going to give it a go with T1 on top.
Yeah, trying to sit tight underneath, hope that no one's crossed on over and get eyes on them from the hillside across. They're going to sit here for now, hoping that the next circle keeps going in their way. Sparking, woohoo, from out in the blue finds 1. That's Daytrade down to 3 players. You can see all of meta in the blue in phase 4 here. It's going to hurt now, phase 5. They need to get up from the water, they need to get up on this side, and I like the fact that they're taking their time here, meta, because now, knowing that Daytrade has crossed on over, they're the only team and they have that entire western hillside to play around should they opt to go for it.
Curious about that. Tianba, in the meantime, is split out to the hillside themselves. Dangche gets across the river Swimming a bit. Oh boy, oh boy. Shrimzy's watching him. Is Shrimzy going to go for it? He opts not to. He doesn't want to reveal their position. Doesn't feel comfortable doing it yet. Dangche does get Relo over here. So says, no shacks for you, Oath. It's our turn. You guys have had enough in the shacks. You guys have had them all day. Someone else's turn. Take your toys and go home. And Dangche now is going to chill out in there. Sonics still waiting. Still haven't revealed their position. Oh my word. Nice shot from Snakers. Another great one. That's going to be Adder suffering this time. Some return fire coming from T1, but not able to get there in time. Snakers going to pick Adder out.
That was an impressive headshot through the bars on the bridge there as well. Very, very good shot from Snakers. Snakers is all on his own, unfortunately. As I said before, I mean, there were 4. Then Patcaps up on the hillside gets knocked. Unfortunately, Balefrost couldn't get him up in time. And while they got Cube, they were just split too far. Nothing really that Snakers and like, there's just nothing they could do to hold off. And here comes T1. They have no clue. No clue that Sonics are down here.
Oh, Star-Lord. Star-Lord actually gets in, goes for a swim, and I have a feeling he might be popping up and getting popped. Yep, Shrimzy's going to let loose. There's a hollow, speaking of. He gets the knock and the finish on to Star-Lord. Mime's turn on to Aqua 5. Aqua 5 able to drive by with only, and I say that, and here goes some more good shots from Mime, and there goes Petrichor Road down to MCG. Aqua 5 knocked and done. It's going to be Wicked from Meta picking that one up.
Very, very solid. Getting themselves some kills, and as I said, smart on their side to allow for Day Trade to wrap on outstay, and even tank phase 4 blue, which does hurt quite a bit, to make sure that all the other teams have left over. Now they have that entire West Hill, and should they get blessed with another circle going their way, Meta with high ground position as well are going to be in an incredibly good position here.
Yeah, Meta really looking strong right now with that hillside. Locking it down. Wicked's been having a great day here for Meta, picking up a ton of kills these last couple games on Erangel, and looking to add some more into the count, scoping in on Dangche, who still has that shack. That's it. Sonics across the river. They're able to make that bridge sneakiness work. Shinboy out in the open, gonna get taken out by a pretty good spray there from Linshu. Code Marco still alive for DA, and I say that, and Linshu's trying to take out another solo. Code Marco turns on him pretty quick, gets some pretty decent damage. Linshu's turn, try to go for the molly, and there it is, Linshu taking out another solo. Really nicely done.
Solid hold by Tiamba. They know they have snakes in the grass on this side of the circle. They saw all the kill feed blow up here earlier on in the game, but they weren't, because they were in their two-way split, they couldn't really capitalize off of it. Now that they're all 4 up here, they start wrapping up towards the north, start taking more control, and they managed to hold them up in that position. Now, and they don't know that yet, but this entire side of the circle is all free for them to take control of. Sparking, continuing to do sparking things. That's quite a bit of distance to it. Finds himself a knock on to Flash, and Meta in a very good position, as I said before, should the next circle go their way, which unfortunately didn't.
Yeah, that was ridiculous shooting. And speaking of ridiculous shooting, there's Zhao Yang getting the headshot on the sparking and getting the knocks. And now Meta's going to have to regroup. Rag trying to do his sparking imitation onto Nurins. Nurins able to prone just in time before he's taken out. Rag had a great beat on that. Almost gets the knock, gonna go over and get the res. Wicked gonna be in charge of watching the southern flank to see if anybody tries to come through this way, but Dangche has not yet opted to leave that shack, and he's probably gonna wait for the absolute last minute to do that, to utilize the smokes as much as he can. Sonics, they're gonna have to push this way potentially as well. You can see smoke's already out for them, and they have both of these players, or both of these teams, I guess, T1 and Sonics, have a very difficult maneuver ahead of them.
If Sonics could just get rid of Oath, doesn't even have a helmet, Snaker sitting behind that tree. He's being such a pain for Sonics. They want to cross over essentially where that second crate is landing now. If they can get over there, have that ridge line to play around the little hillside, they will have cover and they'll be able to sit tight on that side and hold up both Dangche and potentially Meta should they opt to come this way. Now finally, the knock does come in Wicked. He's been snaking his way around. Dangche is running out the shack. Now maybe he heard something. I'm not sure. He's going to be seen though, but Wicked with the 2x AUG gets the kill. That's not going to confirm it to Sonics that players are around on this side as we have just 5 teams left alive.
Mime spun pretty quickly there to see if he could get some shots into Wicked, maybe get the knock. Sparking coming down the hill, and it looks like Meta's trying to wrap potentially behind the Sonics here. This is quite fascinating. An aggressive maneuver on the back of the push by Wicked. Wicked's got that AUG level 3 gear. Feeling pretty confident, getting some pretty good damage in. But now he's getting shot, and oh no. 2 teams are getting involved. Tianba and the Sonics gonna get 2 big knocks, just sparking left. And I was not gonna lie, I don't mind Wicked pushing out to flush out Dangche, but I would have rather seen them maybe try something a little different there. I guess it was going to be tough for them to cross that road as well with the hill eventually. But yeah, there goes Meta. And a pretty solid day overall for them, though.
Oh yeah. Shouldn't be upset about a 27-point first day, that's for sure. It's hard for Meta in this situation, though. They had 2 opportunities. Either you pounce on Sonics while they're still on the south side and try and claim them out, or like kill them out before you cross over, or once they cross, you really only have that 2, 3, maybe 4 bullet element of surprise while they're looking the other way. And you saw there with the AUG spray coming through, as good as Wicked is as a player, unfortunately whiffing those ones there, couldn't find the knock needed. And then once the crossfire is set up with Tianba on the hillside, there's just nothing they could do.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Tianba. They continue to work this hill line to great effect. 9 kills so far for them. Sonic still in this 3-up. Infantry, after losing those 2 members early, have been able to quietly keep themselves alive patiently. There was another knock in there at one point, but they got the res on the other side of this hill. So impressive discipline play coming out from Zhao Ying and 9 as they wait. 9's going to wait for that headshot and get Mings lined up easy. Does it? 9 going to pick up the double, but there's the return fire from M200. Good cover here for Tianba as they look to get some grenades in to finish the job. Zhao Ying trying to get here. Seeing if he can get a res on his teammate. Going to go down and go for it potentially. Grenade doesn't find anything to connect to.
There's absolutely no slowing down if you're infantry here. 2 more knocks coming in now. I mean, they have 4 kills already. That nade is going to be good. Those should take out 9. Yes, 9 will fall. Xiaoyang, though, with the nade gets the flush and return. So plenty more kills coming in for infantry. But this, and of course, is just buying time for Sonics to wrap around infantry. Now down Sonics, 3, Tianba. 3, neither of them able to grab a win today, sitting in 9th and 10th respectively. Let's see who comes out here on top.
Yeah, this is a huge moment for both of these teams in this week. Could it potentially put you in the money if you're able to come through with a big win and get all 3 of those kills? Let's see what they can do. Win, Mime, Shrimzy. Gonna be the 3 up for the Sonics. Grenades are out right into Ming's face. Mings catches a bit of damage from those, but a good grenade from Mings gets the knock onto Win. Shrimzy and Mime flanking out, trying to cover the sides. It's a good maneuver here on the sides by Lurena. I think the walls might be closing in. That's a great flank for Tianba here. They're pushing in. M200 up over the top, gets some good damage. Mime's down. Shrimzy's next. It's gonna be Tianba taking the win.
What an isolation play. Lorena going out. The fact that he's out there behind it, didn't even have to peek in the end of it. They know he's in that position. We cannot do anything about it. He stayed behind the US for enough time to allow for the remaining teammates to wrap over that hilltop. That was a picture-perfect endgame play from Tianba. Tianba has seen they've been the sleeping giant for a little while. We've seen what they've done in the past. Now they make it back to finals. Now they finish off the day with a 14-kill win with full control of the center for pretty much the entire game. Very well played by the Chinese team.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so impressive to see how quickly they react off that knock on that frag grenade onto Win. They just immediately run us out on the flank. There's no hesitation. He's right in that US, ready to go. And that just shows you how important it is to keep those vehicles alive, continue to maintain center control. They continue to maintain that 2-2 split for a decent amount of time, make the right move, wait for the circle in phase 4 to move up north of the river, group up, and just manage to just control so much space from then on.
Yeah, I mean, and Tianba and Sonics in that game, right? They were the completely polar opposites. One sitting inside trying to hold teams out, and Sonics just trying to slowly sneak their way into the circle and get themselves a good game. What a finish off that one. We're gonna hop back to the desk now, guys, so let's see what they have to say after that final game of the day.
That's right. As Toby mentions, I think that Sleeping Giants very well describes Tianba and what they were able to accomplish here. They get themselves the victory on the last game of the day. Poro Clover joining me. I think it's about time that Tianba got themselves a nice little win on the board here, Poro.
Yeah, I mean, we've been looking at the Chinese teams overall and kind of wondering when they're going to really start waking up and doing what we all know that they're capable of doing, which is completely taking over and dominating a lobby. Tiamba, first 3 games today, not so great. Only 2 points managed to rack up in all of those, but, you know, they come in through with the final 14-kill win. You got to love to see it.
Yeah, definitely so. And Clover really like their 2-2 split as well. Controlling Cube when it comes to these kinds of circles with this split across that river, very important for them to use and then, you know, make their decisions from there on out.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably one of the most powerful positions you can have on a game like this. And as, I mean, those circles, right? We had a 50-50 split through the water, through a lot longer I think we were anticipating. I mean, it was a constant center circular shift. Nothing harder or crazy in that regard, but at the same time crazy because there was that water, right? When we get to phase 4, we know it's going to pull one way or the other, and when it went north, really favored that position for Tiamba, and they were really able as well to use that for scoring chances onto them. They were staying in a good, healthy place that they could potentially play from, but at the same time too, you know, at the very end, when we saw that wrap coming in from Sonics, there was a good potential, right, for Infantry and Tiamba to kind of dissolve each other and given Sonics a bit of an advantage, but instead kind of ended out for 3-3, and Mings from that high ground position really played it well.
Yeah, very nicely done. And for teams like Team Liquid, ENCE, they kind of get boxed from the top here by a lot of the teams that are rotating on around. Starlord trying to get on in, but it's not going to be for anything. Cheeky little spot for Sonics here, Poro. Cheeky.
It was, and you know, you got to talk about it. That Tiamba, obviously, they had a compound. They get a little bit of circle favor going their way, but you know, I think what benefited them even more is the fact that we had so many teams up on the north and south sides that were fighting each other. And you know, I was telling you guys while we were watching it, you know, circle 2, circle 3. It's like this looks like one of those games where it might be, if one team on the edge can just win their firefights cleanly, this could set up to be one of those games where they play in from the edge with a boat ton of kills and end up getting the win. But the thing was, all these fights that happened were so devastating to both sides. No team playing from the edge really found the good fights that they were looking for, and they ended up suffering for it. And in the end, Tiamba just in a perfect place at the perfect time.
A big jump up for Tiamba with 24 points coming into this one. They were last, so very important for them to have this rise coming out of this game. And as you said, Sonics could have been that team to try and fight on in. They get themselves the second place with the 4 kills. Infantry, 5 kills and 5 placement points, who seemingly, Clover, love camping the bridge, and why on earth not? Because Boyang was able to hit those shots splendidly.
You know, I mean, we'd bridge camp Infantry and bridge trolls for meta, right? That was an interesting play for them to kind of play. I mean, there was a lot of water crossing. Sonics even, I think, at one point kind of went swimming. In fact, we saw them get that kill off of, I believe, who was that? It was T1? Off T1 pretty much, right? Yeah. So on that though, I mean, look, Lin Shun, 5 kills, looking just so fantastic. This is that proactive Tiamba that we've been looking for. They had a really great start to PGI.S. They're coming in strong. This is a team that we were really expected to be a high Miramar performer, and then things just didn't quite come together. So to see a great win like that is just so encouraging.
When Lin Shun's picture came up in the previous one, it looked like they were wearing a hat with the Tiamba logo behind them. I don't know why this kind of dawned on my mind, but that's how that was working out. Maybe it's late in the day. Who knows? Maybe it's late in the day.
Go great with those glasses that Ragnar's got.
No, nobody should have to wear those glasses. That was
Space Ragnar.
No, thank you. Oh, dear me. Come on. Let's take a look at the schedule then, and see what is going on over there as well, because of course with what we had today, we had a very varied day. I think China bookending things very, very nicely, and Day Trade overall really winning out the day here, Poro, considering only 1 win, but some great performances across every single game, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to give Day Trade their flowers for their performance today. I mean, the lowest they were able to finish was 5th with 1 kill in that final game. So just a really good, consistent performance from the beginning to the end of the day. And now the question is, can they do it 2 days in a row? Because as you see, that scoreboard, it's tight. I mean, they've got a cushion, but it's not a very big cushion. And you've got some of the obviously best teams in the world that are nipping at your heels. Now, what can Day Trade do to hold on to that #1 spot?
Yeah, it's difficult to stay at the top, I think, as well, Clover, when some of these squads are nipping at your heels and going to be looking for blood in day number 2.
Hey, we're seeing a bunch of teams really finding fragging opportunities. You know, DA and Zenith also getting 20-something kills today, and that's been great. Even when you're not getting placement points, they're finding ways to stay proactive. And that just goes to show that one good game is enough to really shake things up. If you have a 10-15 kill game and get that chicken dinner, come out with a 25 point, you're going to take a real hefty lead there.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look back at the previous weekly final, a team like FaZe was number 1, didn't have anything happen in the first 3 games of day number 2, but then blasted in the end of that day 2, Poro. So technically speaking, it's ebb and flows. It happens when it wants to happen sometimes in these lobbies, and Day Trade could still stay top, or they could easily fall down.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Day Trade, your biggest threats right now, oddly enough, Infantry obviously in second place, but I'm also looking at Zenith. Both of these two teams managed to collect a bunch of points, top 4, but no chicken dinners on the course. I mean, they are managing to find points all over the place. But you also got to feel like the way that Infantry is playing, the way Zenith are playing, that the chicken dinner's not too far behind. And if they get it, that's just going to skyrocket them in terms of points as well. So Day Trade, they've got their work cut out for them tomorrow, for sure.
Yeah. Especially with teams looking like Infantry, as said, DA. I've got to give props to Zenith and Oath, to be perfectly honest with you, Clover, with what they were able to do throughout the day. We saw a decent win from Oath. We saw a 2nd and 4th coming in. Yes, I know. Go on, talk to me, Clover.
No. Don't stop talking about NA. I want to keep hearing it. It's great.
Keep whispering these sweet nothings into our ears, James.
I mean, you know, credit where credit is due. That's how I'll frame this, you know. For me, like when I look at our South Korean counterparts, it's not been the easiest day here. But let's take a look now as we have our interview ready. Let's head over to Day Trade as they have found themselves in a great spot here for day number 1.
And that was the end of our first day. At the moment, number 1, we have Day Trade Gaming. Congratulations, guys. So you guys managed to win 54 points on the first day. And you recorded a record high for the winners coming out of the first day of the weekly finals. How are you feeling right now?
เราได้สะสมแต้ม 54 แต้มในวันแรกซึ่งเป็นคะแนนที่สูงที่สุดอยากจะทราบว่าตอนนี้น้องรู้สึกอย่างไรครับก็รู้สึกดีใจมากครับที่วันนี้เราเล่นออกมาได้ดีมากครับ
All the matches today went really well, so it feels really great. I really want to ask if you are aware that from all the 5 matches you managed to rank in the top 4.
네, 알고 있습니다.
그것에 대한 좀 Yes, I knew that. 자랑스러운 마음은 없는지 듣고 싶어요. How proud are you feeling about that?
ทุกแมตช์เลยครับภูมิใจมากเพราะเราเริ่มเล่นละเอียดขึ้นแล้วครับ 굉장히 뿌듯합니다. 저희가 지금
It definitely feels really great, and I think our skills have improved throughout this tournament. So, question for Vanotica.
아쉽게 치킨을 놓쳤던 두 번째 매치에
So unfortunately, you missed the winning the chicken dinner in the first 2 matches.
기절당했어요. 이후 이 디지털 애슬레틱스와의 1대1 상황에서 좀 패배를 했는데
And then you lost against Digital Athletics on the one-on-one situation. What kind of conversations did you guys have amongst yourselves at the end of that match?
ซึ่งDA เนี่ยในสุดท้ายก็ได้คว้าไก่อยากจะทราบว่าในระหว่างทีมกันได้คุยเกี่ยวกับอะไรบ้างครับในแมตช์นั้น
ก็ให้ระวังงูที่เหลือครับแล้วก็แต่เราดันไปพลาดน็อกให้กับเปโลครับก็เลยพลาดแชมป์
저희가 그 상황에서 최대한 조심하자라고 서로 이야기를 했었지만
We talked that in that kind of situation that we should really be careful and cautious.
14킬이라는 엄청난 포인트를 가져갔던 두 번째 매치였고요. 이후에 좀
And even if you didn't win the chicken dinner, you guys still recorded a 14-point kill.
이 네 번째 매치 수적으로 굉장히 좀 열세한 상황이었는데 이 메타
And then in the
게임을
fourth
무너뜨리면서
match,
치킨을
you guys really made
가져갔습니다.
up for it by annihilating metagaming.
아 치킨 먹을 수 있다라는 느낌이
And when
오셨는지
Flash,
모르겠어요.
when you were able to knock out player Wicked, did you feel that the chicken dinner was yours?
คือตอนที่น้องได้น็อกวิคินเนี่ยได้คิดว่ามีความมีเป็นไปได้ที่จะได้คว้าไก่หรือเปล่าครับ
น็อกอะไรนะครับ
ตอนที่น็อกวิคิดนะครับคิดว่าเป็นไปได้ที่จะสามารถคว้าไก่หรือเปล่า
ก็ยังไม่ชัวร์ครับเพราะว่าเราไม่มีสโมกเราไม่มีอะไรด้วยครับเลยไม่ชัวร์ว่าได้แชมป์แต่เราทำได้ครับเพราะว่ามีปูชิวล่อให้
그 상황에서 승부를 확신할 수는 없었습니다.
In that situation, because we didn't even have any grenades left, so it was kind of hard to tell if we were going to win or not. But Buchu really managed to pull through, so we won the game.
이 데이트레이드 게이밍은 4명 모두 피지컬이 굉장히 좋은 선수들로 평가를 받고 있는데요.
So they're saying that
높이 평가받는 선수가 어떤
Day Trade Gaming is a collection of players who have some really good physicality performance-wise in Battlegrounds. Who do you think has the best performance in your
ผมคิด
team?
ว่าแต่ละคนมีจุดเด่นของแต่ละคนนะครับแล้วก็ทีมเราวางจุดเด่นของแต่ละคนไว้ในตำแหน่งของแต่ละคนก็เลยออกมาดีครับแล้วก็แต่ก็ยังมีข้อผิดพลาดบ้างก็ต้องแก้ไขต่อครับ
저희 팀 같은 경우는 한 사람이 뭐 독보적으로 잘한다기보다는 서로가 각자가 맡은
Rather
일을
than one
너무나도 잘
specific
수행을
person
하기도
who
하고
really
또
stands
그런
out in
식으로도
our team,
이제 팀을
I think
구성을
each
했었기
of
때문에
us
한 사람이
definitely
잘한다기보다는
bring
팀을
a lot of
같이
merit to the
훌륭한
team so
경기력을
that we're able
펼칠 수
to
있다고 생각을
kind of
합니다.
really work
자,
together.
이제 내일 경기까지만 잘 해낸다면 이 크라우드 펀딩을 포함해서 30만 달러가
If you guys are able to manage to win all the matches tomorrow as well, then you're going to be able to win about $300,000, including the crowdfunding prize money. How are you guys going to be preparing for tomorrow? And is there anything you would like to say to your fans?
ก็คิดว่าจะทำให้ได้ครับโอกาสมาถึงแล้วจะพยายามพลาดให้น้อยสุดแล้วก็เต็มที่ครับ
꼭 해내겠습니다. 이렇게 좋은 기회가 왔는데 저들을 놓칠
This is
수 없죠.
really a great opportunity, so we're going to do our absolute
과연
best.
내일도 이 데이트레이드가 좋은 모습을 보여줄 수 있을지 저 역시 기대하겠습니다. 오늘 축하드리고요. 인터뷰 고맙습니다.
Congratulations once again, and thank you for your interview.
자, 이렇게 해서 첫째 날 누적 포인트 1위를 기록한 데이트레이드 게이밍의
Great stuff to hear from Day Trade there, as they are no doubt very happy with their #1 spot so far. They're going to have to keep it up, though, going into tomorrow. Poro Clover, it's been great stuff so far. We have seen variety, though, I think it's fair to say here, Clover, from our first day, not only with a wealth of winners, but also Day Trade doing fantastically, Ifty being nifty, continuing that, as well as DA also.
Yeah, there's definitely been some fantastic surprises in terms of performance for some teams today, as well as a few disappointing performances right off the bat. We're kind of seeing some teams we expected to be at the top not doing so great. Gen G being one of them right now.
Yep, that does my heart
We're just not even going to talk about. Just not even going to talk about Liquid in 16th, are we? We're just not even going to.
I mean, you can if you want. It's fine by me. Go on.
Yeah, take it away.
I don't know. I mean, if I had an answer for you, man, I'd give it to you. I have no idea what's going on with Liquid right now. They just every single fight they get into, it seems like they are just losing 1 and 2. It's just nothing is going their way right now. No luck whatsoever for those boys.
Clover?
I definitely agree there. I sometimes you can sit there and say they played horrible, but it just seems like they have not been dealt great cards that would be difficult to play out of in any certain situation. That last game that we just watched notoriously has always been very bad for Liquid in their rotations. We usually see them lose quite a few in that instance. So the circles are rough today. Maybe tomorrow will be a little easier.
Maybe we have seen teams recover. However, they're going to have to pull their socks up if they want to do so. And with that, we are done here for day number 1 of our weekly final. Thank you very much, guys, for joining me. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world. So far, so good for Day Trade. Will they continue that momentum tomorrow when stocks open once again? Join us tomorrow for more PGI.S.